them make their own decisions. Why do y'all have to sway and influence and convince us LeBron is something that we don't think he is? Why?
Because Lowe did it to you, so we thought I had a chance too. Lowe
convinced me to respect. He stopped me from being a hypocrite. Now, Elder just real with it. I respect all chips, but I really wasn't respecting that era, so that means I wasn't respecting those chips.
First of all, Ernest, I would like to start off by giving a shout out to FYF Sports Debates Podcast. I really love that podcast. I really do.
FYF Sports, man. Man, it's Lamar. We back. Man, it's very rare that we do 2 lives in one day, y'all. I thought this was a very fitting moment. See, as I put this stuff away. Look, you guys. How come people just can't give me credit when credit is due? Right? Y'all just was watching the intro. Elder admitted that his logic was hypocritical, but then he gave credit to his reformation of thinking to Legend of Winning. Salute to Legend of Winning, but the last time I checked, it was FYF Sports who checked the logic. It was FYF Sports who pulled up over there, debunked the logic, and then it was FYF Sports that did a video explaining how the logic was flawed. If you're going to admit that you was wrong, at least give the right person credit for calling your logic out. Because this whole revision of the top 10, all of this stuff did not come out until I completely tore apart the logic. Remember, as I mentioned last week, even as I mentioned over on the show, when I was on Ask Elder, I said this odd winning formula logic that you have where you don't have any true definition of what winning is. You say winning is winning championships in one sense, and for other players, you say winning is getting to the finals. You don't really have a true definition. I'm the reason why he's dumbed down his list. Remember, I remember these things very well. Salute to A Weezy Bang. Remember, we all know what his original logic was. His original top 10 logic was, he says, I'm going to take the best at each position. That's my top 5. And then he'll go break it down from there. And probably the next top 5 is the next best at each position. Something to that nature. That was now because LeBron fans. And see, the one thing, I don't care what community is out there, whether it's Jordan fans, the one thing that no one will do is no one's going to completely make me change my entire top 10 list because I don't like a certain fan base. And so I haven't listened to it. Sturdy, salute to Sturdy. He gave me the time step for his new reformulated top 10 that accounts for this odd winning logic that he's now applied to his new top 10. And so we're going to hear the top 10 that he's this newly formulated top 10 that he's created. And salute the elder for at least making an attempt to reformat his top 10 based on his own logic. But again, as I mentioned last week, you guys, the logic in and of itself is flawed. And I think that was my entire point. I wasn't necessarily saying go change your top 10 to mirror this odd logic. I'm saying using that logic for someone that says, if you say you're a superior basketball mind, dumbing your top 10 list down to just this makes you automatically a casual. If this is what you rely on. Remember, the closer you get to the top with regards to like the top 10, the top 5, the top 2, whatever, the more technical you have to be in your breakdowns. It's not the closer you get to the top, the more watered down your criteria is. And it seems like he's created a list that's completely watered down all of the important context and criteria, and he's just dumbed it down to winning. But we're going to listen to the list. Listen to the list one, and then I'm going to fast forward into this video. I'm going to fast forward into this video. Sturdy gave me another timestamp. There was a guy that came on the show, and everybody, I'm talking about the consensus. All you got to do is look through the comments. I said, I got to react to this part. I haven't had a chance to listen to either in full, but everybody said that this guy came on by the name of Tyson and completely called him out on the flawed logic once again. And like I did last week. And I don't know why people get mad at me for calling out their logic. Right? It's just basketball talk, one. But people literally take it personal that I call your logic out. Ricky E245, I see everybody saying that, right? And the thing is far too many people saying that he was getting cooked for me not to have to take a look at that particular segment. So we're going to be watching 2 segments of this show. We're going to start with the actual top 10 list. And that's what we're going to get to. But again, salute to everybody pulling up today. As I try to do with all my shows. So we're going to react to both portions, you guys. And then we're going to open the panel up to allow you guys to come in and cook. So we're going to react to it first. We're going to be bringing people onto the panel. And hopefully we can have a good session, just talking basketball, breaking down this top 10 list. Because, for this to be an elite basketball mind, it's like you're going backwards. Let me ask everybody this before we get started. Is Elder Rufus's basketball takes, is he the Benjamin Button of basketball takes? Did his initial basketball takes come out so strong and so sound, but as time has progressed going forward, his takes have progressively gotten worse and worse, less context, less educated, less sound. Is he the Benjamin Button of basketball takes? I think that's a conversation that needs to be had. right? And I think, you know what? And the person that I blame, you guys, I blame A Weezy Bang. I blame Jamar and I blame A Weezy Bang. Those two, they're the ones that started the regression. I'm talking about, and no, and I'm not joking, you guys. It's been from that point forward. I don't know if his takes have been the same, because from that point forward, I almost believe, because if you listen to his last stream, the stream that I was on, you guys, he actually was taking like secret shots at A Weezy Bang. I thought I was the only one that picked up on it. Like, I'm going to give you an example, because right before I came on, he was talking to JD and he was saying something to the effect of, "Yeah, I'm not like these 40-year-old LeBron fans that have murals and collected shoes and all this stuff." And I'm just like, put a name to it. Like, what's wrong with just putting a name to it? It's just bad. I know who he's talking about. But it seems like from that point forward, he's had an agenda to attack LeBron fans. And in doing so, you've now warped your own basketball logic. Similarly, it's kind of like Golem, a Lord of the Rings, right? We know how Golem was as a normal person at one point in time. He got messed over by the ring, and it kind of corrupted him over time. And then over time, he turned into some balled up, shriveled up, wrinkled up little alien with just bad takes, and only had one agenda in his mind. His one agenda was obviously to get the ring back. But at the end of the day, I blame A Weezy Bang and Jamar, because they started this. Like I said, it's been from that point forward. He created. There was a new target aimed at LeBron haters. And look, y'all, this is just my assessment. I could be wrong, but I want you guys to help me understanding this. Am I wrong in that? Because I think that's around the timing. Remember, we put him in the Hall of Fame over here for some great takes in the past, but something switched, and then even now, if you listen to this stream I listened for about 3 minutes, consistently talks about you LeBron fans. Like, who says you LeBron fans if you don't have some type of hate towards LeBron fans? I don't walk around saying you LeBron fans. I know we joke around and say JDRs and all that stuff, but man, your basketball takes have been oddly molded and aimed towards just LeBron fans. But we're going to see if his revised top 10 takes aim at people like A Weezy Bang and Jamar, the people that he claims are LeBron James fans. And see if the list takes aim in to that magnitude, because I haven't even listened to the list fully. If it takes aim in that magnitude, then we know his basketball takes. And we know for certain that he's now become the Benjamin Button basketball mind of YouTube. Started out wise with a ton of wisdom, but over time, your basketball takes have been dumbed down to that of an extreme casual. People like Mac Def and, people like Mingle Jester. People like Herm. Like, how do you go from up here, basketball take wise, to Herm? How do you do that? Right. And salute to Herm. I know Herm is trying his best. But at the end of the day, like, people like Herm and, their basketball takes, we know, like, I think, and then we understand, we understand that Herm is extremely limited basketball take wise. But at least Herm has been consistently bad. Herm's mind hasn't started off up high, Hall of Fame caliber, and then over time been dwindled down to, I don't know, man. I hope this is something that we can help rectify. I hope this is something we can help rectify, but we will be reacting to both portions of this video. Again, salute to everybody pulling up. Before we get started, I always got to drop it in the chat, man. Please support if you can. Support by hitting the cash out, man. Second stream of the day, y'all. Second stream of the day, man. I'm trying to give y'all the content y'all been asking for. Please support, man. MacDef says, debate then, Lamont. My bullets got names and dates. Unfortunately, MacDef, I mean, like I said, MacDef, I mean, if you want a title shot, I mean, it's going to take a little bit more than just saying debate be thin. You got to come with a debate topic. Then we have to even determine if you're worthy. You've taken a number of magnificent losses on this channel. I mean, have you done enough to debate me? Would it even be a box office debate? I don't know if it'll be box office, MacDef. I think a lot of people already see the writing on the wall with that one right there. And salute, man. Make sure I give a shout out. First super chat of the day by Sony, man. Salute to Sony. He said, what switched is the influence Ticket TV has had on him. He's found a niche and an audience to cater to online and has joined the LeBron hate brigade. And I think Sony alluded to this in the past, in the last stream. And as we listen today, I think we have to take what Sony says into consideration. Like, we like to go on in facts, and so what we use is we use what we have online, the words that people say. We use these things to come to these conclusions. What Sony has said is an educated conclusion based on the facts. But MacDef, we can always debate anytime, man. No, you can always pull up when we had those conversations. But as far as an official debate, I say let's just pump the brakes. I mean, I saw you over on Players Choice trying to call out Shaq, and I'm just like, and I even had to warn you over there. I'm like, MacDef, slow your roll, man. Stop just calling out anybody, man. We ain't debating hip hop and rap or West Coast rappers and whatnot, man. We talking real bona fide basketball. Just walking around calling people out, man. It's just like, man, stop. Man, we got to get your weight up. We got to get you some debate creatine and protein shakes and all that stuff, man. You just ain't ready yet. I'm not shooting at your direction, MacDef, man. If I wasn't your friend, I wouldn't be telling you this, man. If I didn't care for you, MacDef, I wouldn't say these things to you, man. If it was just about getting another Max Ether under my belt, I would have just said, come on, let's debate. And it would have been another easy win. I'm looking out for you, man. Yeah, facts, Young Africa. We got to get MacDef we got to get him some debate protein powder. We got to get him some debate creatine. He ain't got enough weapons in his arsenal to fight, man. He ain't got the muscle. He ain't even bench pressing the 245 place right now. MacDef still throwing the 225 zone, bench pressing that, trying to trick us and tell us they 45 plays. They ain't 45 plays, MacDef. All right, man, let's get this on the screen here. Salute to DJ, man. DJ on his way too. DJ next up in this debate circuit. See, I can tell with DJ's delivery, it sounds like DJ next up. DJ's gonna catch somebody in one of these debates. We just got to get him. We just got to get him in the debate circuit. We got Gio Williams. He said this channel is where bronsexuals unite. Then why you here? Why you here, Gio? But salute to Gio. I appreciate you being here. We welcome everybody. See, that's the thing. I don't care if you're a Jordan fan. I don't care if you're a LeBron fan. I don't care if you're a Kobe fan. Look, we got MacDef in here. Heavy Steph Curry, Kobe fan. We had SFM on here. Hardcore Kobe fan. We got Minkle Jester and all these guys. Hardcore 90s fans. It's a good variety over here. Like, come on, Gio. Don't bring the hate. All right, we got the reaction. Everybody wants me to get to the start in this reaction, y'all. So this is the part right here. I think I'm a few seconds behind, but this is generally the part where Elder gets to his top 10. So we're gonna go through. We're gonna listen to his top 10. I'm gonna try my best not to stop it. I'm going to stop it. Started. We'll talk about it. We'll break certain portions down. But the first thing is we got to hear his new revised top 10. And just as a reminder, you guys, this is something that was compelled and motivated by FYF Sports. When you call out the logic, you completely make people change up their criteria. Let's hear what they got to say. We got JD on the as the host. We got Elder Rufus on the Ask Elder segment. After the stream is over, I'm going to put a link to the original video in the description.
I have been doing a little bit more research, going back, reminding myself of things that I remembered, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, stuff I learned, you know what I mean? Not 40, but probably 30 and 25 years ago. And it's just a lot of different things have changed. So I need to give, and then I've also been accused by a lot of people of not being consistent in my takes, and like, well, you gauge on this and you don't gauge on this, and this.
Sorry, y'all, I got to stop it already. No, not a lot of people. It was FYF Sports. It was just me. It was just FYF Sports. It's not a lot of people. It might have been low calling y'all a few, but it was FYF Sports. He says, put that pen down. What you talking about, put that pen down? So again, y'all, he said, blame yourself, Lamont. No, but CJ Mar, I might have pushed it over the top, but you and A Weezy Banks started this. Y'all started this, right? Somehow I got mixed in because y'all know it's hard for me to stay out of it if I hear a bad logic. But y'all jump started all of this, man. So I blame y'all, man. I blame y'all.
This player you're doing this, and this player you're not doing that. It's okay. I'll make it more consistent for you then. Since I've done my research, different things have changed in the history of basketball here in the last year or two. And I want to give an attempt to be a little bit more consistent. So let's get started with this new top 10. Some of you may want to come here and get the smoke on my top 10. Now, again, it's a subjective list. This is my list, y'all. You come in here and argue it, but you ain't going to change my mind. Just how I feel. Your top 10 could be totally different. All right. Now, on my new list, I got one of the guys that was in my top 5. He's been bumped down to the top 10 now. I have a guy that wasn't in my top 10 move up into my top 10.
This is moving around a lot.
No, 2. I got 2 guys that were not in my top 10 in my top 10 now. One of them has moved into my top 5.
So this list is so different.
This is a different list. Now,
okay.
The good thing about my list, the good thing about this, and another thing I'm not going, because I told people I would do my list by point guard, shooting guard, small forward. I would do a team. I'm not doing that because most people won't do teams on their top 5. They just get the best player they think is there. No problem. This has nothing to do with positions. This is just who we are top 5 players, right? So number 1, Michael Jordan. That ain't changed.
Yep.
Number 2, Kobe Bryant. That didn't change. Number 3, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. That didn't change. Number 4, Magic Johnson. That didn't change either. Now this is where everything starts changing. And shout out to my man, Lowe. Legends of Winning. I got to give a shout out to Lowe. I can't even remember what podcast he was on. I listened to him, though, and he broke down the defense of Bill Russell. And I'm not going to front. I've never heard it broke down as good as Lowe broke it down. And he did it an eloquent way. He made sense. He talked about the impact that the man had.
No. Lowe did it in a nice way. Lowe did it in the I'm not going to max either you way. I don't know. Somehow when I do it, it's considered disrespectful. It's considered personal. It's considered too brash. At the end of the day, this was all motivated because I've consistently attacked the credibility of the criteria that was used. That's a fact right there. You can't get around it. That's one fact you can't get around. The credibility of the criteria being used, the lack of definitions for what winning is, how you sway winning from player to player, and you create a new definition for winning based on each player that you talk about. This was all compelled and motivated by FYF Sports. I have to take credibility for it because everybody knows what my videos were directed at last week, what my videos were talking about last week. And all of a sudden now the top 10 is revised. Come on, y'all. This salute to Low. But True to King's been saying all of this stuff. Remember just a few weeks ago when True to King was on this show attacking Elder about Bill Russell, right? But see, True to King was being a bit more aggressive and brash with it. He wasn't saying it in such a nice way. He was really attacking the credibility in. So this didn't just start with Legend of Winning. Just even a month ago, True to King was on this panel attacking that logic. So we know it didn't start with Low, but salute to Legend of Winning. But we know it didn't start there. At least I got to give at least some credit to True to King because I was on the panel as it was happening, as he was attacking the credibility. That's like I see y'all in the chat. That's all facts. It's all facts. I mean, I wish I could remember the exact video. True to King knows the conversation. It was just like a month or two ago when Elder was on the panel. Something came up about Bill Russell, and you know, True to King is the ultimate Celtics fan, and he has the '60s ingrained into his brain.
How it changed everything in the game and the defenses and all this kind of stuff. It made total sense what he was saying to me from all the stuff I knew about Bill Russell, all that. And of course, that's an era that I get dogged for because I don't give it the credence that people say I should because I didn't respect it. A lot of folk don't know. My actual basketball coach, when I first got in high school, his name is By Hayes. Some of y'all can look him up. He's passed away now. Great. He's the best basketball coach in Indiana basketball history, high school. I think he got more wins than anybody. But By Hayes actually used to work the NBA games back in the day. A lot of y'all don't know that the Pistons came out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, where I'm from. They used to be called the Zollner Pistons. He used to work those games back in the 50s, y'all. He worked those games. And me and By I used to have to wait like 2 hours for a bus to get home. Me and By would sit in there and actually go through old NBA score.
This is all filibuster. This when somebody has to go through this long of a soliloquy just to get to their list, it's 100% no. You about to hear a whole bunch of cap. If you got to explain your number 5, remember there was no long soliloquy 1 through 4. As soon as we get to 5, now you got to give us a whole spiel about the nonsense that we're probably about to hear. That's how I already know without hearing that what I'm about to hear this point forward is about to be some BS. Because you having to give a whole historical breakdown of all types of stuff that's irrelevant just to tell us your number 5. Because we all know what his number 5 was prior to this. Come on, man. That is wild, man.
Books together. He was the one showing me how, hey, he said, see that right there? They took points away from Wilt right there. Wilt would have games where he scored 64, but at the end of the game, he'd only have 52 points. And the NBA would come, take their pictures, and get out of there. Because they didn't take your book because your book would last half a season or whatever. So you keep your book and slide to the next game. He was showing me all the little things like why this star is by this official's name. Because this official's family is actually from this city. And when he makes certain calls, don't look funny because that's what he does. And, you know, it was this little stuff he was showing me, bro, and telling me how the NBA used to be. And I'm telling you, as a young guy, I was like, how can I respect that when it was just so much cheating and craziness going on?
That's great.
That's how I felt. So I had inside information on that as a young teenager, right? And looking through those books used to be incredible, though. Seeing those names, seeing like seeing live where they shoot free throws, score, fouls, everything, bro. It was just beautiful. But because of my guy Low, shout out to Low, Legends of Winning. All y'all know Low. He just got a new show too, doesn't he? On here? Didn't he
Low Nose, yeah.
Low Nose. Y'all go support Low Nose. I know y'all gonna do it anyways. Low popular dude. But because of his breakdown and then all the information I already knew, I have actually honored and respected Bill Russell and moved him because he is the greatest winner of all time, right? I have moved him into my top 5, which I didn't have Bill Russell in my top 10. I had him in my top 15, but I didn't have him in my top 10. But I moved him to number 5. So number 5 is Bill Russell. Now, this is my anomaly on the list because my personal feeling about this man, I believe he is the greatest athlete to ever walk the earth. And his name is none other than Wilt Chamberlain.
You said LeBron's name wrong. That's crazy.
No. His name is Wilt Chamberlain, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, you may want to do a little research, sir. Anyway, Wilt Chamberlain, to me, is by far the greatest athlete. I'm not just saying basketball. He's the greatest athlete to ever walk this earth, in my opinion. The things that Wilt had to go through, I got most respect. I think if most of y'all really knew what Wilt went through, you'd be just shocked that he even got 2 chips out of what he did. And that last one probably was the most impressive because he did it over the best guy in the league at the time, Kareem. And he was 25 years old, Wilt was 35, broke up, hurt, and he still beat him. You know what I mean? So I got Wilt Chamberlain, even though he only has 2 chips. He's my anomaly in my top 10 as number 6 all time. Now, number 7 is the guy that dropped out of the top 5. With some of y'all that know my old list, that would be Tim Duncan. I had Tim Duncan as my power forward. I still believe Tim Duncan is the best power forward to ever play. I think he is the model of consistency and winning at all times. Can't deny that. So that's why he is at number 7. Number 8, Stephen Curry. Steph Curry is number 8 on my list. When I look at what Steph Curry has done in the small amount of time that he has done it, he's got a dynasty. A lot of you have LeBron James as your GOAT. And I had a statement that a lot of people used to take me to chin on because I have Magic Johnson ranked over Larry Bird. Now, I would agree, all-around player, Larry Bird may be better, right? Because he's better defensively, can do the stuff Magic do offensive, all that good stuff. Shoot better, I get it. But Magic was better than me because Magic beat him one-on-one all the time. Beat him in college, beat him in the pros. Again, to me, when you make it to the championship, that has a lot of meaning to me. And Magic found ways to beat Bird more than Bird could beat him. So that's why I rank Magic greater. So I'm like, hey, if I got that for Magic and Bird, I have to have that for this generation as well because Steph Curry has dominated. He's won the same amount of chips as a lot of y'all king. He's dominated your king in the finals.
Hey, y'all hear that? Y'all hear the hate? Y'all king. Who talk like, if you're not a LeBron James hater, who talks like that? Y'all king. So you know that this selection is aimed at a certain fan base. It's not truly this selection right here. What he's saying, everything he's saying is filibuster. What he said right there is what really exposes true agenda. When you start saying y'all king, he's talking to the LeBron James fan base. It's a very weak attempt to take shots at that fan base by saying I'm putting Steph Curry over LeBron. Which, again, any basketball mind knows that is complete BS. As great as Steph Curry is, he's not over LeBron James. Benjamin Button, basketball takes. I think he's starting to prove what I'm saying, you guys. We got to come up with a special super chat emoji for the Benjamin Button of basketball takes. We have to find a way. We got to come up with a song, something. I got to figure something out because I think it's officially true now. And what Sonny said was, Sonny said in his super chat earlier, he talked about how when you start hanging around the people who only hate LeBron James, and then you come back to platforms like a Weezy Bangs, and then you bring some of those negative talking points over there, and people like J Mar and A Weezy Bang jump at your credibility on those takes, and then now you found yourself with a hateful narrative towards that entire fan base. Makes no sense. Let's hear out the rest of it though, and then after we hear this list, y'all, I'm going to fast forward to the segment where he goes head to head with the guy by the name of Tyson. But let's see. Let's finish hearing out his list.
They played 4 times. He's beat them 3 out of the 4. Now you'll have all the excuses in the world of why he won. It doesn't matter. He beat them the 4 times they played. He won 3 out of the 4. That's domination to me. 75%. I'll take that. So when I looked at the base resumes, he's actually done more in shorter time. So he's number 8. So, of course, y'all know that means that LeBron James is number 9. Y'all all know about him. I don't have to go through his resume while he's there. And number 10 for me is Larry Bird. I'm not leaving Larry Bird out the top 10. I don't care what Dale or any other person in the world says. Larry Bird will always be a top 10 player. I'll figure it out one way or another. If I have to have a 10A, 10B, 10X, Larry Bird is going to be in the top 10 because I believe he is that good. That's my new list.
All right, we've heard the new list now. Here's the one thing that I didn't hear. What's the new consistent criteria? Because there is nothing consistent about this list. What was new about the criteria? What was consistent? You threw the anomaly in, Wilt Chamberlain. That's not consistent with if we have to go with the winning logic. Putting a player like Steph Curry over LeBron is not consistent with the winning logic. What criteria was used? Doing more in a shorter amount of time, is that some new criteria now that gets you into the top 10? Because I heard that statement used with Steph Curry as one of the reasons why Steph Curry was at number 8 over LeBron James. He did more of what in a shorter amount of time? What more of what exactly? I didn't hear anything consistent about it. I didn't hear any logic. I didn't hear any criteria. I just heard players moved around to specifically put LeBron at number 9. And there was no logic behind it. If I'm wrong, y'all let me know. But that's all I heard. Land of the Heartless said it ain't logic, it's entertainment. And I guess that's what we got to take it as. You know? Salute to One Cool P, man. Hey, y'all, One Cool P put out that donation challenge, man. I appreciate One Cool P has done a ton for the channel, man. We got to put it in the chat, man. One Cool P is here, man. Salute to One Cool P, one of the top mods of the channel, man. The One Cool P donation challenge. Man, who can support FYF Sports tonight, man? We the second live stream of the day, and we're going to be opening the panel up as soon as we're done reacting to this video. Man, y'all got to love it, man. Hitman X as well, man. Salute to Hitman X, man. He says, Lamont, don't forget, Brian can go to the number 1 spot if he wins. Oh, yeah, that's exactly, J-Mar. Remember y'all. Elder. See, this is why I don't understand I don't know what his list was prior. Because he just said a couple weeks ago, if LeBron James wins a championship with Russell Westbrook, that moves him to number 1. So one championship can take a player from 9 to 1. He usurps all of those guys, or wherever you might have had them before. Where is the consistent logic? Or there's a saying that I've tied to Ticket TV. Do you say stuff in the moment because it sounds good? J-Mar is dead on the money for that. I think I called that out before. Like, are you just saying it in the moment because it sounds good and you might galvanize a few people in the chat? Or are you saying it because this is part of the consistent criteria that you use and follow? It's like I said, it's already looking shaky. One, there was no clear criteria before because I'm going to fast forward this on. So we heard his list. I'm going to go move to the part where I think it's right here. All right. Yeah, we got it right here. All right. So we have it right here. This is the part where the guy Tyson is on. I think it was at 105. Let me bump it up just a tad. I'll just play it from there. It is. I'm sorry. We'll just play it from there. Yeah, attackable punt. It says now you jump from 9 to 1. Yeah, I don't understand it. And that's what I'm saying. You have so many wildly flagrant statements all over the place. I don't know which one to go with. And now we have a new list, and this list absolutely has no criteria. What's wrong with my mic, y'all? Is there something wrong with my mic? Mac Dev said my mic is messed up. Oh, is it echoing? Hold on. Let me fix it real quick. All right, let me know if that's better. Jared says the mic is god awful. Let me know if the mic is better before we keep going, y'all. Everybody says I'm good now. All right, cool. All right. So, all right, we're gonna get to this next portion right here, y'all. We'll get to this next portion right here. And look, y'all, if I've only heard a very small segment of this, I want to hear the full thing out right here. And then as soon as we done reacting to this part, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start bringing people up on the panel, man. We just got to cook on this and we're going to kind of open the panel up. He says, FYF, I want to donate to play a video for me. All right. Well, you got to donate first and you got to tell me what video. You do those things, and as long as it's something that I can play, I got you. I definitely got you. All right, hold
on. Not loafing. Elder is greater than LBJ at controlling the pace. I'm more fluent. All right. Tyson. What's up, Tyson?
How y'all doing, man? What's up, Big Elder, man? Appreciate y'all having me on, man.
Yes,
I was you in your car, right?
No, that wasn't me. I don't podcast and drive. You know what I'm saying? It's dangerous.
Good.
Well, you look like a brother came there one time in his car and he kept cutting out. Y'all favor.
And okay. Yeah, man. Elder, man, the context that you don't provide for LBJ, and then the non-context that you say context that you use for other players is crazy, bro. Like Kobe in his prime, not making, getting first round exits and stuff. It's context to that.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But then you just say Curry beat LeBron. Okay, we all know that. That's a fact. Mm-hmm. But Kobe didn't make the playoffs. If he's this great player, he would have wheeled his team to the playoffs. That crap wouldn't have happened on my watch. Come on, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's just hate. Really, it is. You say you're not a LeBron hater, but that's just simple hate, bro. Not to add no context to what happened in these finals with LeBron James.
Hey, Tyson, I could actually add context, but for LeBron lovers, it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter. Like, let's do a quick little example.
It matters to you, though.
Hold on. You made a statement. I'll show you how it goes. You made a statement. I think you just said something about Kobe which again, I don't know why Kobe's being brought up. You mad about LeBron? Speak on LeBron. But you said Kobe. You said Kobe lost in the first round of the playoff. He got swept in the first round, right?
Yeah.
So someone that will want to context for LeBron will say, well, he got swept in the
That's first of all, no. First of all, and that's another thing. That's another thing I hate about. That's another thing I hate about the context people provide. How?
Hey, why why Elder think he got him in a gotcha moment? That was really a very bad rebuttal. That wasn't no gotcha moment rebuttal. That wasn't a good one. That wasn't one of them moments right there. Y'all see JD face right there. That really wasn't that good. That wasn't that good of a rebuttal to his talking point right there. Because at the end of the day, and this is the point I was trying to make when I was talking to him, at the end of the day, getting to the finals is still greater than losing in the first, second, or conference finals. Getting to there has to be some level of credit given to players that get to the finals. There's got to be some level of context because it takes a ton of winning just to get there. We can't just delete all of the in between and act like if you got eliminated before this round, it don't count in my book. I can't consider it. I can erase it from history. It didn't happen. And I think that's what people tend to do with Kobe Bryant a ton. And that's what people were doing with Hakeem Olajuwon a ton. Is one of the points I brought up. Why don't we keep that same energy with those players?
How is losing in the first round worse than losing in the finals? If you want to say all that winning is matters, that's fine. LeBron got 4 rings.
No. Hold on. I think you got it backwards. You said losing in the. I don't say that losing in the first round's worse. I said getting swept in the finals is worse than getting swept in the first round.
No, you act.
And again, you guys, this is what I say by when people make up fake narratives and fake criteria because it only boosts up players that they like. So let's talk about it. Has LeBron James been swept in the finals? Yes. But again, if you look at the players that he likes, has Kobe Bryant been swept? Kobe Bryant was swept before he even got to the finals. How do you nullify and make that sweep before the finals irrelevant or less relevant than you say getting swept in the finals is worse than getting swept in earlier rounds? That's how you try to make getting swept prior to the finals less relevant than getting swept in the finals. At the end of the day, they're both losses. And losing before you get to the finals is always worse than losing in the finals. At least if I'm in the finals, I got a shot to win it all. If you lose in the first, second, or one of the conference final rounds, you don't have a shot. You're not there. You're not recognized as the best team in the Eastern Conference. You're not recognized as the best team in the Western Conference. You just got beat. I don't understand. And then again, when you create these funny narratives, I see where the narratives are aimed at. You're doing it to protect Kobe or any other players that you like. Because I promise you, he's not counting the times that any other player got swept other than LeBron and Kobe. And what people tend to do is they nitpick. Okay, Kobe and LeBron, well, Kobe got beat here. Kobe got swept by the Dallas Mavericks in 2011, but LeBron lost to the Dallas Mavericks in 2011. Let's just talk about losing in the finals. This is why they only talk about the finals. They only talk about the finals because LeBron has spent half of his career in the finals. I want y'all to really think about that. Like, forget the 6 finals losses. I want y'all to just put that in y'all brain. He's played 20 years in the NBA. Half of that time, he's lived in the NBA Finals. In the NBA Finals. How do you make spending half your career in the NBA Finals seem less impressive? And I think this is what people who have an aim at trying to discredit LeBron James, these are the things that they sit down and they try to fight with in their brains. How can I make 10 finals appearances not seem impressive? How can I make a player who's played 20 years and half of that time he's been in the NBA Finals, how can that be not in? How can I tell people this isn't impressive? I don't know. I think once again, it's still weak logic. And these talking points don't coincide with the winning logic. because you have to do a ton of winning to get to the finals. So it still doesn't jive with this winning narrative that you're pushing.
Like going to the finals and losing is worse than losing in the first or second round, period. Swept or non-swept.
You know why though? Hey Tyson, do you know why though? Once the players get into my room, meaning they're the elite of the elites, the finals is what matters the most to me because that's where you win your chips.
I understand that, but
I don't look at the playoffs like the playoffs don't get you. You got to get past the playoffs and to the finals. I'm talking. Don't forget.
But if you can't even do that, it's not.
Hey Tyson, we can do the like because you might have been the guy that did that because Jordan played 15 years. Somebody sent me that, and he said that out of his 15 years,
he got 6.
He was 6 and 15.
Exactly.
Okay, LeBron is 4 and 20.
If you got LeBron, if you got MJ over LeBron, I'm not gonna hold on.
We have to do the same math.
I agree with you. That's what I'm saying.
Kobe's 5 and 20, right? 5 chips in 20 years.
Yeah, one more ring, and let's add some context to it. Did he not?
And this is one of the points I wanted to get at. Before I get to those points, let me give some shout outs real quick. Salute to King David. Salute to King David in the Cash App coming through. He says, for the video, Kobe or LeBron. I don't know what video that is, or if that's a topic you want us to talk about, we can definitely talk about it. Salute to James in the Cash App, and then salute to One Cool P in the Cash App coming through. Obviously, she wanted to help us by getting the One Cool P donation challenge in today. So salute to One Cool P in the chat, and appreciate you donating to the stream. But again, you guys hear that same terminology that I talked about last week. When you start to say these players aren't in the room, like I said, when you start making these odd generalizations and these odd ways to divide and separate players, who's determining what players in the room other than you? Just because you say a player's not in the room, that means that player's eliminated from certain conversations just because you say so. And this is what we mean by, and this is going to be consistent throughout the night, y'all. Benjamin Button of basketball takes. I've never heard a person's basketball takes regress over such a short period of time, right? Where they were sensible at one point in time to now almost completely illogical and make no sense. And they only look like they're aimed at Laker fan bases like a Weezy Bang. And that's what it's starting to look like. And if J Mark, I want people, look, if that is not a fair critique, please tell me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to unfairly critique him on this. If what I'm saying is an unfair critique, if it's not accurate, y'all let me know and we can have that conversation. Because just a week and a half ago, he said that if LeBron James wins a championship with Russ, he's number 1 all time. Now, all of a sudden, LeBron has dropped to almost outside of his top 10 behind a Steph Curry simply to irritate the LeBron James fan base.
Play with Shaquille O'Neal, another person that should be in your top 15.
Okay.
Right?
What does that mean?
That's context to it.
All players
and didn't even win the Finals MVP.
I don't know one player that I have in this room that we're talking about the elites that didn't play with great players.
I understand that, but he played with an all-time great.
Dirk's not in the room though, bro. Sorry. Dirk's not in the room.
He played with the all-time great. There's a difference between great and all-time great.
Again, though, these are all top 50, top 20, top 75 players. And he played, he played with Shaq. Hold on, no problem. He played with Shaq, but he only played with one. These guys are playing with multiple guys that are perennial all-star and all this kind of stuff. He didn't have, what other Hall of Famer did he play with when he was winning with Shaq? Who else?
Who else was on that team?
It wasn't,
bro. I don't think it was no Hall of Famer, but that's fine.
That's what I'm saying, bro. You got Shaq. Him and Shaq top 10, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
What's LeBron playing with now? People have him and Anthony Davis top 10 play. They got him. Okay,
all time?
Bro.
Hey, James, I just gave you a shout out. Salute to James, though. James Bell. We'll do it again. My bad if you missed it, James. I gave you the shout out. Salute to James Bell in the cash out. Appreciate you coming through, supporting the channel for the second time. Come on, James, man. You can't be forgetting that. But it's definitely salute, man. Definitely appreciate you here watching. And then once again, if King David didn't hear me, salute to King David and One Cool P. Appreciate you coming through on the donation challenge, on the donation stream today. But you know what? This is one point where I don't know where Elder's going with this. I don't know if he's going to take it down a road that makes him lose credibility. But I'm not a firm believer in blaming players based on who they played with. But at the end of the day, I don't blame Kobe for playing with Shaq. But at the end of the day, when you start to dwindle your list down to the top 10 of all time, that's when small things like that matter. And when you say Kobe has 5 championships, but Shaquille O'Neal was the Finals MVP for 3 of them, I think that's when you have to kind of. So if for over half of your championships you're not even looked at as the best player on that team, then how much credit can I give you for them? And then that also brings back the Scottie Pippen element of it. Where's Scottie Pippen in? If you're just giving out credit to top 10 players who won championships, then where's the Scottie Pippen element in this? He has 6 of them. And I think that's when it and when you go back to that logic, just giving Kobe credit for 5 championships, even though he clearly wasn't the best player on 3 of those teams, then where's the credit for Scottie Pippen? Why then knock Scottie Pippen and knock him completely out your top 10, 15, or 20 because he was under Michael Jordan? You're giving Kobe credit even though he was clearly under Shaquille O'Neal for 3 of them things. Where's Scottie Pippen's credit for getting 6 of them under Michael Jordan? And he was still a top 10 player of the 90s. And Jay, I know it sounds repetitive, but at the end of the day, that's where that logic takes you back to. That's the problem. That logic is always going to take you back to the Scottie Pippen conundrum. If you're giving Kobe credit for those 3, then you got to give Scottie Pippen for those 6 as a 1B. Well, however you want to define it, 1B, a start at deferred, however you want to define it, you got to do that. It's not my fault, and it's not me saying it. Look, I don't have Scottie Pippen in my top 10. I'm not that crazy but I also don't have Kobe in my top 10. I'm not that crazy. So, I mean, something consistent has to take place here. But again, poor logic. I'm not surprised, though. No, I'm not surprised.
Oh, again, they top 10 players in the league now, currently.
Who?
LeBron and AD were when they won. Were they not?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
That's what I'm saying. Those
That's
two
not
were
a problem.
Hold on. Those 2 were top 10, top 5.
You moving the goalposts. You moving the goalposts. We went from all time to top 10 now. If you want to go down a list of players that play with top 10 players together on a team and won, we could do that with Kareem and Magic. We could do that with Scotty.
Hold on. I'll do your thing. You want to take away from Kobe.
I'm not taking
it. I don't know we're talking about Kobe. Your problem is with LeBron.
You context bending, bro. All I'm saying is have the same energy.
Hold on. I do.
Right. No, you do not. No, you do not. No,
I do.
You do not.
I mean,
you don't have that energy for Will.
Hold on, Tyson. Hold on, Tyson. Hold on. Okay. JD, you on here with me as the host, right? Do you ever hear me negatively speak, positively speak about the extra players that these guys play with? Like, they just all got to play with superstars, dude. You got to play with talent to win in this league. Okay. But for you would say Kobe playing with Shaq is greater than LeBron playing with D-Wade, playing with Ray Allen, playing with these all teams on one team, playing with Bosh. That's greater. Him playing with Shaq is greater than him playing with all these Hall of Famers.
I'm not saying that. You put
I'm
not saying that. I'm providing content. I'm providing content. And in all those runs, LeBron was clearly the best player on his team. Okay. Yes or no? And Kobe was not.
Again, not clearly, because you will get a lot of people that will argue Anthony Davis was better on this team this last
well,
year.
it's not who Anthony Davis. Okay, that's fine. Okay.
See, here we go again. Bad logic. First, you see, this is where he slipped up at. I think this is where Elder slipped up, because he started to soliloquy off by saying, I don't discredit players for playing with other great talent. He said you need great talent to win in this league. But then he proceeds to explain that Kobe had lesser great talent. I don't know if he's alluding to what Kobe did being more impressive, or LeBron like he talked about LeBron playing with an older Ray Allen or Chris Bosh and D Wade, who seemed to all of a sudden start regressing when he played with LeBron James. I don't know the point he's getting there, but I think this guy Tyson, without knowing it, accidentally made Elder expose that he does use LeBron's teammates and holds that against him. I think he accidentally exposed it. He said he initially didn't, but then he explained how he kind of did take it into consideration. I think it was like an accidental ether himself.
I don't say that.
Well,
I don't say that.
About Chris Bosh and Wade. I don't say that either. But you want to do that, that's fine. But he still won the MVP, and Kobe didn't three times.
No problem, bro. I don't understand. Why is Kobe being brought up?
All I'm saying, you're not keeping the same energy. Then you bring up Wilt, who's got 2 championships.
Hold on, bro.
Out of how many seasons?
13, 14.
13, 14 seasons. He's got 2.
Yeah.
And you don't talk about his losing. He didn't get it done. You don't bring that up.
Wilt, again, I said, first off, on my top 10, he's the one anomaly.
Right.
I said I have one, and I use Wilt. But
I understand that.
because of what Wilt, hold on, nobody has ever gone through what Wilt went through in this league.
Okay.
Nobody has.
I wasn't here for
that's
that.
why
I'm 40 years old, but
you may want to research the stuff that Wilt had to deal like this. I can tell you this right now. Name me the player, right? That's a champion, because I don't want to talk about Russell Westbrook. All right. But name me the player that would show up as the best player in the league to your home games and your own home crowd would cheer for you to lose. Tell me who's been through that.
No, he's been through a lot. But I'm not comparing the two.
Again, that's why Wilt is the one anomaly I have in my top 10, because I also think he's the greatest athlete that's ever walked this earth.
All I'm saying is you didn't add context to why Curry
I
won
didn't tell everybody that.
You didn't add context about Curry and why he won those rings. He also played with a top 5 player and didn't even win MVPs in those championships. That's crazy. And then you want to bring up the 4 and 6, but you almost like discount that he has 4 rings and 4 Finals MVPs and all these defensive players of the years, all these All NBAs, more than a lot of players that you have above him.
Hey, besides my anomaly, you do understand that everybody above him has more rings than him, right?
Yeah, by 1.
Doesn't matter. They got more rings than him.
Okay, but see how you keep that
energy. Regression of basketball takes. So now, as we already exposed last week, when you just lock in and focus on winning, what you then do is that means when you have such a desperate hold on winning, and you're trying to convince us that these championships are above all else. These championships are above all this. So what does LeBron outpace Kobe and Steph in? He outpaces them both in hardware. He outpaces them both in accomplishments and accolades and achievements. He outpaces them in all those things. But as Elder just said, that everybody on my list has more championships than LeBron. His list is just simply focused on having more championships than LeBron. It's not about what the player does as an individual. He talked about Wilt dealing with tough times, his own crowd booing him. Well, yeah, Wilt's own crowd booed him because Elder said do research. His own crowd booed him because of inconsistent effort on a night in and night out basis, right? Because he would overkill when his coach would tell him to pass it more. He would take offense to it, and he would go out and try to get 30 assists, just passing to the point where it would compromise and be a detriment to the team winning games. Wilt himself even admitted these games. This is why his own fan base would boo him, because he did petty things like this. And as you can see, it resulted in only 2 championships and a losing record in the finals. And then you try to say that you have Wilt over LeBron because he's the greatest athlete of all time. But we all know we have never seen an athlete that matches the stature of a LeBron James in NBA history. So then that in of itself is a lie, right? Just because Arnold Schwarzenegger in some video says that he saw Wilt Chamberlain bench press 400 pounds, it doesn't mean you're the greatest athlete. It just means you're strong, but it doesn't mean you're the greatest athlete. I think the greatest athlete that we've seen, and I think we all know, is LeBron James. But again, there's more flaws in the logic, y'all. The logic is extremely flawed, but I think we're starting to see that this top 10 is simply crafted to bump LeBron James down and lift up other players like Kobe Bryant. And then even players that he doesn't necessarily like, he's found a way to put Steph Curry over LeBron, even though that's comical in and of itself. It's crazy, man.
I will give you.
But don't keep it for nobody else.
I will give you the other thing. They got more rings and they lost less.
They got it. They did not lose less.
Who hasn't lost less? Name a player that's in there that hasn't lost less.
What do you mean, for the total season? Or are you just talking about finals?
Finals. That's what we're talking about.
Like I said, don't knock a player for getting past weaker teams and going to the finals, so and then say, he lost in the finals.
What do we do? Okay, you said don't knock. So what do we do with it then? With his 6 losses, what do we do with it?
Say he lost, just like everybody else lost that didn't.
They have to do something. Round. They can't just be losses.
Why not?
They have to count against them. If the 4,
okay, that's fine.
If the 4 is going to help, the 6 have to hurt.
Okay, well,
they have to.
Hey, y'all. So let me ask this question. So for all the other players, and this is where I say the finals logic is only used to go against LeBron James, but it's not necessarily created to go against any other player. Here's the problem with that logic right here. So as long as LeBron James loses before getting to the finals, we can't hold his losses against him. He's punishing LeBron James for being great enough to get to the finals, but when he gets there, for one reason or the other, his team 6 times out of 10 hasn't been able to get the job done. With no context to it, just like the brother Tyson says, there's no context to it because we've seen in some series where LeBron James has been the absolute best player on both teams in almost every statistical category, yet he didn't have the better team and lost. So there's no context to the losses. It's just that hold the loss against them, only the losses in the finals. We don't hold Kobe's losses prior to the finals against them. We don't hold Jordan's losses prior to the finals against them. We don't for all the other players. It's only about and this is where people have actually sat down and really had to think this out. How can I turn a player getting to the NBA finals 10 times into a negative? This is what people actually sit down and ask themselves. A player's played 20 years. He's went to the NBA finals 10 times. He's won 4 of them. 4 championships is a lot in a basketball player's career. But for the sake of elevating my favorite player over LeBron, how can I try to convince people that getting to 10 NBA finals is a bad thing? And it's basically what Elder's doing right now. And basically he said to himself, well, I just need to tell people losing in the finals is bad. Losing before the finals isn't as bad. And we don't necessarily count that. That's what's going on here. And so this is how you diminish Kobe getting ran down by the Phoenix Suns. You don't want to address it or talk about it. This is how you don't address Kobe getting swept by the Dallas Mavericks in 2011. This is how you create narratives where you don't have to talk about those things. Right? And it's not about Kobe not having a good enough team, because in 2011, he had the exact same record as the Dallas Mavericks. They were in home court advantage. But how do we avoid talking about those tough losses, those sweeps? Not just, and we're not talking about a loss. If we go to 2017, we're not talking about a playoff loss or a sweep on Kobe Bryant where he played great and his other guys on his team let him down. We're specifically talking about a sweep in which Kobe Bryant played horribly. 2 closeout games in Dallas after giving up home court advantage. Kobe only scores 17 points, shoots horribly, and looks a bit unmotivated on the court. How do we not talk about that? How do we not hold that against players like Kobe Bryant? By lying to the people, by trying to tell them that getting to the finals and losing is the absolute worst thing a player can do. And in some respects, the Ticket TV fan base, right, the Too Raw for TV fan base, they've had some success in pushing that narrative. But as any basketball player, anybody that's actually played at a competitive level, anybody that's any basketball player will tell you losing is bad in and of itself. But losing in the first or second round and you're not even giving your a team a chance to win it all is absolutely worse. And it's not even close.
If you're going to count the losses, then count them other playoff wins then too. Count them first, second, third round wins too. If you want to count them, the losses, that's not fair, bro. It's just not. It don't make sense. It's illogical to not give a player credit for getting past these rounds and then say, "Oh, he lost in the finals," and that's worse than losing in the first round.
Let me say this for the hearing impaired, like Tony Tyson, my brother here, because I say this and everybody ignore it.
That's wild.
I'm talking about the elites. And once they hold on, let me finish, bro. I'm talking about the elites, and once they get to the dance, I don't know why y'all keep trying to bring other things in like that has importance to me. It don't. The accolade, I didn't bring up accolade because see, all that stuff already gets you to be elite. All your accolades, all that other stuff you do, that's what make you elite. But 100%. Once you're there and you're elite, what separates you?
Only
I'm not going. Hold on. I'm not going back to what you did in the regular season.
I didn't say regular season.
That's accolades. Accolades is regular season.
We were talking about the playoffs, brother.
No, we were talking about the finals. You were talking about the playoffs. And that's the difference.
Okay, so only the finals count. On your finals. If a player loses in the first round, it's all good because he didn't make it to the finals.
I'll say it. Okay, I'll say it one more time.
What?
For the hearing impaired. Once I have you in the elite of the elites, I go to your finals. I go to your finals.
That's it.
Because that's what you play for.
Okay, so discount all the other stuff.
It's irrelevant. You're elite already. You got all the accolades. You got all the awards. You won all the playoffs. You all got all of that.
I understand what you're saying, but that don't make sense to me. If you're elite, then you should be making deep playoff runs.
Hey, let me ask y'all a question then. If it's about, remember, he said you have to get the accolades to get in the door. He said you have to get the accolades to get into the conversation. I want y'all to tell me, what regular season accolades did Kobe get to get him in the conversation? 1 MVP? Is that 1 MVP? Is that what got him in the conversation? I mean, what are we talking about here? What are the true accolades that got him in the door? Because I don't want to hear he made a whole bunch of all NBA teams and a whole bunch of defensive teams. Because when I sat there and told Elder, Pippen made a whole bunch of all NBA teams and defensive teams. You didn't give it much credibility or credit. What are the accolades that got Kobe in the door? If remember these weird rooms that people like that Elder has created, he says he has, what got Kobe in the door? If the regular season, as he just said, with LeBron James, all of the accolades is what got him here. What accolades got Kobe in the door? or even in the same realm close to a LeBron James? That's what I'm trying to ask. And salute to NPR. NPR. Salute, man. Appreciate it. But come on, man. Let's not distract. Let's stay on. Let's just stay locked in. Come on. Just stay locked in. And if you have questions like that, all you got to do is just come on the panel and ask. If you come on the panel and ask, I would love to address them. But I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you coming in, but let's stay locked in. Don't be a Benjamin Button of basketball like Elder. Right? Don't prove to be somebody that's regressing. T Sweezy, and we understand that you're going to say Elder is cooking. Right? There's a ton of bias in your tone. We understand that you're going to say that, even though it's clear that his logic is flawed. Whether you're a LeBron fan, a Kobe fan, a Jordan fan, doesn't matter. His logic is completely flawed, and it doesn't keep the same energy with everyone. Anyone that creates an all-time list where you found a way to put Steph Curry over LeBron, your logic is flawed. Right? Anytime you say that a player with as many accolades and accomplishments as LeBron James, that doesn't matter. You say that doesn't matter. It is just winning in the finals. I mean, come on, man. That's just it's not real basketball talk at that point. It's not even real basketball talk. And you really haven't given a true definition of why you've said these things. T Sweezy says Curry is clear cut better. And salute to you, T Sweezy. All right. If you think that, then like I said, I understand why you say the things that you do say. I can't argue with you if you think that. I can't argue with you if you think that. But if you think that, salute to you. All right. Salute. I mean, I can't argue with you.
Hey, let me ask you this. Do you think LeBron James has more playoff wins than everybody? Does he have more playoff wins than everybody?
I don't know the exact ranking. He got series wins or just games won?
Do you know why? Even if he does, do you know why it would be? It's
why
just because the playoffs have changed throughout the years. They have not been the same for everybody. When some of these guys that were elite, when we look at their playoffs, guess what they had? 1 round, 3-game series, then they into the finals.
Sure, they got to buy in the first round.
No, you played 1 round, and it was only a 3-game series. Then you're automatically in the finals. You have others.
He's just explaining why. He's just explaining why you can't just use finals appearances for players. He basically just said for certain players and throughout NBA history, it was much easier to get to what is called the NBA Finals. That's all he's doing. He's basically explaining the road to get to the finals for LeBron James was much more difficult because he had to play more games and more series, right? Throughout the 80s and the 90s, we saw the first round of the NBA playoffs. You only had to win 3 games to move on. Do you know how many injuries could have potentially been prevented had LeBron played through an era of basketball where the first round you only had to win 3 games? How many games of rest he would have had? How many more additional days of rest? I mean, there's so many things that you can. So basically, what you're saying is LeBron's road to the finals has been harder, which is ultimately another reason why you need to lend just the road to the finals more credibility than you're given. Thank you, Marcus. You ether yourself when you say that. You're just basically saying LeBron James's road has been harder. He's had to play more games to get there. That's harder. Anytime you have to play more games to get somewhere, it's harder. If you're a number 1 seed in the NCAA tournament, why is it easier for you to get to the championship? Because you only got to beat the team 1 time to move on. Win once, move on. That's much easier. Now, there's probably a little bit more pressure each game. At the end of the day, it's still easier to get there.
Others, because you go back to Will Chamberlain and Russell them. That's their era. You have others that when they first started, the first round was only 3 games. The first round were 5 games. LeBron's whole career, 3 rounds, 7-game series. Correct.
Correct.
That's why the playoffs.
Well, what about series wins?
Here's the thing, though. Hold on, bro.
You can do series wins.
Hold on.
Okay, you got it, bro.
Again, you can't go just series wins because some guys only had to play one series to get to the finals.
Okay. He got the most in his era.
Hold on, Tyson. Guess what has been consistent the whole freaking time?
What's that?
When you get to the finals, guess how many games it's always been? Always been 7, brother. Always.
You got it. You
From
go
the start of basketball to the end.
Hey, you can wiggle with the best of them, brother.
I ain't wiggling nothing. I'm telling you the facts. Hey, it's wiggling to you because it don't fit your narrative.
No, but hey, look. When I say he won this, when I say he won that,
hold on. Hey, JD, don't you find this amazing? Hold on. I want y'all to see this dynamic. Really do. I had a list of 10. LeBron is 9, right? Why ain't people in here yelling at me about Larry Bird's placement? Why ain't people in here yelling at me about
I got more. That's just the most egregious.
Why is people not in here yelling at me about Duncan's placement, Kareem's placement,
because it's the most
Wilt's placement?
Again, because it's the most egregious.
I will never get any of them other guys that come in here, their fans, and say something about my placement to them.
I was talking
only LeBron James. And guess what? Hold on. You guys do it. If a person has LeBron James ranked second, you do it. If they got him ranked 15, you do it.
15? Oh yeah.
15 would be great.
15?
I went to the extremes. I'm just saying it doesn't matter.
If he's second, I'm good with it. If he's third,
see, that's what's not true. The reason why people don't agree primarily with Elder's list is because he sets forth a certain criteria for his top 10, but then he creates a top 10 that doesn't live up to that criteria. That's why people challenge that. Right? You truly and honestly don't see too many people contesting a top 10 list where LeBron is 5th, 4th, 3rd, even 6th sometimes. Right? For me, I've told you guys multiple times. I said, if you have LeBron James anywhere in your top 10, I don't care. He belongs in the top 10, right? I truly believe that LeBron James belongs in most people's top 3, not really outside of that. But let's just use top 10 as an example, because being the top 10 in NBA history, that's like less than the 0.0001% in NBA history. You're part of a class that will never be forgotten in NBA history. But I don't think people would give too much pushback on Elder's list if he actually came forward with the criteria he used and he was consistent with it. He was already inconsistent with his winning criteria by throwing Wilt up there. And the only thing you tag along with it is, although Wilt had a losing record in the finals, right? Because his last 30 minutes, he's been talking about finals. Finals is what matters most. Finals is what matters most. If finals is what matters most, then how do you have Wilt anywhere close, right? And Wilt hasn't won to the degree of a LeBron James. And the only thing that you've added to it is that I think Wilt was the greatest athlete of all time. That's why I've shot him and elevated him way ahead of LeBron James. So Wilt could lose more in an era that he previously completely disrespected, because he talked about how they didn't play good competition. He talked about how the best players weren't even playing in the NBA. These are the things that he firmly stood on for years. But then all of a sudden he says that legend of winning, when it really was true to King, convinced him otherwise. Another set of odd logic. And like I said, you can say that Wilt is your anomaly. But again, how do you have anomalies if you have criteria? You utilize criteria so you don't have these odd anomalies that don't go with your criteria. So that tells me right there, he was searching for a player to throw in there just to place above LeBron, just finding ways to bump LeBron James down to 9 or 10. Because again, it's still not consistent. And as this guy is challenging, and I'm about to go ahead and end this reaction. I'm gonna probably play a little bit more, and then I'm gonna drop the link and start allowing you guys to come up so we can cook on this. But as this guy is challenging him, the guy is basically challenging him on, what do you consider winning? When do we give players credit for winning in the first, second, or third? Well, like we've seen LeBron James do some amazing things in the playoffs prior to the finals. We remember the Detroit series. We remember the Orlando Magic battles. We remember the battles with the Celtics. There's a ton of things that helped elevate him that he did before the finals happened. But we're supposed to forget about these things and only consider the finals. And I think the people that only want us to consider the finals, and I'll continuously believe this until proven otherwise, the people that only want us to consider the finals, as far as not what you've done in the finals, not what you've done statistically or as an individual player, just the end result of what your team was able to do versus that team. And this is something that I've heard them talking about on Players' Choice. It's just like, why do y'all expect players to do all of this stuff by themselves as if the other guys on the team don't have any responsibility with regards to winning and losing? I don't understand it. But we'll have an opportunity to talk about these things when I drop the link and people can pull up. So people like T. Sweezy, you can try to come up here and explain this odd narrative. He says J.R. Smith is one of the greatest six man of all time. Dennis Schroeder reigning six man of the year. Shane Battier, a bucket in Houston and Memphis, Mike Miller. Okay, what does that got to do with anything? What are you talking about? J.R. Smith is one of the greatest six men of all time. What does that got to do with anything? Because when I tell you guys that Allen Iverson had a six man of the year in Aaron McKee, y'all still try to tell me that Allen Iverson team only lost because Iverson had a trash team. When I tell y'all they had the six man of the year, it don't matter to y'all. Y'all still say, oh, he was still a bum. When I tell y'all they had the leading rebounder and the defensive player of the year, y'all don't say Iverson had a super team. But when the awards was doled and dished out that year, it kind of looked like they did. Maybe them players didn't score and do things as flashy as the Kobe's, but they were racking up all the awards. They had the MVP, they had the coach of the year, they had the defensive player of the year, they had the league's leading rebounder, they had the six man of the year. So now all of a sudden, when it comes to LeBron James's teammates, the six man of the year now matters. When I sit here and watch you, I want y'all to imagine this, y'all. Imagine if LeBron James played with the defensive player of the year, the six man of the year, the coach of the year, and he was the MVP and lost. People would kill him for that. But when we say that with Allen Iverson, y'all still walk around and say that Philadelphia 76er team was trash and that Iverson carried them there by himself. And they had no chance in the world to beat Kobe. And that's y'all excuse for him losing. Built-in excuses for players like Allen Iverson. This is how I know y'all truly don't care about these BS little narratives y'all try to create about six man of the year. Y'all truly don't believe it, because I've heard everything that y'all say about other players and other teams who have had the six man of the year. When Tony Kukoc won six man of the year for the Chicago Bulls, y'all don't say Tony Kukoc was an added piece that made them this great, unstoppable super team, even though Jordan had the best defensive player in the league, the best coach in the league. Jordan was the MVP. Tony Kukoc was a six man of the year. Yet y'all don't walk around acting like Jordan walked around with a whole bunch of help. Y'all only say he had Scottie Pippen. But now all of a sudden, six man of the year matters. And it's not like these guys were six man of the year with LeBron James. These guys were six man. And Dennis Schroeder, hold on. Did Dennis Schroeder even win it? I thought he was runner up. He might have won it. I can't remember. But at the end of the day, they didn't do these things alongside of LeBron. See, when Jordan played with Tony Kukoc, when Tony Kukoc was six man of the year. Not reigning or previously. Y'all will run around talking about LeBron James playing with Shaquille O'Neal based on what he previously did when he was dominant with Kobe. Like we didn't see what Shaquille O'Neal looked like when he went to the Cavs. Y'all will say LeBron James played with D Wade like we didn't truly see what D Wade looked like towards the tail end of that time in Miami as he was regressing. Y'all just be saying stuff, man. Saying stuff, and again, that goes along with the narrative of just saying stuff to sound right in the moment. But that logic that y'all T. Sweezy, that the logic that he just used, it wouldn't hold water if we started talking about Iverson, some of these other teams. Y'all be the first ones to yell out, oh, they didn't have no help. If having a 6-man of the year candidate makes these teams super or all this all-time great help, man, come on. Y'all just lying to yourself. Stop using arguments that you won't use against Jordan. You don't use it to label Jordan's team as a super team. You don't use it to label Iverson's team as a super team. Don't use it to try to say LeBron James has some super duper team. Because we all know the limitations of these players. Boy. Y'all just be saying stuff, man, T. Sweezy. And I probably should have saved that one for when you was on the panel, T. Sweezy, but you caught a break right there. So now you just dodged a complete bullet from embarrassment when you come on the panel after a few minutes. Let me get back to this video. I'm gonna play a little bit more, then we're gonna drop the link.
I don't agree that LeBron James is the GOAT. I've actually heard people say this. This is what I heard people say.
I didn't say that.
Jordan ranked 1, LeBron ranked 2. And all I hear them doing is arguing for LeBron. And I'm like, well, what about Jordan? You got him over him.
Yeah, Jordan.
Why aren't you arguing for Jordan?
Yeah, Jordan's up there.
Why aren't you arguing for Jordan? You got one dude talking to me, and he's doing the same analogy that you're doing, right? About the Kobe thing. He played with Shaq, right? He tries to go there with this. Kobe had the most dominant guy. Hold on. And we said, bro, time out. You got Kareem as the GOAT. Magic played with Kareem.
Yeah, I didn't do that.
For him.
I try to.
Oh, no. Y'all switching that. Bro, I'm telling you. It's only the people that love LeBron. Where do you have LeBron James, Tyson? Where do you have him?
To me, it's interchangeable. 1 or 2.
Thank you. Case closed.
Right. How was that a case closed?
All the evidence.
Oh, Young Africa, you said he was talking about me right there? I didn't catch it if he was. You're gonna have to explain that to me. I don't feel like rewinding, and I don't want to rewind it and just hear this stuff regurgitated over and over. Like I said, I'm gonna play a little bit more. I'm probably gonna play it like another 30, 45 seconds, and then we're gonna move on. But so let me give a shout out, a salute to Eric in the Cash App. And again, if y'all can put y'all YouTube names in here, because I don't want to say some of y'all government names. I don't know how some people feel about that. So if I only say your first name, that's why. But salute to Eric in the Cash App, man. He said, for the great debate, bro. Appreciate that. And he says you said you got the red hoodie, so I'm assuming he bought some merch as well. So again, salute to Eric as well, man. Definitely appreciate you for coming through, supporting the stream. But let me go ahead and play a little bit more of this so we can drop the link.
Been put forward. That's all I'm saying. All my evidence been put forward.
But that's the overall consensus, brother.
No,
for you to have
only
1 or 2.
Tyson, only in your eyes, bro.
That's not the overall. JD, can you please intervene and tell us that's the overall consensus?
Hey, this ain't my show, bro. I'm just here to have a good time, man.
But I just let them getting away with
this is a one-on-one. I'm not taking sides.
Hold on, time out. It is Ask Elder.
Hey, it's
you, brother. First and foremost, I let you come up and get your piece, which I told you I would. You ain't ask a question though. But I let you come with I can't call that smoke. You still rubbing sticks together. I can do this all day for you, LeBron lovers. I'm telling you. Y'all don't do nothing for me. Because again, you ain't finna change my mind how I feel about LeBron.
Well, somebody changed your mind.
I can tell you this.
You said LeBron changed your mind.
LeBron.
I changed his mind. Remember, this was just last week where Elder said, look, and this is why people attack his logic, y'all. Last week, he said all LeBron needed to do was win one more championship with Russ, and he gonna make him number one. What you mean we not gonna change your mind? Your mind has been changed about 5 or 6 times about LeBron James. His mind has been changed multiple times. Brian Jackson says, get Elder on the show. I've tried to get Elder on the show. He's respectfully refused multiple times. I texted him twice about a debate. I asked him another time. He's refused. And that's because over here, we consistently and aggressively attack bad logic. That is one of the most disingenuous things you can do in a basketball conversation. If you come with intentionally bad logic, we're going to attack it. This is why True to King, remember, he tries to give credit to Lowe. No, Lowe was not the first one to remind him about the greatness of Bill Russell. It was True to King who did it first. Anybody on here who's been on here watching knows it was True to King first. This is something that True to King did months ago. You got to give True to King credit where credit is due. That's where it happened first. Because he called him out on that. He called BS on that weak competition thing way before Legend of Winning did. And he called him out on it. And we clearly saw that Elder struggled with answering some of True to King's questions, and he ducked and dodged until he ended up leaving the conversation. That was the first time. So that tells us right there, you on shaky grounds right there. You're on shaky grounds just with the Russell thing. With the Bill Russell thing. Nobody understood. How did you not have Bill Russell in your top 10? And you're constantly saying out your mouth you got winners in your top 10. And you got winners in your top 10. But then you throw Wilt Chamberlain in there above LeBron James in an era that you don't respect. But now all of a sudden you respect the era because Legend of Winning says so. Ooh-wee. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. We're going to go ahead and cut it right there, man. Again, appreciate y'all listening in today. We about to go ahead and get this link dropped to get you guys in here to cook on this video or any topic, whether you agree or disagree. Everybody's welcome to pull up. And again, when you come on the panel, you need to stay active in the conversation because I'm already under the impression that we're going to have a ton of people trying to come in and out. So again, if you're not actively in the conversation or you just kind of stagnant and you're not chiming in often enough, I might boot you out and bring new people in because we have a lot of people trying to come in and out. And then if I do boot you, even if you are active, don't take offense to it. It's just because I'm trying to get more names in here. And sometimes the conversation is flowing and I don't have time to just randomly stop the conversation just to let you know that I got to drop you down. But I'm going to try to keep people up long enough to get their points across, do all of that stuff. All right. And if nobody's in the backstage asking to come in, we'll allow you guys to stay up and keep cooking. But let me get this link in here. And again, salute for everybody that donated. Salute to Fridge. We got to give a shout out to Fridge as well. Definitely appreciate Fridge, man. He's always in the comments. He's always in the videos, supporting the channel as well. I see T Streets in there. Salute to T Streets. He says, Big Cuz 410, salute. Definitely appreciate you pulling up. Jared Thomas says, I got to cook Elder. Jared. Just similar to Mac Def, Jared. Sometimes you just got to, fall back when it's time to fall back. But link is in the chat, you guys. Link is in the chat, man. Go ahead. It's time to pull up, man. It's time to cook. Salute once again to One Cool P for putting out the donation challenge, man. It's much appreciated, man. It's just encouraging people to donate and support. Also hit the like button as you come and join the video. But again, anything that you guys give, we consider it all gracious donations. And like I say, it goes a long way for all us content creators. Y'all see a ton of creators in the chat. A Weezy Bang, Big Art, True to King, SB Talk Sports. Again, whenever you get an opportunity, man, it's if you could support, whether it's 50 cents, $1, man, I don't think y'all understand how far that goes, especially when you're running 3, 4, 5 hour streams, man. It's a big deal. But let me go ahead and get people up here. We got Bang, we got Herm, we got Young Africa. Salute to Chris pulling back up. We got Mahari on the panel, man. And then we got Blue Boat, man. Blue Boat said he wanted to cook. But let me start with I got to start with Bang. Bang was the first one in tonight, man. Bang, what you got on this? Do you think first, because I said something in the beginning. I blamed you and J-Mar for starting this, man. Is that a correct assessment? Is that where this
I believe it. I believe it is correct, bro, because I'm always exposing a hater, bro. You don't keep that same fucking energy, bro. You come off as a sweet bitch made hater.
Hey, we got to cuss. We can't. We got no cussing.
Oh, my bad, bro. You come off as a sweet hater, bro. You feel me? And that's just what it is. If you don't keep that same energy, bro, like to me, the final.
Bang, hold on, Bang. Let me please. I got to do this because this. I don't know if you know this guy Pootie, but Pootie comes on the panel sometimes, and he always is bringing you up. And I'm like, why don't you ever have a direct conversation with Bang?
Bro. I got fans.
So Pootie, there's a spot open. Click the link. You can have your conversation with Bang right now. You don't have to make weird Like you
Bro.
come on the panel all the time, Pootie. Now is the time to come on. We don't duck and dodge over here at FYF Sports. It's time to confront. If you really have beef with his take, now is the time. Otherwise, if you don't pull up, that I got to tell the mods to go ahead and get you executed up out of here and get you blocked, because that is not representative of FYF Sports, man. Whether you for or against what we say, man. If you've been calling Bang out, he's right here. You got to click the link now, and I'm going to give you about 1 minute. And mods, if he's not on the panel in 1 minute, mods, y'all got all the permission in the world to go ahead and block him, because that's not representative of this channel right here. You can't be running when people are finally here. You can't do that one. But go ahead, Bang. My bad.
Well, it's all good. You know what I'm saying? My panel was always open, bro. If you ain't been up there and been cooked already and smoked on, it's all. Feel me? My thing is this right here, bro. I don't care who people got their goat is, bro. You can have your goat, bro. You feel me? My thing is, don't try to tell him wrong. Don't tell me my opinion wrong when you have to defend your goat. And when I'm prepared to defend what's going on, you ain't got no answers for it. I want to reach out for the goalposts. But you said something earlier. It's me and Jake fault, bro. The video there, the streams are still there, bro. You know what I'm saying? You can see it. It's inconsistency, bro. That's the problem that I have, man. You know what I mean? And then people want to get disrespectful. You feel me? So we get. You can be hard as hell behind a computer keyboard. That don't mean nothing. Cause I'm guaranteeing you niggas ain't tough like they be trying to act, bro. You feel me? So at the end of the day, like I said, you did a good thing pointing out the garbage that be getting spewed out there, and that's due to me and my channel and what I represent. I'm done.
All right, so hold on. There's Pootie right here. Now, Pootie, you've been saying Bang has bad takes. Now's your opportunity to express to him. And if you want the head-to-head debate, now I advise you that you don't do it. But if you want it, we can set it up right now. I advise you not to do it, but you can get it off your chest right now. You can go at any of his takes right now, and he can rebuttal now that he's here. I told you don't talk about him on my panel when he's not here. Now he's here. Now you got all the reins in the world to go ahead and talk. What you got to say to Bang?
All right, bro. I ain't listen. I'm not coming in for no disrespectful things. You know what I'm saying? But look,
It's just basketball talk. Bang is not gonna get emotional about it. Say what you got to say. He just gonna respond. Bang is cool.
Nah, because you know how I just be trolling in the freaking comment section. But look, what I'm trying to figure out is, what's your beef with Kobe, my guy?
No,
look. Let me tell you something, bro.
The bass in the voice.
Mistake. Listen, bro. Listen. Listen. Let me tell you. I don't have a problem with Kobe. Kobe is a legend. I just did a stream the other day saying it's a difference between a legend and a GOAT, bro. It's you Mamba Knights and y'all look coochie be hurt. You feel me? When the facts get put out there. You see what I'm saying? So that be the whole problem. I don't have a problem with Kobe. I don't. So
another thing. All right, you go ahead.
No, go ahead.
All right, and another thing you said was like Jordan is egotistical because a couple days ago there was Michael Jordan Day. How is he? That's the media doing that. That's not him.
Hey, bro, do you know that it's not Jordan doing that?
Once again, I don't know for sure.
Did you have a conversation with Jordan?
He says something.
My opinion was that Jordan had something to do with that. Now what? What's up?
Pootie, man, Pootie, you had so much fervor and energy, man.
Hey, no, it's look, I get it, bro. These dudes be young, man, and you know the power of the keyboard. You feel me? End of the day, bro. Look, Kobe is a legend, bro. Listen to me, shorty.
Pootie, this is how people was doing when Kwame Brown came on with Ticket TV.
Listen, though. Listen. Kobe is a legend, my guy. He a legend, but he ain't no GOAT, bro. And he ain't top 10 because he snitched. I had him 10 at first. Okay, but when I found out he snitched, last year by anti. All right. Once I found out he did
then LeBron snitched on Draymond.
It was over for that nigga. You feel me?
You say that Kobe snitched. You said that Kobe snitched, but didn't LeBron just sell out Kyrie a whole couple months ago?
Bro, I don't know what you talking about with that. At the end of you have to bring
When they
facts for that. This is not look, wait a minute. This is not my show, and there's people up here trying to go about what happened today. Listen, bro, I'm gonna have a pull-up tomorrow. You can meet me over there.
All right, bro.
Booty, will you be there?
Busy tomorrow, but bet.
You feel me? So you know what I mean? Because it ain't that serious. Like I said, Lamont, I appreciate your show, man. Appreciate you shouting me out. Like you said, support all the content creators that ain't hating. You feel me? It's all love, my nigga. I gotta bounce.
All right, bang.
All right.
Hey, can I speak too? I gotta get going too myself.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Mahari.
Yeah, man, because like I'm not disappointed. I'm just like sitting here not surprised because the thing is, Elder has been exposing his true colors for the last few months. It's more of an old man complex syndrome with these guys, especially what I've been seeing with a lot of the old heads too. Because like, bro, you got to stop with this resentment against the new generation. Like, if you don't like what you're seeing in today's basketball, then stop watching it then. Because at the end of the day, LeBron is about to pass Kareem on the all-time scoring list. And the hate for LeBron has been increasing. Now, listen, I'm not no LeBron fan at all. There's a lot of legitimate reasons why I don't like LeBron for what he did in his career, but I'm not going to take away what he did on the basketball court. The man has pretty much accomplished everything. And here's the one thing that really stood out to me was that Elder put Wilt Chamberlain above LeBron because of athleticism. How does that make any level of sense? And you try to call Wilt Chamberlain an anomaly, which despite the fact he's lost multiple NBA finals, lost 2, and then you've got so many of the same old heads that will tell you that Wilt Chamberlain cared more about his stats than winning. That's why they put Bill Russell over Wilt every time, because of the championships. And how can you sit there and disrespect Bill Russell when he's got 11 championships in 13 years? Give me a break, bro. But that's all I gotta say, man. That's all I gotta say, man. But I'm gonna head out and let people come on, man. But I'll talk to you in the back end. Hey, listen, I need to do the debate with Jingle Mister about the Draymond Green and Magic Johnson thing. I'll try to text you, all right?
No, that's me. That's me, Mahari. That's me. That ain't just that's me. But we gonna get that, Mahari. We gonna get.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, was that you? Which one was that?
Yeah, man. It's Young Africa. You know what time it is, Mahari?
Young. Okay. Yeah. That's right. Oh yeah. Listen, man. I thought it was Mingo Justice. My bad.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Hoping it was Mingo Justice. Okay.
I forgot all about it though, bro. But yeah, let's set up. I'll text you Lamont in the syndrome. Yeah, wow. I'll text you Lamont in the back end. All right.
All right, man. Appreciate it. All right, y'all. So we had Mahari. We heard from Bang. We heard a little bit from Pootie. Hey, look, y'all. Let me go ahead and go to Blue Boat, because Blue Boat, he said he wanted to get in on this. He's been waiting. I know he's been watching since the stream started, man. Blue Boat, what you got on this?
Man, I just want to shout out to everybody on the panel, man. Salute to you, Lamar, man. I like the content, you know what I mean? You're doing your thing, man. I appreciate it, man. You're a good listener, man. You're a good listener. You're not like these clowns here on YouTube, man. You know what I mean? You're making the good content. You, LVZ, Weezy, man, you guys are pretty much all the people I listen to, man. So salute to you, bro. That's all I wanted to say. The thing with Elder is, it's like, his biasness has really been showing ever since, because I remember he used to come on Bang's panel when I would listen to some of the stuff that he'd be saying, right? And it's like, the era, he's biased to his era. He's really biased to his era, man. You know what I mean? Like, and there's nothing wrong with that. Me, I came up in the 90s. I mean, I started been watching basketball since 1989, basically 9 years old, okay? But for me, I'm not going to go around and say, just because Wilt Chamberlain only won 2 championships, I'm going to discredit this era. You know what I mean? Me personally, Wilt is in that GOAT conversation, but Elder turns around and puts Wilt in his top 10 over a guy like LeBron because he says LeBron has done too much losing to be considered in a conversation. But yet, you just put Wilt up there when Wilt is not even close to being decorated as LeBron, resume and accolades wise. So then, he defeats his whole argument right there. And then to say Steph Curry is over LeBron because he dominated LeBron in the finals. The one significant, argument, the thing he forgot about that is, what about Kevin Durant? if you're going to use by that logic because he had a better team and that was an all-time great team in this era, why don't you have KD in his top 10? Because Kevin Durant was just responsible for those championships just as much as Steph Curry. So truly a 1A, 1B thing with them dudes. You know what I'm saying? So why isn't Kevin Durant in your top 10? And why is Steph Curry, who just won the Finals MVP last year, over a guy that's been to the Finals 10 times? He's won 4 championships. He's won 4 Finals MVPs. Even in the losses, LeBron was a better player than Steph. Clearly, hands down. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't know, man, what's going on with these guys that have a gripe against LeBron for whatever reason, man. Like,
all right, am I correct? And did he take Tim Duncan out of his top 10 entirely?
No. The most egregious one.
Okay.
The most egregious one. He bigs up Kobe every time, saying Kobe was the driving force on those Lakers teams, but yet he doesn't have Shaq in his top 10. He just dismisses the fact that Shaq was the dominant force in their first 3 championships. And that's nothing against Kobe. Kobe did his thing. Kobe had an argument to be 1A to Shaq towards the end of their run. You know, Kobe was probably another top 5 player around that time. But the dominance Shaq displayed and the dominance he had in those 3 finals, people basically just dismissed that and saying outrageous bull crap like Kobe carried Shaq. And from what I understand, Elder don't even have Shaq in his top 10. But yet he has Kobe number 2. When Kobe don't have the
Hold on, he didn't have Kobe number 2, did he?
No, he has Kobe number 2.
Kobe number 2. Kobe was number 2.
Yeah, he has Kobe at number 2.
Yeah, Kobe number 2.
That's factual.
Yeah. That's
why it doesn't surprise me.
But the most egregious.
Well, that's why the dude kept bringing up Kobe. That's why, right?
Yeah.
That's what made. Yeah. That's what, and then that's another thing that there's. It's hard to understand what your outside of Kobe being your favorite player. What is your criteria?
It's a bias. There's no criteria. There's no criteria when it comes to him, man. You know what I mean? He's biased. It's just biasness in the player he likes. It's not. He doesn't explain what Kobe did in his peak. He doesn't explain what Kobe did in his prime. He doesn't bring up the fact that what things Kobe did to merit that top 2 position. He just goes by the eye test. Oh, he's the second greatest player I've ever seen. That's all. The eye test is like a cop out. It's like a lazy analysis. It's a lazy analysis to critique a player.
Yep.
And then there's a lot of biases to it because, you know, if you don't like LeBron, hey, that's on you. But at the end of the day, you can't move the goalposts because you like one player over the other. I don't even do that. Me personally, I wasn't a fan of Steph Curry. I'm not a fan of Steph Curry all that much, but I got him in my top 15. Right?
Well, Kobe is my 3rd favorite player in NBA history. Like, he's one of my top 3 favorite players I love to watch. And and I have Kobe. He's in my top 10, but he's not in my top 5. I have LeBron at number 2. Like, I can watch both of them and still think that, Kobe's my favorite of all time. I'll always watch a Kobe.
But LeBron is just better. LeBron is an all-around better player.
Yes, and that's
right. And that's what I'm saying, man. And, you know, I'm 40. Like I said, I'm 40. I just turned 43 last week. But I've been watching this game since '89. You know what I mean? I'm not going to sit here and discredit a player because I don't like him and all that stuff. I'm not a fan and such, you know. But thing is, though, he brings up Wilt is an anomaly, right? But Wilt has only won 2 championships, right? 2 championships, and did he win finals? I'm not sure. It's sad.
I think he meant. I think he meant it was anomaly on his list when it comes to winning. That's the anomaly.
That was the anomaly.
Right. But what I'm saying is, you reward Wilt, but he only won 2 times. But then you're punishing LeBron because, for one, the era he played in, and he said he got the most losses in the finals. First of all, that was Jerry West been to the finals more times than LeBron, and he lost like what, 8 of them, right?
And they labeled him Mr. Clutch.
Right,
like
right,
he was labeled
right,
Mr.
exactly.
Clutch, losing 8 NBA finals. Like the
Right,
old heads will
right.
tell you that watch the Lakers will say that it's not his fault that they lost.
Yes,
right,
facts,
right,
facts.
right.
And I can say the
But then
same
they
thing
put
with LeBron outside 2011 and maybe 07.
Hold on, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, I agree there. Chris.
You said, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Bees. Let's go.
Yeah, Bailey.
Yeah, what's up?
You said Jerry West is Mr. Clutch, right?
No, that's just what he was
No,
labeled.
that's what they called him. That's what they called him. That's what they called him.
It's rhetorical, but yeah. So, isn't he considered one of the greatest basketball minds we've seen in GM's positions in basketball?
Yeah, hands down,
and he's
hands
one of the
down,
greatest players of all time as well.
Right.
hands down.
Yeah.
But he just said last week, Kobe ain't a top 10 player of all time.
Who said that?
Jerry West said that.
Really?
Wait, Jerry West said
wait a minute.
Kobe
Jerry
wasn't
said
top
that?
10?
Yeah, he said he wasn't top 5 or top 10.
Huh?
Wait a minute.
What?
When did he say this? When did he say
I'm
this?
telling you.
He said.
When did he say this?
No, he said. No, I don't know when the statement was made, but he basically said, "I understand Kobe doesn't have a top 5 or even top 10 resume, like with regards to accolades, but he says."
Yeah.
I understand why fans put him there.
I wouldn't think Jerry West would say that like that. My fault.
No, he was just basically saying, I understand why fans put him there, because when you watch Kobe play, like you get emotionally connected.
Right.
Yeah.
People are emotional to Kobe. I don't got no disrespect for Kobe or any of his lists. I listen to it, and it's rubbish. Every player that he picked in his top 10, he just didn't keep the same energy. Because if you're being honest and you say these are the elite players and they get in their room, I think you said it earlier, what did Kobe do? What got him in that room?
That's what I asked.
That's what I said too.
So I mean, you can look at all the players and you can judge by the finals. But to get there, all the accolades have to be on the table to get you in the room.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He doesn't belong in the room. And that's why I don't got him in my top 10.
Oh, my God, bro.
And I'm just being frank.
Yeah, and look, y'all, we're not saying...
He's not in my top 5.
Hold on. Look, and then when B says that, y'all, if let's say you do... I don't mind people that have Kobe in their top 10. But what I'm saying is if you set forth some criteria like Elder did... Like when he told the guy, if you were listening, I use accolades to get you in the room. I use regular season and accolades and accomplishments to get you in the room. That's a fair question. It's the same question I asked. I said, well, what are these accolades that got Kobe in the room? What accomplishments? Because he only has the MVP.
Yeah, so I don't care where he puts LeBron. I don't care who he's got number 1. I don't care where. It's his list. So we do have we can't knock his list. It's his list. But when you hold on. What I'm saying is when you lay out your criteria, and then when you start to go through your criteria, your second player don't meet any of the criteria that you supposedly are laying out. It makes your whole list incredible.
Yeah.
My only thing with his criteria, realistically, is he harped on winning in the NBA Finals.
Chris, what was the criteria? That's the number one question because with this new list.
He said it, Lamont. He said it. He used accolades. You have to have the accolades to get in the room. And then once you're in the room, he just judges the NBA Finals.
He just judges the NBA Finals.
Right. But
that is very weird.
So if that's the case, then exactly. Why is Shaq the 3-time Finals MVP? Why did Shaq outperform him on what he labels the NBA Finals?
Use no player he didn't use.
Like that's that's weird.
Don't use a player he didn't use. What you use?
Weird.
No, bro. What you use is the player that he put behind Kobe.
Yeah.
There's no way Kobe Bryant can be in a room of accolades with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. On no planet, at no time, no way, Michael Jordan, Kareem, he can't get in that room with them.
Yeah, those top three.
Can I go?
Those top three are like
that's what I'm
untouchable.
saying.
That's
Attack
fair.
his
That's fair.
argument,
That's fair.
which is that Kobe is in front of Kareem because they in the room together. No, they not in the same room.
No, I got Kareem third, so
yeah. That's fine.
Yeah.
But they not in the same room. That's all I'm saying.
Can I go for a minute? And that's the point that I was trying to make. Like, he has Kobe second, but yet he doesn't go list his accolades and what he accomplishes. All these goes off is by emotion and biasness. What he doesn't explain what makes Kobe better than Kareem. What makes Kobe better than Magic? What makes Kobe better than Duncan? What makes Kobe better than LeBron? You don't explain it.
It's an emotional take because that's his favorite player.
Exactly.
Hold on, let me. I want to make sure I get to everybody. Let me get to Sturdy. He pulled up. I got to get to DJ Herm as well and Mingle before we open it up to everybody. I want to make sure everybody gets their take in before we open it up to the whole panel. Let me go Sturdy first. Sturdy, what you got on this?
I thought the list was interesting. I thought the list was unique. I thought it was inconsistent. I just honestly, when I hear other people's top 10, I just try to understand the consistent criteria. And the order of which he had that list is hard to have a criteria that I can implement to justify each order for each person on that list or estimate position on that list. It's funny. He said all those guys he has ranked ahead of LeBron has more rings. Curry doesn't. He said all those guys that he said why does no other person has a problem with any other placement besides LeBron? Because A, it is the most egregious, and B, there's other aspects of the list like Wilt's position, Kobe's position, Bird's position, Duncan's position, and his justification is inconsistent. The criteria is unclear. Even there's a few minutes he tried to give some context to his top 10. It's still unclear about that. But I think it did its job. I think it's entertaining. I think it's unique. But he slowly discredited himself over time. That's what it is.
Oh, well, I think it's all completely discredited because he just said last week if LeBron wins one championship with Russell Westbrook, he elevates him to number one all time.
And I want to make this clear: you can have your placement wherever you want. Your opinion, but like have some integrity with it. Like be consistent. Have a criteria. Be consistent with it. Even have to be exact to the T, just like ballpark range. Can anyone on this panel justify why he has it that order? Like, why could you think you're like, okay, I can see he has it that order?
He values
all 10
winning,
of those guys.
But he still has Bill Russell. I mean, he has Bill Russell now in his top 5.
For the people that say Steph Curry owns LeBron James in the finals, I don't mind you saying that, but I don't never want to hear you crying about Kevin Durant going to the Golden State Warriors if that's the case. I don't want to hear whenever we bring up Kevin Durant, I don't want you saying he made the weakest move by a superstar. I don't want to hear none of that talk. Because because again, like I say, y'all don't, like I said with the 6 man of the year stuff, nobody keeps that same energy. Y'all talk about how Steph Curry dominated LeBron, which we all know LeBron was in most of those series the best player in the series.
Yes, he was.
So there was no Steph Curry dominating. 2, he had KD, which y'all claim that was the weakest move by a superstar in basketball history. And that's not what just y'all say. We've heard Elder say that as well. He said it's the weakest move by a superstar in NBA history. So what you've done, and when you say that, is you then diminish those championships. So if Elder himself has diminished those championships, how is he then using those same championships to elevate Curry over a player like LeBron when you call KD's move the weakest move by a superstar?
And that's why,
to me,
and that's why
horrible logic.
And that's why I say, by that logic, you might as well move Kevin Durant in your top 10 if you're going to use.
You might as well.
Yeah,
exactly.
You know?
Let me get to Herm. Herm, what you got on this, Herm?
For that Curry and LeBron thing, I know Elder looked at those two in the same light.
for us that they both, what I'm saying, had other superstars on their team for us. Curry had Durant, LeBron had Wade, shit like that. But I think Elder true purpose to me, this is to me. I gotta put my head and basically try to say what I say is what Elder thinking, but I basically think he taking shots at LeBron James fans because he tired of the fan base. That's what my take. That's what my understanding. What I believe is going on in his head that he's tired of the LeBron fan base. So he wants to get a kick out of trolling them or fucking with them. I mean messing with them. Excuse my language. Messing with them like I do. You know what I'm saying? I honestly troll and mess with LeBron fans all the time because I know they'll feel some type of way about certain things I say. So that's where I think Elder's coming from with it because he always had LeBron number 6 all the time. So I was kind of surprised by the list a little bit because he always had LeBron number 6. But I think that's where he going towards it at because he tired of the LeBron fan base, and that's where his attack is coming from. His angle is coming from, in my opinion. That's my thoughts on it.
If your criteria is formulated around targeting a fan base, then how can we consider it credible? Why give so much pushback when people say that ain't credible or this is inconsistent? Well, that's what I'm saying. He should just admit it. Like if this is targeted towards that, just own the fact that it's going to have a whole bunch of inconsistencies in it because it's based out of hate and it's based out of just targeting a fan base that's been agitating you for a minute. If that's what they've actually been doing. Let me get to Mingle. Mingle you heard some of the video. It's hard to predict what Mingle's gonna say, man. Mingle been all over the place sometimes, man. I don't know what he's gonna say. What you got?
Dude, I ain't even saying that.
Shit, I don't blame him. I don't blame me. I do not blame Mingle.
But see, that's Elder's list, man. Elder got so many takes, man. You have to really listen to Elder and really break down what he's saying. Like really listen to him because he say a lot of stuff, and some of the stuff may get passionate, and you miss some stuff, and you forget he said it, and then he come back and say something else, and you like it. You have to listen to what Elder's saying. But as far as his list, oh man, I don't know. Oh crap. I understand him having Jordan at number 1, but all the rest of it, I don't know about the rest of it. The rest of it is just all over the place. I mean, when you got Kareem right where you got him, then you got Kobe where you got him, Magic, and then LeBron where you got him, then it's just all over the place. I don't know who he got where, how. Like you got Steph Curry at number 8 over Larry Bird.
Oh,
like,
yeah, that's
Not talking
see,
about
my
that
thing
one.
is,
Curry at number 8 is crazy.
my thing is, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Curry got the only unanimous MVP. I get all that.
Yeah.
I get that.
He's 10 for me. He's 10.
But at the same time, though, now I don't know about him being at number 8. You still got guys like Akeem Olajuwon. What about Will? Like you got, I'm not Will. What about Shaq? Like you got so many guys like that could be right there in that spot. But I don't know. That's Elder.
But the thing is, like I said, I don't even mind Curry being up there. It's just again, like sometimes, I just want to know what is the logic that landed Curry there? What logic did you use? Because remember, just like people are particular about how they craft out their top 10, people are also particular about how they break your list down. Why is Kobe 2, Curry 8, LeBron 9? I mean, it's just kind of wildly all over the place. And then you throw Wilt in there and say, this is my anomaly, but yet Kobe should be an anomaly at number 2. It's just like, it's just all weird. Like, and there's no consistency or logic in it. There's no flow to it. And again, it's just more and more, the more you look into it, it's just looking like a list that's just tailored towards angering the LeBron fan base. That's it. There's really no other real reason
right.
for
Kobe
it.
should have been like 3 or 4. You're right, Lamont. Like 4 or 3, somewhere right there.
And like for people like SFM that might put Kobe at 1, 2, or 3, I don't necessarily care. But at the end of the day, SFM, we all know what his criteria is, and he gonna tell you, and it's gonna be consistent.
No, nobody knows my criteria. Nobody.
Well, who's your number 1? Who you got at 1?
Stop talking to these people like they you. None of these niggas can fuck with me when it comes to this, bro.
Who's your number 1, SFM?
Number 1 is come on, Mike.
All right, who's your
number 2?
Undisputed.
Mike is the undisputed.
Who's number 2?
Number two, Kareem.
3.
Okay.
Bean.
Okay, so you got Kobe. Like I said, you have Kobe at
4.
1, 2, 3.
4. I got Kobe at 3. I got Tim Duncan at 4. At 5, who the fuck I had 5? I forgot who I had 5. Magic. I had 5. Magic at 5.
Well, what criteria are you using? Is your criteria just kind of all over the place?
No, all around play and everything. It's checking every box. All around play, your skills, your numbers, your impact, and everything you was able to produce. It's all boxes. I got about 10 different boxes you got to check. You feel me?
All right, hold on. We got King David in the Cash App. He says, he said he wanted me to play some video on Kobe and LeBron. I'm trying to find it, King David, but he also says Kobe won 2 championships without Shaq. And I don't know.
They don't ever want to talk about that.
We do talk about it.
I'm saying a certain fan base, but okay.
But what did they missing when they say he won? Like, what are they not saying about his 2 championships?
Hey, because look, I get it. LeBron's been the number 1 option for all of his championships. He has been, but when it comes to the whole Shaq thing, listen, I'm not saying Kobe was a better player than Shaq for those finals, but he was a major piece.
That's true. No, I give you that. Just like Scottie
when
Pippen,
Shaq is averaging 30 and Kobe is averaging 29. Well, when you're just averaging 1 less point than your first
SFM. But SFM, I understand. But remember, SFM. But remember what? If we're going off what Elder said, he said, "I'm only talking about what you did in the finals." So if it's about what Kobe did in the finals, Kobe and Shaq's numbers don't really compare as closely.
It's not.
Because remember, see, SFM, you use all of the playoff rounds, that makes way more sense. It makes way more sense to use all of the playoffs and not reduce it to the finals. But if you reduce just Kobe down to the finals, he's no longer in the conversation.
If we're gonna read off,
you say what? You say when it comes to finals?
If you just, because remember when Elder was talking to the guy, he was like, in my top 10 list, it's the accolades that get you in my top 10, and then it's how you perform in the we're not performing in the finals, is who wins the most and performs, I guess, the best in the finals that gets you adjusted wherever. But if it's about that, then I don't know if it's I don't know what the criteria truly is. I don't know what things he's really using, what things he isn't using.
Well, he must be talking about Kobe the good finals that he did have, like when he was averaging 27 on 50% from the field, 50% from the 3. And
you mean the 2 championships he won without Shaq?
Yeah, or he could be talking about the one he won with Shaq in 2002. He averaged 27 on 50% from the field and 50% from the 3. The year before that, he averaged 25 and 7.
I know, but what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is,
2009 he averaged 32.
But SFM, if I tell you, my criteria is that for you to get in my top 10, you have to have the regular season accolades to get in. Which Shaq has more regular season accolades than Kobe, especially with the MVPs.
No, he don't.
Yes, he do.
That's not one. No, he don't. He have one.
Oh, my bad. I'm talking about the finals MVPs. He got the one MVP. He got the one MVP. But he does have like regular season dominance, but that's not really even an accolade. So they're both neck and neck right there. But
no, Kobe beats him out in accolades, Lamont. It's not even close.
What other accolades? What other accolades?
Okay, first off, when we're going to talk about Finals MVP, we're going to talk about how they're separated by one.
No, not Finals MVP.
Okay. Well, MVP, they both have one MVP. Kobe Bryant has more All-Stars. He has more All-NBA selections, first team, All-NBA selections in total. You feel me? He has more All-NBA first team defensive selections, which he ranked number 1 all time with Michael Jordan, Gary Payton, and Kevin Garnett.
SFM,
so that's not discussion.
Here's again another problem. Here's another problem. Elder's already established that he doesn't consider making the first team and defensive teams as accolades. This is why he told me he doesn't put Pippen in the conversation.
I don't know what Elder are talking about,
Yeah,
bro.
I
That's
don't know.
I don't
I
listen
just
to
want to
Elder, bro.
attack
I don't
Elder's
listen to
logic.
Elder, bro. I don't
Yeah.
listen to Elder, bro. You know how I feel
That's
about
it.
Elder. I don't
I
listen
just
to
want to
Elder, bro.
attack. I
Elder
just want
smart,
to
but come
talk
on.
about Elder's logic because holy
Go
shit,
ahead,
man.
Chris.
Listen, I just want to talk about Elder's logic. I don't care about nothing else. Listen, his logic in terms of for his new criteria for a top 10 is what you do in the NBA Finals. And if we're going to compare what we do in the
You
NBA Finals,
overthinking, Chris.
we all agree that Kobe and Shaq are consensus top 10 players. That if we're going to compare their first 4 NBA Finals when they were playing, Shaq's putting up 36, 16, and 3.
You
Kobe's putting up
overthinking.
22,
you gotta
5,
let him
and
finish,
6.
man.
So if we're only comparing his criteria, and again, I'm not talking about the rest of y'all's criteria. I'm talking about Elder's. Elder's criteria is what you do in the NBA Finals. So in Kobe's first NBA Finals, you got someone like Shaq who's putting up godly numbers. I mean, video game numbers of 36. Like that's his average in those first 4 NBA Finals. I'm like, can we really? I'm like, you're gonna have to reevaluate that top 10 again, because I'm not gonna discount the Kobe Bryant championships for 09 and 10 because clear cut he was number 1. But when we talk about just his criteria for the NBA Finals, we gotta talk about your numbers, what you were doing, and the circumstances for why you lost. And just saying with Shaq, put up some big time numbers when Kobe was first coming into the league.
And I gotta say this, man. Like when we talk about the most ridiculous thing for me, the most disrespectful aspect of Elder's list is LeBron at number 9. That's clearly just straight up disrespectful, right?
Yeah.
And even if you want to talk about the finals, right? The finals performances of
Elder
LeBron
Ben
James.
said he's not putting him top 5 until he gets a thousand rings.
That's all good.
I
But
gotta
if we
let him
talk about
finish,
the
though.
finals, the context of how you go in the finals, when we talk about team, the
Chris
best
wasn't
team
finished.
wins in the finals, right? It's a team accomplishment. But if you want to talk about the performance in the finals, if you want to talk about individuals, now we talk about how did they perform in the finals. It ain't no Larry Bird averaging 15 points and not winning finals MVP and getting a ring. Do we really hold that up to the standard of what we call performing in the finals? No. But LeBron James in all his finals appearances averages 28 points, 10 rebounds, and 8 assists.
Yeah, that's
Almost 2 steals and a block a game. And if you want to talk about in his prime, he was averaging 50, 40, 90 for 8 straight, 50, 40, 70 for 8 straight finals. So you want to talk about performance in the finals, you got to put LeBron literally in your top 3. You might as well put him the GOAT if you want to talk about finals performances. Now, Jordan averages 33, 6 and 6 in the finals, right? But he's taking 26 shot attempts per game in the finals compared to LeBron, who's only taking 22 shot attempts. So you, LeBron James, if you want to go by the finals appearances, let's put it in context, Elder. And when he does the 4 and 6, and what do we do about the 6 and the losses of the 6, right? He's talking about the 6, and then he talks about the numbers like the record itself stands alone as individual performance. Well, Larry Bird didn't even win Finals MVP, averaging 15 points, and he got a ring. And do we hold that
And
as
2 of those
Larry
finals,
Bird
he had 2
won a
8-point
ring?
games.
No,
Gotta let him
he did not.
finish, y'all. Let him
He did
finish,
not.
y'all.
And the difference with LeBron James, he didn't have the luxury of playing under par and his team winning like a Larry Bird, like other guys in the top 10 that he has over LeBron James, like a Steph Curry, who gets to have KD ride for half his championships and win Finals MVP. So the standard is ridiculous. And this list is really dictated around LeBron James and how you have to diminish LeBron James by defining your list as everything LeBron didn't do. When he says, what are we going to do about the 6? How about what are we going to do about the 4 and the greatest comeback in finals history, Elder?
Yeah, you know he long-winded. You know he long-winded, man.
Yeah, but
I
hey,
mean,
hey,
But
at the end of the day,
hold
at the end
on.
of the day, you can
yeah,
cry about his
yeah,
delivery, but
yeah.
I want you to address
man
what
went
he
crazy.
said and stop.
Hey,
Why do
hey,
y'all cry about what he
I
said?
could.
love
Man went
Fine.
crazy.
Let
LeBron.
me
You
address
gotta
it
have
then.
it.
Let me
I
address
will.
it then.
Hold
I
on, go
will.
I
ahead,
want to
I,
Beast.
address it.
hold
But
on. Let me
every
say this
listen,
real quick. Then you
Hold
go,
on, go
Herb.
ahead, Beast. Go ahead,
I
Beast.
will say this. He achieved what he was trying to achieve, right? Because I mean, we all know that so that's his list, but again, it loses credibility. But the problem we're having right now is that we're giving it credibility. We're giving his list credibility. Like his list represents something that we all need to argue about. Hey man, that's his list. Let him have it. Go ahead,
Hey, Bees, I wouldn't even say it's about these narratives are common in the basketball community. It ain't just Elder.
Bro, but
These
here's
common.
Not doing this a problem.
hold on. Here's the problem with what you say.
Yeah, we say this a lot on Radio Sports. But LeBron being 9 and 8.
Hold on, bro. Here's the problem with that, bro. LeBron has a narrative too. They all have narratives. So all of this is about narratives. My point is that you can respect every man's top 10. But when you see a top 10 that don't make sense and that the common person wouldn't agree with, you discredit it. You don't give it energy. When you give it energy, you justify it. Go ahead, huh?
Man, we just got
That's how most NBA players feel like when you say Kobe out of the top 10. That's how most people feel when you say Kobe out of the top 10.
SFM, you got to fix your mic, man. You got a whole bunch of weird noise.
Go ahead, huh?
I'm driving.
But we can't be afraid to just call it how it is. Just call it how it is. Nobody want to call it how it is. We overthink it. End of the day, it was a shot at LeBron James fan base. That's all it was. If y'all can't see that, if y'all want to overcomplicate things and try to break down the list that shouldn't even be broken down, hey, that's on y'all. Y'all want to keep wasting y'all time trying to break down the list if y'all don't see the play. End of the day, that's what it is. It's just a shot at LeBron James fans to get under their skin, to get reactions, and he getting them. He got the reactions out of it. End of the day, it's entertaining. Folks reacting off of it. Let's call it how it is. Let's stop sugarcoating things.
Hold on one second. And to add one more caveat to it, he did it before he break this record. So understand the mind games and how you're being played.
So are you saying, Bees, if when he does break the record, because it's not about if, it's about when he does break it, is that going to be his, maybe that's a new excuse to maybe elevate him back to the original spot of 6 where he had him, as opposed to elevating him from 6 higher where he could have potentially been if you were to give him credit with your previous list?
That's some psychoanalytical stuff right there.
That's possible, but I don't know. Right? That's possible. I don't know, right? Yeah, I mean, if any man ever told me Michael Jordan was the 7th greatest player to ever play basketball, I can't look at that man credible.
Facts.
I won't.
Yeah, that's all I'm on. That's why I was just trying to tell Chris, don't overthink it. Don't even try to make it. Don't even try to understand the list.
I know.
Man, it's bigger than what y'all
Chris,
no reason to
Chris,
do it.
Understand what's about to happen. When he breaks this record, the outpouring of media, the outpouring for him is going to be overwhelming.
Well, I'm kind of seeing it now. Like, I'm seeing it with a couple of Jordan and LeBron polls. Now, I still got MJ as my GOAT, for obvious reasons. But I do know a lot of people are like just chipping away right now, waiting for him to break that record, so I can finally say, yeah, I've always had LeBron as a GOAT. Because let's be real, I did anyone realistically see him passing this record? Because I remember a lot of people legitimately saying that, oh, LeBron's game was going to fall off a cliff. Like, a lot of people were saying that in his mid 30s.
Yeah. hey, everybody know people perceive me as a LeBron hater, but I be reasonable. I always got him in my top 5. I never took him out of my top 5. But John Wick, I'm gonna respond to you because I just feel like, hey, so what? So what? I'm a LeBron hater. I actually like LeBron, but you want to know what makes me hate LeBron? It's fans like you, John Wick. How many times I got to say it? It's fans like you that make me not give LeBron James credit because of fans like you and others.
Hold on, how you know John Wick's LeBron fan?
Okay, see, me and him always argue on Lamont. That's why we always argue.
Lamont. How'd you like the mini shot that Elder gave you talking about?
Yeah, you got to explain that to me.
I know guys that have Michael Jordan the GOAT, but all they do is prop up LeBron and give all the reason why he is the greatest, as opposed to talking about. I think that was a shot at you.
I don't think I ever really give reasons why LeBron is the GOAT. I don't talk about LeBron as
talk about LeBron's greatness more than you do Jordan. I think was his.
Well, that's because LeBron is still playing. Obviously, I mean it's easy. I mean we want to talk about what we're seeing right now. Obviously, the talking points when we see LeBron play to this day, is he gonna make the playoffs? Can he win with Russ? Is AD gonna? I mean, it's just a talking point because LeBron's still playing. That's why that comes up. And I think he just gets a bad rap because of the team as opposed to individual. I think individually we're still seeing something that no other 20-year player is doing. Yeah. I mean, you judge the team. The team in and of itself isn't doing very well right now. And then that's still up to question because we've seen teams turn around right after the All-Star break. Look at the Celtics last year going into the All-Star break, and look what they did after the All-Star break. So, and then they made a run and got to the NBA Finals. So, I mean, this season's not over yet, so I don't want to say it's a completely lost cause, but it's easy to talk about LeBron.
Lamar, can I ask you a question? This team is not the Celtics. This team is not the Celtics.
Speaking of top 10, do you have Shaq in your top 10?
Yeah.
I believe I do. I got to go back and even look at my top 10. I just can't remember.
I don't have Shaq in my top 10.
I'm almost 100% positive I have. I'm almost 100% positive I got Shaq in my top 10.
Herm, your credibility been.
Nah, my credibility ain't been wrong. I just tell the truth about Shaq, man. Yeah, I just don't want to face the facts about dude, man. Y'all just don't want to face the facts about dude. Dude is number 12. I got a number 12 because I already got 5 centers ahead of him, man.
That ain't crazy. That ain't crazy at all.
I got Shaq number 12. So, I mean, I just don't have a top 10. I got 5 centers.
Herb, that's normal, though, because I've seen some people bump Shaq down because of his, especially towards the tail end of his career. I think his career tailed off towards a lot sooner than it should have because of his own. And it also because of one of his weaknesses, that free throw line. Really, I mean, imagine if Shaq actually made free throws. We would be talking about him as the greatest scorer of all time.
If he just shot 70%.
Lamar. Speaking of free throws, did that stop? Did that stop?
I feel like Curry is overrated.
Real quick. Did that stop Shaq from being efficient, Lamar?
No. Shaq was still one of the most efficient player in NBA history.
Is Shaq? Hold on. Is Shaq? Is he remind people is he not one of the top 5 offensive centers of all time? Yeah. Top 3 modern era, correct?
It doesn't knock him down for me, but I can understand where people come from when they say that.
No. Like when people say his tail end, is like people pretend like this dude don't have a 14, 13-year longevity. Like as if like this dude then wasn't dropping 20 and 10 out the gate.
Yeah. Well, damn near 30.
All right, Sturdy, I got a question.
Top 3 peak
yeah,
in modern
era. Yeah, he had another dude on the side of him.
Sturdy, I got a question then, Sturdy.
Yeah, he was
Sturdy,
22
I'm
years
asking
old.
this simple question, though, Sturdy. I'm asking this simple question, Sturdy. Do you believe Shaq should have achieved more than what he achieved as a player?
I believe what Shaq achieved was a top 10 player of all time. I don't do. We could have did that.
Herm, can I ask you a question? Do you got Curry?
I can do that for every player. I can do that for every single player.
Do you got Curry top 10, Herm?
No, I got Curry in my top 15.
Do you got him over Shaq?
No,
he just said he got Shaq at 12.
Hey, Lamont, since the topic. Hey, Lamont, since the topic is criteria, what is your number 1 most important criteria when you talk about old time?
Dominance in your era. My number 1 criteria, especially like when I dwindle it down to the top 10. Well, let's say I have a pool of my top 15 players of all time. I'm going to start. When I get down to that last 5, that could be 1 through 5. It's about dominance in your era. How much did you dominate your 10 to 12 year era of basketball? Because usually most players' prime is around 10 to 12 years of dominance. That's where we judge them. So when I talk about Jordan, I think he dominated his era better and more so than any other player in NBA history. It's not about the championships. He dominated winning wise with the team. He dominated as an individual player offensively. He dominated as a defensive player. I mean, when you look at multiple levels on the basketball, both sides of the floor, winning, regular season, and in the playoffs, the man dominated the entire era. And again, I always tell people, if you take Jordan out of the 90s, you have the absolute worst era of basketball.
How?
There is nothing to talk about in the 90s. This is why I've never seen a finals where you cut away from the finals to watch a car chase.
Penny Hardaway, bro.
That was OJ.
That's even worse. OJ wasn't even
worse.
OJ wasn't even an
Penny,
active
Grant
player.
Hill,
It's not like y'all act like it's Tom Brady. It'd be different if
OJ
Tom
a legend,
Brady,
bro.
Tom Brady runs from the police.
AI and Kobe
Juice a
came out
legend,
after
though.
OJ was not
we
even
don't
an
know.
active player. OJ was a
We don't know.
retired football
We
player.
don't know.
No, but
They
they
cut
was
away.
draft class. It was
Y'all
coming.
cut
Bees, you better tell Lamar Juice was a legend, Bees. You better tell
Hold
him how
on.
much
I'm
they
not
love
saying
Juice.
I know he was a legend, but he was a retired football player. Y'all think they would cut away from the NBA Finals? 5 minutes left. Game is close, and they cut away because Tim Tebow was running from the police.
Why you
Nah,
putting
it's Tom.
Tebow with
Nah,
OJ?
it's Tom Brady.
He was in like
Hey,
2010.
Lamar. I guarantee you this. I guarantee you this. If it's Tom Brady on the chase, they gonna cut that finals game off. They gonna cut it off now. Let it be Tom Brady. They gonna cut it off.
Hey, but you know what, Herm? You know what they gonna do? They gonna have that double box. They gonna make sure the game is playing in the other little small
Hell
box.
no, they might. This is the Celtics versus Warriors. Man, cut that off. Cut that off. Brady going crazy.
You act like the 90s.
Hey, Lamont.
Yeah, what up?
I mean, I just want to say this real quick for everybody. I don't care who y'all got in y'all top five, but I just want to say this. Nobody can never be top five if they ain't been ranked top five more in the NBA for most of their career. Nobody can. If you ain't been ranked top five for, let's say you played 16 years and you was only ranked top 5 for 6 years, like Hakeem Olajuwon, that's like you cannot be ranked no top 5 player of all time. Curry only been ranked a top 5 player in the NBA 4 times, bro. You feel me? He can't be top 10 yet, bro. So y'all cut that out, bro.
I think that's strong criteria right there. But that's a strong piece of criteria that I would consider that relevant if you use that. But it's more credible than how Elders placed Curry over LeBron. But like I said, I just hard for me. Like B said, it's hard to take a list serious where you say there's criteria where it's about winning. And you have Kobe 2, you have Wilt 5, and then LeBron 9. I mean, it's just it's too wildly inconsistent right there.
We gotta kill this.
Hey, hold on.
Hold
on. And the most egregious thing on his list isn't LeBron at 9.
Mm-hmm.
It's Steph Curry at 8.
Yeah.
That's
great. Get Curry out
on the list, bro.
Yeah, those same people that say that, I hope you have Jason Tatum over Giannis because he's also 3-1 in the playoffs against Giannis. So you better hold that same energy.
Elder better kick Curry out that list, bro.
No damn sense.
Hey, look, I don't mind if you put Curry in there, but don't tell me that's you have a certain criteria. His own criteria takes Curry out of his top 10.
He didn't have no Kyrie, no K Love. 2017, he had KD. I mean,
but hold on, but me Elder, remember he said that he doesn't use teammates to diminish a player, but then he proceeded to use his LeBron's teammates to diminish him. So I don't know what the criteria is built on. I don't know if it's built on sound criteria.
Yo, why is Magic Johnson top 5?
What do you mean? Why he's top 5?
I have no idea.
Hold on. What do you mean? Hold on. What do you mean he's top 5?
Okay.
Yeah, he's top 5.
Okay, let me reiterate. Why is he, for some reason, on a consensus top 5 players of all time? I don't.
Okay, because the key thing about him is
he led one of the greatest offensive units probably of all time, and led one of the greatest super teams of all time.
The thing is about him, impact. That's the key thing about him in his career. The impact he had on the floor. That's what put him top 5 and everything that he got off his impact. You feel me? But at the same time, I'd have had the same conversation, but I can't take him out the top 5. I just tried to, but I don't know who I'm gonna. I don't know if I put him in 6, who I'm gonna put in front of him. Like, I'm not putting Bird in front of Magic. I'm sorry.
Starting to look at it this way: who had a better 10-year start to their career than Magic Johnson?
Bill Russell.
No.
I mean, Magic came into the league, delivering the goods in the NBA Finals. I mean,
bro, I never seen, bro.
But nobody ever came into the league out of everybody in the top 10. Nobody ever came into the league in a better situation.
Have you ever seen
nobody?
a player?
In the next season, Magic was injured, and in those playoffs with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, didn't even get out the first round. So,
listen. But no, who came into a better situation than Magic? You got drafted to a team that was just won 60+ games. I don't even know how that happened. You feel me? I don't even know how that happened. How you get a first round pick in the first pick of the draft?
So SFM, exactly. He got drafted to
they already had 60 wins.
The best situation ever.
What the best situation? Then after that, after you win the title, which you get a number one pick, James Worthy. Then boom, who? Don't forget, you had Bob McAdoo, MVP, 2-time scoring champ, coming off the bench, averaging 13-12 a game.
Yeah, Michael.
SFM, hold on. Some people, SFM, hold on. Some people consider competition. SFM, can you describe the Western Conference in the early '80s?
Oh, in the West.
Was that Steve competition?
No.
Hear this stuff.
It was comparable it's comparable to LeBron's East. Like, it wasn't that good.
No, I'm asking because like some people consider competition as part of their criteria. So if that's
that's a part of my criteria. It wasn't shit. I'm gonna be honest, it really wasn't shit.
So SFM, you say you got drafted to the best situation, right?
Right.
He early in his career, he got put some of the weakest competition, correct? And we all know in terms of teammates who played with more collection of talent and won, especially in a 10-year sample size than Magic Johnson. Like, come on, bro.
LeBron, so go ahead.
Oh, he talking about the All-Stars. Yeah, LeBron to play with my All-Stars. That's what he's saying. But
I ain't know LeBron had
if you talking about it, I don't think nobody has been put in a better situation than Magic Johnson ever. No,
I agree.
Nobody. You got drafted to a team that was already.
But I can't use that against Magic though. You still can't use.
I know that's why I still got him top 5. I got him 5. I got him 5. Lamont. But at the same time, I wanted to put Bird. Over Magic because I feel like Bird is just honestly the better individual player. You feel me?
I think Magic had a longer stretch of dominance in the '80s than Bird.
I agree.
You had 2 years more, Lamont. That's it.
That's still longer.
No,
that's comparable. That's relatively the same. That's the point.
No, but the thing is,
small margin.
Bird got more
small margin is always comparable.
Even then, Bird has more accolades and higher peak.
I don't think that the peak you can debate. I don't think Bird has.
Bird has a higher peak. It's not.
No, Bird has a higher peak. I'm not denying that. But if we're comparing what
I don't think
Magic was doing in those 12 years, I mean, he accomplished a lot. I mean, Finals MVP again as a rookie. He gets hurt next season, and the Lakers lose in the first round. He's healthy. They go back and win a championship. He went through the whole tragic Johnson scenario and then came back and went back-to-back. Like, he has a lot on his resume. And for me, like, he is the engine of that team. And I don't think they win as many championships without him.
Is Bird scoring better than Magic Johnson's passing and playmaking?
So
how does he have a higher peak?
Because you only giving Bird.
Because he won 3 MVPs.
Because you only giving Bird scoring. Let's not take away. Bird had more than scoring. His defense and rebounding too. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But he was one of the best rebounders in the league.
I mean, 10 rebounds to 7. I mean, I'm saying the scoring I said because there's more distance between them as scores.
Okay, but this is impact. Who's the better? Okay, Bird was the better scorer, so he impacted the game scoring, but Bird was also the better defender, so he impacted the game on the other side of the floor where Magic didn't. Then when you talk about the other things, intangibles, getting rebounds, Bird was the better rebounder.
Yeah.
So again,
I would say Bird was a better defense. I would say Bird is the better defensive player, but I still think it's close because Magic can defend all 5 positions.
Magic is not a defender at all.
Hold on, to me, Magic Johnson's passing and playmaking skills and facilitating the offense, he's the greatest at. He's the greatest at. When you can average
players ever.
When you can average, because like dude said, he was the point guard of one of the greatest offensive teams. Okay, but when you average 15 assists throughout a playoff run, all the way through a championship run. That's ridiculous, bro. It's never happened before, and it ain't never happened since. I don't think we put enough emphasis on that. That alone, 15 assists is better than 28 points a game. And Bird never averaged 28 points per game in a playoff run.
Like when I hear people compare LeBron James to Magic Johnson as a passer, I'm like, it's not that close. Like Magic, I mean, he's just a level or two higher than people. When people want to compare like the passing gift, like Magic has that hand.
Either way, McDuff, it's not adding up because I don't understand the wide margin between the two. When Bird is clearly the better player.
No, he's not.
Bird has more accolades.
No, he's not the better player. You're not putting no context. You're just talking. When I said the 15 assists, I'm putting context. So put context. Don't just say
he's not the better player.
Don't just say it. Put context.
No, okay, because we already said it.
Because it's impacted player. Part in this. Okay, like this. This player might be able to do more than this other player right here, but these few things that he do is just more impactful to the game. It's more crucial to the game. He might be able to do the same thing he does. He just does it better. Magic just does it better. Yeah, Larry Bird can play make too, but Magic do a whole nother level. And
the only thing Magic did better than Bird was playmaking pass.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was more impactful to the game than what he did, Lamont.
He had a better transition game.
Just them two things that you said was better, was more impactful than what all things he did to the game.
Playmaking and passing alone does not make up for scoring, defense, and rebounding.
But listen, but you act like Magic is averaging 15 points a game or something. No, Magic is averaging between Magic.
Yeah. Tell him.
Bird, trying to compare Bird and Magic as scores is like night and day. It's not close, bro. You cannot convince me Bird.
I didn't say
Magic was close to Bird's level.
Hold on. I didn't say that. But you got look.
That's like me trying to compare Bird's playmaking to Magic's playmaking. Bird's playmaking was good, but it ain't nowhere close to Magic. But what I'm saying is Bird did more things good on a basketball
Bird
court.
Scoring is not more outrageous and have a bigger
Bird scoring alone is not, but Bird scoring, defense, and rebounding usurps what Magic did best, which was pass and playmake.
No, it doesn't. Hold on. Time out. Lamont. How does Bird, as a scorer who's not the best scorer, how does Bird as a shooter, 50, 40, 90, but not the greatest shooter? How is Bird as a rebounder, not the greatest defender, not the greatest? How does hold on. How does all those four elements
He's using the narrative points.
I'm not. I'm trying to put context. What I'm simply saying is that Magic's passing and playmaking overshadows a lot of players' attributes that they are better. That one attribute that Magic has overshadows a complete basketball player. I'll give context to it. When you would look at the numbers, you look at the numbers. He orchestrated the greatest offensive team, one of the greatest offensive teams. Look at the assist numbers, 15 assists. That averages up to at least 30 points, at least, counting no threes. That's 30 points that he's given to his offense. That's more than Larry Bird's 28 per game. That the highest he ever averaged, and he's giving you 24 points. So you mean to tell me a person who's getting 15 assists with 22, 24 points that's impact? What are we talking about?
Yeah,
I don't care about Bird. I don't care about Bird playing some defense, some ragtag help defense. You act like you led the
ragtag help defense. Do you know?
You act like he was the best defender on his team or something. You act like he won the defensive player of the year or something.
Hold on, Pippen didn't even win the defensive player of the year. It don't matter.
Are you comparing?
Great defender.
Bro, we know who's great defenders and who's not. Tim Duncan didn't win no defensive player of the year neither.
And we know Magic was Charles Barkley on the defensive side of the floor.
Barkley can't guard all five positions. What are we talking about?
Magic couldn't guard all five. Just because he was on the defensive.
Y'all got it.
Magic could not guard all five.
Magic didn't guard with Caldwell Jones in the NBA Finals as a rookie, the center. Okay,
I'm sorry.
It's cool. Magic didn't guard all five positions. I got it.
Don't matter.
He didn't win all NBA. He didn't win all NBA honors as a point guard and shooting guard.
That doesn't make you a good defensive player.
So hold on. So Bird is more versatile than Magic Johnson?
Defensively, yes.
Just defensively.
No, he's not.
Player.
Hold on. Time out. Bird is not guarding any. Oh my God! First of all, he's not more versatile than Magic. Magic literally played all 5 positions and guarded all 5 positions. Those are just facts. If you wanted to say it's not, then whatever. Magic did that. He guarded all 5 positions and played all 5 positions.
I think this is just
all NBA as a point guard and shooting guard. Those are facts.
Did he do that in the 1980 finals?
Bro, as much as you're elevating playmaking, that means you got to have John Stockton as the second best point guard of all time, and you damn sure.
I got him in my top 5. People don't even have
no,
John Stockton in their top 5. I got Stockton in my top 5.
Stockton's not in my top 5.
I mean, but it's a difference.
Thank
though.
you.
Like,
I'm consistent with my
playmaking
criteria.
winning, bro.
No, Magic's playmaking was just more flashy than Stockton's.
But it led to winning.
It was more flashy on a better team.
13 though.
Hey,
Like, wow.
I have John Stockton as the 3rd greatest point guard of all time.
It was more flashy on a better team. That's it.
All right, you got it. He wasn't flashy in 91. In 1990 and 91, it was no Showtime, but he sure won league MVP and went to the finals with no flashy ass Showtime, but with no Kareem. But
yeah, but we were talking. No, but this originally started by us.
Two NBA finals.
It originally started by us talking about peak. Peak Bird was better than peak Magic.
I don't think so.
Yes, I agree with that.
Magic got more rings though.
Overall player,
that doesn't have nothing to do with your peak as an individual player.
Larry Bird, a peak Bird won 3 league MVPs. A peak Magic won 3 league MVPs. A peak Bird won two finals MVPs.
90-91 was peak Magic, nigga?
No,
peak Magic is. Did you put me on mute?
No, nigga.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
I still hear your dumb ass.
Hold on. Peak
I
Magic.
still hear your dumb ass.
Hold on. Tell me if I'm sorry if I'm wrong, but I thought peak Magic was from 87 to 91 when he was the best player on his team and the number 1 option.
Nah, 91 was
so
not
hold on. How can you
not
How can you not be at your peak and you won a league MVP in 1990?
Yeah, you just won. Yeah, you just won the league MVP.
Hold on.
Okay, y'all got it, bro. I'm done.
Number 1 that year. Hold on. Number 1 that year. He was not even supposed to get MVP. Charles Barkley.
You got it. I understand.
Number 2, bro. That's not peak Magic, bro.
I understand. You got it.
No one on earth would think 91 is peak Magic. 87 is peak Magic.
So it's only 1 year?
If you want to be specific, I would say from 86 to 88 is peak Magic.
Yeah,
that is oh my God.
Hey, is that
you got
it? Hold on.
It's not ridiculous.
No, that's not Wally. That's not Wally. I gotta text Wally though. I got his number. I need to get Wally.
In 91, he was still good, but he wasn't the same player that he was.
I got a question for Bees though. Bees, I got a question for you, Bees. So when we talk about these all-time greats, why do guys like Steph Curry get more shine than guys like Dr. J, Bees?
Why?
Because
what do you come on, bro? What do you mean, bro?
And on top of that, Bees,
hold on, bro.
And on top of that, Bees, who would you say is a better player? Just straight up.
Dr. J is, but
bro, what the fuck, bro?
Hold on, no cussing. One, let me give a shout out real quick.
My bad, Lamar.
Let me give a shout out to H-Town Black. He hit the Zelle. Not too many of y'all hit the Zelle, but definitely H-Town Black. I got to give you a shout out, man. Appreciate you for donating to the channel. Go ahead, Bees.
Hey, the difference is, bro, is that the media and the way the game is consumed today. A lot of players in that day, you didn't get to see these guys like you get to see guys today. And everybody's era, like it or not, is the best. And during their time, or they latch onto their guy, that's who they got. See, I'm a little weird because I watch Magic, I watch Jordan, I watched them all. But my favorite player was Charles Barkley. You don't hear me trying to put him in no top 25. I mean top 15. I don't do that because he played one side of the ball. But most people latch on to their favorite player, bro, and they try to make them the highest and the best they are. They can't look at something unbiased. If you combine Dr. J's ABA and NBA, bro, it ain't even the discussion. What Dr. J got? 4 chips, and 4 MVPs.
Yeah, but that's the reason. But that's the reason. That's what I was gonna say. That's the reason. But you can't compare it. You can't put it in there.
But my point is that
30,000 points though.
Hold on, bro. This is a dude that you say your GOAT looked up to. You come in here and you tell me Michael Jordan is your GOAT. Well, guess who he was watching play? Guess who the best player in the world was to Michael Jordan? And
Dr.
so
J. That's Dr. J.
our arguments sometimes we leave out some of these dudes because other dudes get shine. I look at LeBron, I look at Michael Jordan, they both media darlings to me. I'm not saying they're not great players all time. I'm saying the media has pushed these two dudes more than any two dudes in NBA history. And
I think they deserve it though.
But that media shapes opinions. It shapes minds.
Mm.
And you have to take that into account.
And so, Bees, well, why do you say that Dr. J is better than Steph Curry? Break that down.
Individually, he's a better basketball player. There ain't nothing to break.
Honestly, it's hard to really explain it to these younger guys because
I agree with you.
Hold on, let me finish. They didn't see Dr. J play. See, we saw him play, so we know the difference between both of the guys. You can sit here and run off 3-pointers and all this. Sure, Stephen Curry had a bigger impact as far as today's game, but as far as an individual player, it's not even fucking close. For y'all to even suggest that he is just mad.
We ain't gonna say it ain't close now. We not gonna say it ain't close now. Don't you ever say
Let me say this.
Is he better than KD?
Hey, yes.
No.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, now I'm interested.
Yes.
Now I'm interested in the
Dr.
conversation.
J is better than KD. That's good. That's a good comparison. Let's do it. That's a good comparison. Let's do it.
No.
Let's do it.
No. It's a conversation.
All I would ask you guys do is to go do your research. Go do your research, and then come back and let's have the conversation.
I've watched the film. Can we have a conversation?
I already did my research.
That's what YouTube is for, to do research.
No, what we're saying, because when he asked if KD is better, Dr. J is not a more skilled basketball player or scorer than KD. He's not.
You've already messed up your argument, bro.
Yep.
Because your argument, now you're saying it's based on skill. But here's what you're missing
That
when
makes
you
you a
say,
better player.
Listen, when you say Dr. J wasn't skilled as much
I didn't
as
say
KD.
that.
Listen.
You did just say that.
No, listen.
No, he said as much as KD.
But go ahead, Bees. Go ahead, Bees.
I'm starting to get upset with you, SFM. Hey, when you make that criteria, Michael Jordan's an 80s, 90s player. There's plenty of players out here today that got more skills to him. They may not be flashy, but when you say the word skills, you got to keep the same injury across the board.
Okay.
There's not just a skills competition.
When we asked who was better, because this is the reason I said that, Bees, is because if we go off career stats, accolades, this, that, and the third, we're gonna put Curry ahead of Dr. J. But when you said Dr. J is a better basketball player, then we erase championships and accolades, and we look at their talent and what they do on the court. When he said KD, Dr. J on the court is not a better basketball player than Kevin Durant.
In your opinion.
Okay.
No, but the thing is,
skills is not a part of my criteria.
No, in your
I'm not talking skills.
It's for sure part of mine.
I'm talking the competition. My thing is, I'm talking the competition.
No, you can't, because
he was playing in an era where the NBA and the ABA talent was split. So
he dominated in both eras.
Players.
And he dominated in both.
They say the ABA was better than the NBA at the time as well. They said
the ABA was a better league, bro.
But I'm still saying
Dr. J was the best player in the ABA.
Abdul-Jabbar, he was in the NBA. Dr. J was in the ABA, so we can agree that for the consensus,
Dr. J was the second best player in the 70s, hands down. That's
they were two of the best players.
I'm just telling you,
and they weren't playing each other.
I got James.
How do y'all feel about LeBron and KD not playing for 5 years?
How do I feel?
We just saw it. We're experiencing now, nigga.
Exactly my point. I'm saying if if Dr. J is in one basketball league, and you got Kareem in the other, and they're arguably two of the best players, they're not playing each other.
Okay,
for a
so
while.
fam, who else was in the ABA? You counting just Kareem in the NBA. Who else was in the ABA?
Shit, off the top of my head, honestly, I could tell you more ABA players than actual NBA players, if I'm being real with you.
Okay, so just name the
George
ABA
Gervin.
players.
If what?
Just name the ABA players.
Should I say George Gervin? Shit, I want to say Rick Barry.
How about that?
No. Don't help him. Don't help him.
No. So Rick Barry, as he said, Artis Gilmore. After that, start to get a little choppy.
Mel
So
Daniels.
that's all you can name. Okay,
Mel
so
Daniels, shout out to
the ABA had better players. The ABA merged with the ABA because the ABA had better players. Dr. J was the best player over in the ABA, and he came to the NBA, and he was just as dominant in the NBA.
Yeah, Dr. J's the second best player in the decade of the 70s, hands down.
Behind Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Correct.
But but you're still saying Curry is better than Dr. J, though. That's what you're saying as a basketball player, right?
Yeah, I got Curry. I got Curry number 10. I got Dr. J 14.
But then it took him getting Moses Malone for them to actually get past.
Outside of accolades, though, MacDev, just Curry is a better
Everybody
basketball
need
player.
help, family.
Dr. J, MacDev.
Because you'll sit here and suggest that Kevin Durant is a better basketball player.
I'm just saying, like, it took a lot still.
So here's my question.
So Kevin Durant could join a 73-9.
All I'm saying is
Warriors
KD
team,
was
and he
facing
went
all the
ranked.
best talent when he got into the league.
Okay,
like there was no separation.
Yeah, okay,
like,
that's
you
fine.
saw-
Nah, that's
you
kind
saw
of
what you
yeah.
So
saw.
let me ask you
No.
this.
And he was still doing his thing.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question. This is for everybody on the panel. When KD joined the Warriors, who was the best player on the team?
Curry.
He was.
It was KD.
No, it was
Curry
KD.
Curry. KD was the best individual player on that team. Curry's impact. Now, if you want to talk, see this. There's two separate things going on here. Curry's impact made him the guy everyone game planned for. But the best individual player on that team was KD. He's been better than Steph. He'll always be better than Steph. Career-wise, he don't match Steph.
No, I don't agree with that. There's two reasons why I don't agree with that.
Do whatever you want. But I tell you what, if you're at the damn park and you don't know nothing about no career, and you see these two dudes start warming up, I guarantee you 99.99 you taking Kevin Durant.
If I see that nigga shooting 30 feet away from the bucket, I'm taking the nigga.
Right or wrong,
yeah, give me him.
That's a fact, Bees. That's a
All
fact.
right,
Hey,
so,
you see a
uh,
7-footer back there?
No, that's not
I
true.
shoot from 30 feet back there.
Go ahead.
Doing everything Curry can do and more, MacDev. Come
Hey,
on, man.
No, Curry beat him. He came back 3-1. Come
This
on.
what fits the argument because they say it's been true in the NBA since the beginning of the time. When the players are equal, you take the bigger player. You don't take the smaller player.
The smaller player.
MacDev, who's the better all-around scorer, Kevin Durant or Stephen Curry?
KD.
Sweet.
But I can make it. But
KD.
Curry is right. Curry is right.
No, but okay,
there.
I don't care about the.
KD can be a better all-around scorer. I give KD the scoring, but who's a better offensive player? It's head and shoulders Steph Curry.
It's KD, bro.
Hold on. No,
Kevin
it's
Durant can
not.
score on all three levels a lot better than Steph Curry.
Exactly.
Hold on. As a scorer, it's to me it's close, but the scoring goes to KD. Efficiency. Hold on. Let me finish. All scoring on all three levels, versatility, whatever.
KD as well.
Scoring it goes to KD, but it's close. When we talk efficiency, it's Steph Curry. When we talk off the ball, it's not close. When we talk about playmaking and passing and running the offense, that's Steph Curry off the top. As an offensive player, Curry is over KD, but as a scorer, yes, KD is a better scorer.
Hey, how does
Curry.
efficiency go to Curry?
I
How?
was gonna say,
Because he averaged 30 while shooting 50, 40, 90. The only player to do that. The only player to do that.
No, he's not the only player to do that.
Yes, he is. Name another player who averaged 30.
Say it again. Say it again. He's the only player to what?
Steph Curry's the only player in history to average 30 points per game while shooting 50, 40, 90.
And KD averaging 32 was 3% off that, and we gonna hit him like he didn't do that. It ain't a big difference.
Correct, but the fact still remains Curry's the only person to do that in history. So efficiency wise, Curry literally had the greatest efficient scoring season of all time.
All right, quick question before you go on.
Actually,
Joker hold on.
But the thing is, in both those seasons, neither one won a championship.
Does anybody know? Elder's top 10 list? I didn't get a chance to hear the top.
It was bad. You finna call it right? Come on, right? Come on.
I just want to hear it, bro.
Let me see if I can remember it. It was 1 Jordan.
Y'all got it.
2 Kobe.
Good shit, Magda.
I started to forget. I just know it started to get loose.
All right, one Jordan, 2 Kobe, 3 Kareem, 4 Magic, 5 Russell, 6 Wilt, 7 Duncan, 8 Curry, 9 LeBron, 10 Bird.
So he got Bill Russell in the top 5, even though he don't respect that era.
Oh, he switched.
No, he said Legend of Winning told him about his hypocrisy, and he learned a little bit, so he switched it up.
I mean, you can change the list. It's all subjective anyway. I don't knock him for the changing the list, but to suggest that Kobe Bryant is the second best player in NBA history is the stupidest fucking shit I ever heard in my damn life.
No, it's not, because he never changed it up.
No, it is.
But look, can I say this about that? That's something that he never changed his mind about,
listen,
though.
Bro, that's his list. Something he can have his list. That's fine. I don't care about his list. I just wanted to hear it because I heard.
Well, I feel like you stupid in a bitch and you mental dead. You got LeBron number 1, so we all entitled to.
I didn't have LeBron James number 1. I got Kareem
all right number 2. If you got him number 2, I don't give a damn.
Okay, so that's your opinion.
All right, that's your opinion too. You have your opinion too. You have your opinion too. Nobody give a fuck about my opinion or your opinion.
Okay, then. So what is you talking for?
Everybody entitled to their opinion. That's what I'm talking for.
I didn't say SFM jump in and be my backup.
All right, I'm just saying he's entitled to his opinion. You brought up Kobe though in number 2 though.
No, because Kobe is not the second best player.
Well, nigga, that's what he said, nigga.
See, every time Kobe Bryant is bought up,
Kevin, let me give you some fun facts. I
don't need no fun facts.
Kevin Durant said Michael Jordan is 1A and Kobe is 1B.
I don't care what Kevin Durant said. Who cares?
Who else? Charles Barkley said that Kobe is the 5th greatest player of all time. Larry Bird has ranked him top 5. Should I carry on?
All right, let it go.
Grant Hill. Khalil been talking too much, bro. Let somebody else talk, bro.
Kobe Bryant fan that I ever seen.
Bro, the nigga Grant Hill that came out and said that Kobe the greatest player of all time. Like, nobody cares, bro. You have ex-NBA players to play with these niggas in their prime that have said this. Everybody's entitled to their opinion.
Hold on.
That's just the facts.
I don't like using players as justification because...
Well, I don't like using fans either.
No, what I'm saying is for every player that you can say you got Kobe, for every player that you can get for Kobe, I can get 2 for LeBron. Like David West just came out and said David West played against both of them. He clearly said it's LeBron. I mean, there's a ton of players. Oscar Robinson. I can go down the list. David Robinson. All these guys played. I can run through a list of tons of players who say LeBron. So just using players.
All right, so I can too. I can too.
I know, but that's the film. But at the end of the day, what I'm saying is that's not even the most credible way to go because then it comes down to how many players can I find to how many players you can find. And at the end of the day, I don't know if you're going to be able to outpace LeBron there because I've just seen too many.
I know. Hey, Lamont, I promise to God, you could go watch a whole 10-minute video. Somebody put a 10-minute video of people ranking Kobe over LeBron.
There's already a web page.
It's video proof.
Hold on.
Fuck a website.
Dude, can he talk? God damn.
There's a web page with like over 379 former players saying that LeBron James is GOAT, and it's literally a web page with their quotes, where they said it, images, pictures, everything, links to it all. And the thing is, if you can't get me that many to just start, I mean, don't show me a 10-minute video with a few people. You're gonna have to outpace
But
them.
can you tell me the what's the name? Because I'm still gonna keep going and tell you more. Like, come on, bro. Like, be
No,
real.
I
This
mean,
don't
I
the way.
to sit here and listen to you.
These people coming in the NBA right now, a lot of these niggas' favorite players used to be Kobe, bro. Like, and all this. But I'm talking
But
about
LeBron
niggas.
James
But listen,
beat their daddy. That's why.
I'm talking about niggas. I'm talking about niggas that played in the era with Kobe and LeBron. And
I know
niggas
that's
that
what I'm
went
talking
against
about
them.
too.
Okay, Kobe gonna wipe him out, bro.
Listen,
Kobe gonna
SFM,
wipe him
Kobe,
out, bro. You
where
know,
do you have?
come on,
Listen,
bro. I done
SFM, where do
seen
you
this,
have
bro.
Kobe at?
Y'all making narratives. I done seen this. I done watched the whole 15-minute fucking video of just wanting to hear people say that
SFM,
Kobe
what
is
do you
over
have?
fucking
What do you
LeBron.
have Kobe?
Video
What do you have
jumped up an
LeBron?
extra 5 minutes now. The
He has
video
Kobe at
jumped up
3.
an extra 5 minutes.
And where you got LeBron?
So Kobe is third to you.
I
SFM.
got
That's
LeBron.
fine, bro.
Like, I got LeBron. Honestly, bro. I can't believe I'm even say this shit. I can't even believe I'm finna even say this shit, bro.
He
finna get disrespect. Go ahead, bro.
No,
Bro,
he
I
said
got
he
the
can't believe
nigga.
it, so
Bro,
apparently
I got the nigga, bro. I got the nigga number 6 or 7, bro.
Okay, so he in the top 10 all time. How many players ever
Duh,
played in the NBA?
I can't take him out the top 10. I'm just gonna go all the way incredible. Like the fuck.
I
How
hope
many
you don't
players?
take the all-time leading scorer out the
SFM. How
Thunder.
many
Fuck.
players played in the NBA's history? How many players do you think? Just a ballpark estimate.
Man, I don't motherfucking know. Shit, 1,000. Shit, I don't know.
3,000.
It's been around
About
3 or
5,000.
4,000. About 5,000. Okay, so
Yeah,
to
about
have
5,000.
him in the less than 1 percentile is incredible. So whoever cares about where you have him in the list, he's still less than 1% of 5,000 players that ever played in the NBA. So for you
Yeah,
to
I
go
got
on
both
every
Kobe and
platform
LeBron
you can
top
get
5.
on, so
I
you
mean,
can
the
go to
1%
every
is top 50.
platform. I mean, that's okay. So even however you want to put it, it's still less than how many players that have played ever. So like, it don't really matter where you put them, bro. Like, it's been thousands of players. Like, a lot of great players were played in this game before. But what he about to do is pass up one of the most coveted fucking records in NBA history, and that's getting the most points ever. Like, you can't take that away from him. You can sit here and talk about longevity. Yo, boy played 20 years, and he didn't come close to this record.
He wasn't.
And that's what Kobe was most
He
known
did
for.
come. He did come close to it.
Listen, 33,000, 34,000, something
He's
like
like
that.
a 33.
Yeah. That year
Okay,
20.
and how many? And how
Yeah,
many
the
points
year
was it?
20. The year 2013. 2013. He was on a trajectory right
I don't
there.
care about trajectory, bro. He
Listen.
played.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
You got,
In year 2013, what he was the 7th. They said he just had at least played 2 more years, bro. 2 more years. So he was in 17. So by his 19th year, if he didn't get the Achilles injury, he would have been
17th.
number one. Yeah. So his 19th year, they said 2 years, bro. He would have became number 1 scorer of all time if he didn't get
Okay,
the
so
fucking Achilles.
this is
So it
how
don't matter.
ridiculous
Oh,
that sounds.
Cleo,
But
Cleo,
Who
he
cares
didn't,
about
though.
who
That's the
cares
thing.
about
Hold on,
trajectory,
Cleo.
bro? That's
I don't know
not
about
But
that.
LeBron James's
nah,
fault. If LeBron James
but it
would have
clearly
listen,
but you said come close,
Hey,
and
y'all,
he surely
look,
did come
we on
close.
Kobe too long, but go ahead,
Hey,
B.
hey,
I don't
hey,
like your
5,000
Cleo,
points away,
Cleo,
bro. That's still a lot of points.
hold on. You know
Yes, it
why?
is. Because how
You know
many
why?
points he got a year in one
Hold on,
season? He
SFM.
got like 2,000 points in one season. How's that not close?
Hold on. You know why that doesn't matter, Cleo? Anything
Go
he
ahead, dude.
said, because when you look at LeBron, you got to remember that LeBron and Kobe both came in the league out of high school, right?
Right.
So they pretty much the same age. LeBron is the youngest player at every 5,000 or 10,000 scoring metrics ever in the league. And it doesn't matter how many games or how many more years Kobe played, LeBron averages 2 full points more than Kobe over his career.
Small margin.
So, no,
That's
it's
not
not.
small margin.
No.
That's a
That's
huge margin.
That's a huge margin when you
That's
start
big.
That's a big
and
margin.
B's
These
and
niggas,
even
this
And
add
so
on to
niggas
that,
small
B's.
margin.
that's
On
why.
Add on
one
to
list, that's a
that.
lot.
I didn't know
Imagine-
2 was a high.
So listen,
This shit
SFM,
is
just
LeBron's
crazy.
top
imagine
5 all time right now.
Let's
This
just
is
imagine
crazy.
if LeBron James shot at least 85% from the free throw line, he would have smoked that fucking record. You forgetting that. This is with him with
It's not my fault that the nigga cut some free throws for most of his career. It's not my
Shit, it
fault.
ain't my fault. He about to pass. He surpassed Kobe by a long shot.
Don't get trapped. So all I'm saying is that again,
You're talking about longevity now.
media narratives. Was Kobe
They
a
both
great
played 20
player?
years. Stop it.
Yes, he was. But the media will
Kobe
have
came off the bench first 3 years.
the media would have you believe that he's hey, if you listen to the media, they'll have you believe that he's one of the greatest scorers, top 5 greatest scorers of all time. And that's simply not true.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
The media disrespects him. What are you talking about?
No.
Who LeBron?
No, the media, bro, the media will have you believe that he is a top 5 scorer of all time.
Yeah.
Who is he?
Not.
Who you talking about?
Kobe.
They don't even
not.
Bro, I'm finna leave the bees. You need to stop,
Hey,
bro.
you
I'm
can
finna
tell me whatever you want,
bees, bro. I just gotta always be prepared for some hating ass bees.
Hold
Tell
on.
me your top 10.
Hold on.
Score?
Who cares? Just let Bees finish. I don't care what he has to say.
All right, I don't know about that.
Too emotional, man.
Oh, hold on.
This nigga said score.
Who's got the highest average ever in the NBA history?
Mike Jordan and Will.
Mike, and then Will, and then who's next?
I want to say KD.
Nah, I think it's Allen Iverson after that. I think it's Allen Iverson is coming up after that.
Allen Iverson is second all time in playoff scoring, 29. All time scoring, he averages 26. That's below Jerry West, Elgin Baylor, KD. Yeah, so KD I think is third. I think Bron is top 5. I'm not sure. I think he's over Elgin and Jerry West still, but Elgin and Jerry West still averaging 27 with no 3-point line.
Yeah, with no 3-pointers. So all I'm trying to say is that when you actually elongate it out, Allen Iverson, how many scoring titles Iverson got?
I don't know. Some of them he shot 39% from the field to win.
No. Kobe's main thing is the Mamba mentality. He's the deadliest scorer, the guy you don't want the ball in his hands.
Yes.
No, you don't want the
ball. You don't want the ball in his hands.
And KD and Allen Iverson got 4 scoring titles on his watch.
Correct.
Okay. Let me respond. Can I respond? No, let me respond. First off, let's go to some Allen Iverson. The years he won his scoring title. I know. Let me finish, Bees. You just Bees. You not finishing nothing, and you just paused. Bees, you just paused. Bees, how the fuck is you gonna try to interrupt me when I'm already in my motherfucking mode? I let you finish, Bees. I'm finna let you go. You're talking about a nigga that was shooting 39% from the field and shit like that. 40%, but y'all niggas try to criticize Kobe for field goal percentage, even though he shot efficient 44.7 compared to a nigga that shot 40%, 39 and 38%.
How the fuck is 44% efficient?
Listen. This is the thing.
What the fuck are you talking about?
This is the thing. What you get? Kobe wasn't competing with nobody for no fucking scoring title. When his scoring titles came into play is when his team needed him to score like that. Where his second best player is third best. His 2 best players in the starting lineup was Kwame Brown and Smush Parker. See, when he wanted to slow that down and he realized what he had to do and he had to do that he risked those numbers to benefit the team when Paul Gasol came, it worked. That's called having a good IQ so it could work. If he wanted to go lead the league in scoring with Shaq, but he only let average one less than a point to Shaq. Well, imagine if he was the first option. He would have been averaging 30. And what's the name in 2002, 2001 when he went like come on, bro. Like be for real. Kobe wasn't worried about no scoring titles, nigga. Like Kobe wasn't even worried about no. Kobe was main thing was winning, nigga. Winning. He likes winning, nigga. He don't give a fuck. He don't give a fuck if he is winning.
Dude,
He don't give a fuck.
Lamar,
He went crazy.
I've never.
I kicked him off.
Why? How you kicked him off?
I kicked him off. Look, and Pootie, I've been begging people. I've been giving too many people passes and everything, but I've been begging people to please stop cuffing. He literally repeated the same cuss word 3 times in a row, man. It's just like
Oh.
I don't ask y'all much on here. I just say don't cuss, and I'm really trying to get the N-word out of it. He was spewing the N-word and cuss words back to back to back. That's why I kicked him. I'm not. He can come back,
Okay.
but at the end of the day, y'all, I'm trying to clean the
I
language
thought you
up.
kicked him because of what he was saying.
No, bro.
It was part of it, Pootie. Don't lie. It was part of it.
No, it's not. I don't
I'm
care
messing
what.
with you.
I don't care.
my man
SFM
went
been
crazy.
saying this stuff for years, man. I don't care.
Yo, that was crazy.
Say years.
You can't be cussing though. I'm trying. Look, I don't like y'all. I don't think y'all realize y'all don't be realizing that they didn't really kill people's demonetization for this stuff, man. It's really. I got so many yellow flags on my lives because of cussing now.
I feel you, my ninja.
Yes, that's what it is.
Facts, my ninja.
YouTube is on.
Hey, quick question for the panel: When
Yes,
did
Kobe's top 5.
44%? When did 44% become a shooting?
That's what I want to know.
So Khalil, the thing is, if you
Look
don't
how
go
you
by field goal
shooting.
percentage, if you go by like effective field goal percentage, Kobe is average. He maintains the efficiency in regular season, postseason. So yeah, he's not.
At 44%.
His
No,
true
so
shooting
40, no,
is
so
high as Tim
so here's the
Duncan
thing. So
in the playoffs.
it's clear. It's like when you judge efficiency, you field goal percentage isn't the best one. That's accuracy. They got something different. They got true shooting percentage and effective field goal. And under
Kobe
those
Bryant.
metrics, Kobe is either average or slightly below average.
Yeah, as in the Kobe argument, you're never going to win efficiency, and it's not. It's not cool. But Kobe be a top 5 scorer. He's not. Come on.
Hold on.
So let me ask you this.
Hold on, I'm gonna give
that's
the
highly
list.
disrespectful.
I
For me, he
just
should be a
pulled
top
up the
5
list,
scorer.
right? I just
Go ahead,
pulled up
dude.
the list. Here's number 1, Michael Jordan, 30.12. Wilt Chamberlain, Elgin Baylor, Kevin Durant, 27.28. LeBron James, 27.22. Jerry West, 27.03.
Wait. Are you talking about better offensive player?
That's
or
points
just
per
better
game. It's
scorer?
points
I'm
per
talking
game.
Pulling
about
up the points per game all time.
Allen Iverson, Bob Pettit, Oscar Robertson, George Gervin, Karl Malone, Kobe Bryant is 12th.
That's a
Not even in the top
12?
10.
So he's not even
Not
in
even
the
in the
top
top
10?
10.
No.
Not even in the top 10.
And so what I'm telling you, when I talk about narratives, right? The narrative would have you believe he's Mr. Clutch.
He is, but okay.
No, he's not.
Pootie, do you ever say anything intelligent on these panels? I never heard you say one intelligent thing yet.
Let me go. The points per.
All I heard was Kobe disrespect all panel long.
No, it's not Kobe. So telling the truth about Kobe Bryant is disrespectful. That's a fact.
You can have your opinion.
He's number 12.
That's fine, but
he's number 12. How is that being disrespectful? He's shooting 44% from the field in 37 games, in 37 finals games. Kobe Bryant shot 50% 4 times in 37 finals games. He shot less than 35%.
Yeah,
he shot less than 35%.
That was on.
He shot less than 30. He shot 35% or less 13 times out of the 37 games. How was that? How was that hate?
Hold on. The thing that's like I said, efficiency. You're not gonna win a debate with that with Kobe.
You have to use
you're just
field goal,
not.
or you have to use the true shooting.
No. Even in the finals, he's below. No. That's what I'm saying. If you I don't know why people separate the finals from the playoffs when they're literally part of the fucking playoffs. But if you do separate the finals from the playoffs, he's below average in the finals.
Fair. Yeah.
And let me ask you, MacDev, let me ask you this. Since you like running off, or Pootie, my bad, MacDev, not you, Pootie. I want to ask you this.
I'm listening.
Why couldn't Kobe Bryant, Shaquille O'Neal, we can all agree, was getting double teamed and triple teamed in a lot of these finals matchups, right?
Yep.
Right. Why couldn't Kobe Bryant shoot over 50% in single coverage?
You have to consider the defense that was being played.
Hey Lamont, you know what really shocked me?
Oh boy.
What really shocked me is that, and this is not a dumb Kobe session, right? But the 3 chips he won with Shaq, he averaged 22 points a game.
Mm-hmm.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
The 3. Listen to what he just said.
Averaging 22.
He averaged 15. He averaged 15 in one of them, 24 in one of them, and 26 in one of them.
Oh, in the finals. Okay, I thought you said okay. Yeah, in the finals. Yeah.
No, Shaq was the best.
No, because Elder said what you do in the finals matter. And so his first
Correct.
3 rings, bro, he averaged 22 points.
Correct.
Shaq was averaging 36.
We are talking about that,
And,
the 1 and B. Get the fuck out of here.
That's with Shaq. If you look at his playoff career average, it's only 25.
Same as his regular season average.
Even if we go back to Game 1 of the 2001 NBA Finals, I mean, let's be real. They should have swept the entire playoffs. But
they did.
I remember.
Can I say this real quick?
No, but Kobe was shooting 7 for 22 and put up 15 points a game in Game 1.
During the championship run, they played 12 series together in total playoffs. Kobe averaged only 25 points per game. Why? Shaq,
what's wrong with only 25?
Hold on. That's not bad. That's not bad. But Shaq nearly averaged 30. He averaged 29.
Shaq averaged 20.
He averaged 29.8 to be exact. Out of the 12 series that they won a championship under, from 2000 to 2002, those 12 series, Kobe Bryant averaged 25.7 points for you, MacDev. Shaq averaged 29.8 points per game on higher efficiency compared to the league.
No, but so my whole
and out of all those series, this for you, MacDev. Kobe outscored Shaq 3 times.
3, yeah.
However, in terms of outperforming Shaq, it was only 1 series. He outperformed Shaq.
Whatever.
What you mean, whatever? That's a fact, bro.
Because it's not one series. Because it's not one series. It's not. No, it's not. I'm not saying that. That's not right when he said outperform
Kobe averaged
Shaq.
35 against Sacramento. A lot of Kobe fans don't want to tell you that Shaq also averaged 33 and 17 rebounds.
Yes, he did.
We're not denying that at all.
No, hold on.
No, Shaq was a beast. Absolutely.
Listen,
I think he was the best
I'm
player.
not finna sit here and argue Kobe is a better player. Kobe was better than Shaq during those runs. What I am simply saying is that it was still 1B. And the reason for that is for the numbers you just said. For the 3 playoff series, Kobe's averaging 25 and Shaq, hold on, Bees. Shaq, I don't think Shaq was averaging he averaged 30 in 2001. I don't think he was averaging 29. I think it was more 27, 28. I have to look that up. But the point is that while Kobe in some series averaged more points in series, outplayed Shaq in crucial games, was the more clutch player, hit game winners while leading the team in assists and steals, being first team all defense, that's not a sidekick. That is a 1B player.
No, it's not a 1B.
That's not a
It's not a 1B. He's just hold on, y'all. It's just a star that had to defer.
Right. And MacDuff.
Just like Pippen, just like the rest of them. They were just stars that had to defer because
I think Kobe was more than
Pippen ain't never outplayed Jordan in those series. That's what I'm simply saying.
Actually, he has.
Hold on.
No,
Pippen
he
has
outplayed one series.
Hold on.
Pippen
For
has
what?
done games. If you're gonna bring up the whole Sky Pippen,
Hold on. No. For what Pippen
games,
was asked to do, Pippen was asked to take on the majority of the defensive assignments. Defensively, he's outperformed Jordan in a ton of games.
Correct.
And
I'm not
matchups.
Everything that y'all saying is right. But what I'm simply saying, what Pippen had to do, Kobe did too. Stop acting like he wasn't the best perimeter defender on the team. Kobe led the league in his team in assists. Pippen led his team in assists. Pippen led his team in steals. Kobe led his team in steals. The difference is
you've messed up this argument, bro, because you're arguing about who's better between Shaq and Kobe. I was simply making the point back still about the criteria and somebody's second greatest player ever. And when you actually go and pull the cover back, you say, wait a minute. He's known for his offense and defensive prowess. And when you pull that cover back, that's why I said he can't get in that room.
Okay.
I'm not making the argument that Kobe's better or this guy's better or that guy's better. I'm simply talking about
Elder's criteria.
That's all I'm talking about.
That's all I'm
I agree. I agree with
I
that.
just didn't like his criteria.
But I agree with that. My thing is look, Shaq deserved those MVP. Shaq was the best player on that team. But when I look at who was the second best player on championship teams, nobody is really coming close to Kobe in what he actually did. Magic comes close. Jerry West and Will Chamberlain but nobody comes close to what Kobe did.
I know you're not mentioning your precious Warriors.
Who?
So Steph and KD didn't do what
No,
Shaq
they didn't.
They didn't.
Number two. Hold on. I'm gonna raise my hand. When Steph Curry, first of all, people say KD was the best player on the Warriors. Okay, well, Steph Curry for the 3 years was there, averaged more
I'm talking
points.
about for duos, McDev. Duos,
No,
McDev. They were putting up equal production and dominance, especially offensively.
Correct, but no, Steph Curry as a duo, Steph Curry did not do what Kobe did. No, it wasn't. It wasn't close. Neither did KD. The number one reason, before I go into scoring, the number one reason is defense. Curry and KD were not Kobe on defense. That's the number one reason. Now, if we want to go to the other side of the ball with the scoring, I think KD averaged 20. KD and Steph Curry averaged 28 points per game in 2017.
Defense of his career when he was on the Warriors.
Hold on,
quick.
Let me finish, Cleo. Real quick. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
So they were not Kobe on the defensive end. On the offensive end in 2017, Curry and KD both averaged 28 points per game. In 2001, Shaq averaged 30. Kobe averaged 29. So no, they were not. No, they still don't clear Kobe as a duo as one A and one B.
I said they did the same shit.
No, and I'm telling you, they didn't, because it's not close. He's averaging more points while being a way better defender. He was first team all defense.
Hey, Khalil.
What up, fam?
But y'all could go ahead.
Khalil, you said that Kobe never averaged what when Shaq was there from the field goal percentage or something, 50%, some shit like that.
I said in the finals, Kobe Bryant played in 37 games, 37 finals appearances, right?
Yeah.
That includes the ones with Shaquille O'Neal. Yeah. He only averaged 50% field goals 4 times out of his 37 games. He shot 35 or less 13 times out of the 37 games. There you go. So, MacDev, quick question for you. You said Kobe was a 1B. How many MVPs did Shaquille O'Neal win?
He won.
With Kobe on the team.
He won all 3. He won.
How many regular
season
MVPs did Shaquille O'Neal with Kobe on the team?
One. He won one.
Just one. Okay. How many did Kobe win with Shaq on the team?
None.
How many finals MVPs
none.
did Kobe win?
He wasn't going against Shaq.
Cool.
Him and Shaq was on the same.
Thank you,
hey,
man.
Let me say this real quick. I hate when people like this that got hating Kobe hard. They try to make this like it's Kobe versus Shaq. They are on the same team. They are they are not known. They are known as the greatest dynamic duo. See what MacDuff was telling y'all. Is you're not gonna go down the line of second options and find too many other niggas that's averaging 35, 9, and 4 as a second option in the second round, and then go on to the next round to average 33, 7, and 7 on 51% in that next round. So you're not gonna find a second option.
But SFM, here's the problem with all that. SFM, we know all of the thing is you don't have to convince us. No, I'm saying you don't have to convince us.
Lamont, why do you have to always cut me off when you trying to save a nigga?
Because you ran in about numbers that
we're not. You ain't doing shit.
Hold
on. Listen, SFM. I'm trying to tell you that. Look, we're not here to tear down. We understand those numbers that you just ran off. We know that that's great.
Yeah,
the problem with that is you need to go tell that to Elder, because he's the one that said those things that don't happen within the finals are not as great. When you tell us that he averaged certain numbers during playoff rounds, that's all irrelevant according to his criteria, because that's what this live was about. His criteria, according to his criteria, that those numbers are all irrelevant.
Bro, where can I go find this?
And Lamont, Elder said he'll rather lose in the first, get swept in the first round, or rather than the finals. And he's like, LeBron got swept twice in the finals. Kareem got swept twice in the finals.
Thank you.
Who else got swept in the finals? Shaq got swept in the finals. Magic got swept twice in the finals. His criteria is just all messed up, bro.
Exactly.
His word is bond.
It's called hate.
And SFM, Lamont wasn't saving me from anything, bro. Like I told you on the last panel that I was on with you, I met Kobe Bryant a couple of times. He was a really solid dude overall, from what I can remember. And he was one of the best players in NBA history. Nobody is sitting up here dumb enough to say that he's not. But y'all take it to a whole new extreme because when it comes to other players like a LeBron James, y'all never put in context the reason why he lost his games. But y'all will sit here and go into full detail and do Dow Sim reaches.
Man, I got a bunch of notes from my context of context.
To
Hold on.
explain why Kobe Bryant was a 1B and why he lost his final. Kobe Bryant is on record saying out his own mouth with the interview with Shaquille O'Neal that he was the cause of that 0-4 collapse against the Detroit Pistons. Or whichever year it was.
Yeah, you know what that and that's
People
a
like
leader.
you, hold on, let me finish. But people like you would sit here and make excuses that Kobe Bryant didn't even make himself.
Have I ever
That's
made
the
an
problem.
excuse for? Listen, let me answer. Let me say this. Let me say this. Nobody has ever heard me try to
Yeah,
make
they
up
did.
excuse for
Yeah, they
2004
did. Yes, you have.
finals.
Yeah,
But
they
let me
did.
say this. But let me say this real quick. Him saying that shows his leadership. He's not making no excuses for himself. I fucked up. Basically, what he's telling you, I fucked up. You feel me? And what
Watch your
he
mouth,
did,
bro.
yeah.
You
Like
get the bug for that?
what more do you want him to say? He said he fucked up. He said he fucked up.
Hey, Lamont, can I say something?
Bro, he
real
going
quick?
crazy for no reason. He gotta stop, man.
Can I say something right quick, Lamont?
Somebody get their
Come
man.
on, why
Stop
you keep
playing.
doing that to yourself, bro?
Yo, that was crazy.
Come on now, you too
start
smart.
talking about Kobe.
I don't know. That's the second time, man. SFM, no cussing.
Yeah.
And then he
Stop
repeats.
cussing, bro. Smoking that Bammer Reggie weed out there, man.
My man,
Lamont, may I say something? Lamont, can I say something right quick? This is some serious stuff.
Yo,
And I'm
what's
gonna
good,
get off real
CEO?
quick.
What's good? What's good, CEO?
And I'm gonna get off real quick. SFM,
Yeah.
brother, I want you to get some help, man. No, I'm not joking. I'm not trying to be funny. You got anger issues, family. You got anger. No, I'm talking about from one black man to another. You got a lot of anger issues, brother. I see a lot of your tone and the way you say things. You got anger issues. I'm not BSing, bro. I want you to get some help, man. If you want to pull my coat off this panel, then I'll give you my phone number. I'm talking square business, man. No
He
joke.
ain't gonna do that, man, because Kobe Bryant is near and dear to him.
No, this is past Kobe. I can see the anger in his voice. He got other things going on. You ain't alone, brother. Understand? That's
Maybe
what
give him his number in the back.
I'll leave it in the
back
chat. Peace out.
Yeah, we'll
You better
slide
hope it start with.
Good looking, fam.
Hey, fam, you better hope it start with 824.
Nah, Lamont, the only thing I debate is Kobe should be top 5 on everybody's list, and I can debate Curry top 10.
I don't knock though. I mean, I agree. I agree. Steph Curry has top 10 consideration. I agree. Kobe has an argument to be in the top 10.
Yeah.
I personally don't have
top
him there.
5. Like if I give Jordan, LeBron, Kareem the 3 spots.
No, but
right there.
Mac,
4 and 5, bro. You can't tell me Kobe is not one of those spots.
The reason why I give it a bigger range. I give it a bigger range of like with Kobe, I give him a bigger range from 1 to 15 because there's so many preferences that fans like to see that with Kobe, you're going to see wild variations of where he's might rank. It's not consistent like with Jordan and them. You're going to see Kobe at 1, 2, or 3. Then other times, because people prefer certain other things, then you see Kobe at from 10 to 20. So I say there's just a range for Kobe that I think he belongs in. I understand that not his style of play isn't favorable to everybody. Some people might prefer Tim Duncan. Some people might prefer Kobe in the aggressive style. So again, because of that, I just think there's a range for him. If you're a fan of his and you prefer that and you have him higher, I don't really want to kill you for it. I understand why. And just like Jerry West said, when you're watching Kobe play, I mean, it's a lot of emotion connected to how you play because he loved the game so much.
The reason why I don't have him in my top 5,
I think some of his accolades and what he did, I mean, he's comparable to everybody that's whoever y'all got in top 5 in front of him.
No,
based on all y'all criteria, whatever y'all criteria is, Kobe is top 5 based on your criteria.
No, he's not, because one of the main ingredients. Listen, Mac Def, the main ingredient you leaving out of this top 5 debate is the fact that Kobe Bryant wasn't the face of the NBA or considered the best player for a long stretch.
Wait,
just wasn't.
Wait, he wasn't the face of the NBA? Really?
I'm saying Kobe Bryant.
Kobe's decade.
Really?
No, it was Tim Duncan.
06,
It was
everybody
Tim
had him
Duncan.
consensus best player.
It was
06.
It was Kobe
Everybody.
and Tim Duncan because Kobe and Tim Duncan was winning the rings out of
No,
that.
in
out of that
2006, I remember the polls on ESPN. Kobe Bryant was ranked number 1. I remember.
They had a number 1 when
Even
you missed the playoffs that year?
No, 906. 906. 05, no.
05, he missed the playoffs.
But in 06, he was the best player. I remember even one year.
I
during
never
that
said
tenure,
he wasn't the best player. I said that he wasn't the best player
face?
for an extended period of time.
No,
How
but you
many
said he
years
wasn't
did he
the face.
reign as the best player in the NBA?
Let's see.
I want to say at least 4 years.
2005.
At least 4 years.
Nah.
Maybe
If you just
3.
want to say,
Maybe
undisputed, I would say, well, my,
Hold
on, what number are you gonna say?
06 to 2011.
Undisputed was 09 and 10.
Okay, but
no,
SFM,
06 to 2011.
SFM, did you just say?
not
Did
the
you
best
just say you have to be the undisputed best player for more than 6 years?
No, what the fuck? No, what the fuck?
He said top 5. He said top 5 player.
Don't make that mistake.
Top 5 player.
Nah.
He said top 5 player. But
I say you gotta be. No, I say you have to be, bro. If you gonna be ranked top 5 or top 10, y'all gonna have, bro. At least, bro, check if these dudes was top 5, ranked top 5 for most of their career, bro. Niggas like Hakeem and Curry that wasn't ranked top 5 for most of their career, they shouldn't be being talked about being a top 5 NBA player of all time. Like
None of those two guys are in nobody's top 5 on this.
Nah, some people would have Hakeem 5, bro.
That's some.
I've heard 10.
I love
that
I'm
people.
5.
You have some dudes that love Hakeem, bro. Real talk, that love.
I agree with
Hakeem
you. I know a
Olajuwon,
lot of people
top 5.
that have Hakeem.
And neither
over
is
Shaq.
Curry.
Yeah, but Hakeem Olajuwon
and
is
Curry
not a top 5 player.
and then Curry fans, they a motherfucker. You know they.
Curry is definitely not top
my
5.
bad, Lamont.
Curry's not top 5. Wait,
There you go.
Lamont.
Can't control it.
Lamont.
Lamont got his hand on that button, boy.
My bad, Lamont.
His hand on that button.
Man, yeah. Hey man, I'm fair play too.
Yo, don't get kicked out again, man.
I'm fair play
Let's
too.
only happened twice.
A little bit.
I'm fair play 2K, man.
I think 3 strikes.
Nah, like at best.
Hey, Mac Duff, man. Hey, man, add me on 2K.
Hey, I got something.
Nah, watch
this.
Kobe had at most.
I'm on PlayStation 5.
Here, put your tag in the back chat.
Oh, you got money.
Hey, I got a way to get you out of here, SFM. You got kicked out more times than Kobe won MVPs. Go ahead and cuss me out.
Oh my.
Yeah,
go ahead and cuss me out, bro.
He didn't deserve 06.
I just put it in the back. I just put it in the private chat.
No, dead ass.
I'm gonna ask you. I get what you on 2K.
Yeah, facts, Sam.
Kobe an all-time great, man. Ain't nobody hating on Kobe. And Kobe's an all-time great, bro. That's a fact. You can't dispute Kobe as one of the best players in NBA history. You just can't dispute it. Like the man was incredible on both sides of the ball. Ain't nobody sitting up here bashing Kobe Bryant, bro. See, y'all confuse facts with bashing him. It's a fact. Everything everybody said about him on the panel. If you take it as disrespect, then that's something wrong with you.
Yeah. Listen, LeBron is top 5 all time. No, nobody denying that. Love or hate him. Love or hate him.
I mean, whichever way you slice it, man. Like however you got him. Like,
Magic's
ain't
not
nobody
top 5.
hating on Kobe Bean, man. That dude was incredible, man.
I believe there was a time when Magic was top 5. I just think too many new players have been introduced to the fold that have bumped them down.
I think Kevin Durant better than Bird, bro.
Like, I mean, if I'm being honest, I don't know if I could honestly put Magic over Tim Duncan.
I
don't have Magic over Tim Duncan. I got Tim Duncan over Magic.
My top five is
Tim Duncan over
Kareem,
Bird.
Jordan, LeBron, Bill Russell, Tim Duncan. That's my top 5. Now you got players. You got players in this era like a Luka, like Steph Curry, like Giannis. That bottom half of the top 10, that shit a lot of them dudes getting wiped up out of there, man. You got to make room. Like, don't get me wrong, bro. Like Larry Bird and Magic Johnson, I got them in my top 10 right now because of what they did for the NBA. And then they played on 2 of the more storied franchises in sports. But I'm not gonna sit here and cap. Only a 13-year career isn't enough for me to hold on to them while guys like Giannis is doing what he doing and people like Luka
Yeah, that
doing what he
makes
doing
sense. That
and
makes
Curry
sense.
doing what he doing. I can't hold on to that nostalgia for too long before I gotta eliminate one of these dudes out of this top 10. I'm just not one of them biased ass people like that. I can't do it. So one of them dudes, a lot of these dudes don't get ushered up out of there. If people got Curry in their top 10 right now, I can't even get mad at that because Curry has done so much for the NBA, and it's beyond just his 3-point shooting. You go around this entire country, you're gonna see people replicating Stephen Curry because you got to look at it. LeBron is 6'9", 270. It ain't too many people built like that. It's more people built like Stephen Curry, so they gonna relate to that style of game more because they built like him. He's what, 6'4"-ish, 6'3", 6'4"-ish, somewhere in that area, like scrawny. So you got more people that can fit that mold. So you got people. He inspired a lot of fucking shit, man. So like, if you got him in your top 10, bro, I can't get mad at you. I don't have him in mind personally right now because he ain't done playing. But at some point, people like Magic Johnson and all them, they just got to go. They got to go, man. They'll still be in the top 20. They just ain't going to be in the top 10. It's that simple.
You don't think top 10 player?
What you say, Pootie?
I said you don't think Magic Johnson is a top 10 player?
Yeah, no, I got him and Bird at. I got Bird number 6, and I got Magic 7. Now, a lot of people may disagree with that area, but I think Larry Bird is a better player overall. He a better rebounder. He not as good, but he close and facilitating, and he a better scorer, better jump shooter, better defender. He was just an overall better player than Magic Johnson. So yeah, I got him ahead of Magic on my top 10 list.
Magic had the luxury. Magic had the luxury of playing with arguably the greatest player of all time.
How much does championships play a factor in your top 10 list?
Somewhat.
They count, but they're not the end all be all.
Definitely counts.
They play a factor. Depending what he did. It depends what he did in the finals.
Like dust on the couch. That shit
it depends what he did.
It's the worst. It's the worst metric you use with the top 10.
No, it's not. It depends what he did.
No, you got value to it.
Because if you're being consistent and you don't start with Bill Russell, you're uncredible. If you value championships and you do not start with Bill Russell, you become uncredible. So I would say championships, they do matter, but they don't matter as much as people want to say.
Yeah.
Because I don't care how good you are individually, the best team always beats the best player.
That's a fact.
You have something when the best player is on the best team.
Yeah.
But if you're the best player and you're not on the best team, you're going to lose. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. You can look at my
I'm gonna show you how much. I'm gonna show you how much rings. I'm gonna show you how much rings matter back there. I'm gonna use a different sport. Who is a better quarterback, Troy Aikman or Dan Marino?
Dan Marino.
I don't watch
Dan
football.
Marino.
Dan Marino.
Everybody that watch football would suggest that Dan Marino.
I'm a biased Dolphins fan, and I'm
Lamar,
telling you, Marino.
Yeah, but you have a lot of biased fans try to say Tom Brady not the GOAT, but you know.
No, I'm not talking about Tom. I'm just giving you an idea of how rings.
Well, I think a better.
So he's not.
I think how do you correlate to? I think somebody mentioned this earlier. The players that win championships, but they performed horribly in the finals, but they had a good enough team to get them the title, like with Bird, like with Kobe.
Yeah, I was about to say with
how do you when you see you have players who've not played up to expectation, but they still won the chip. How do you still give them credit for that?
Lamont.
Yeah.
Lamont, how many championships do Kobe got that where like you could say he kind of played off or he played off that goddamn series? Only one in 2000 final. All
don't
the
matter.
other ones are
it don't matter. That's still one more than a lot of other players.
That's 1 out of 5. That's 1 out of 4 more.
He played bad in one of the finals that he won. Okay,
I think
to that criteria, Lamont.
What I'm saying is, hold on, y'all.
Everybody had bad finals.
My question is,
Shaq did too.
how do you? I'm saying how when we adding up championships and we comparing this person's championship total to this person's championship total, how do we measure a championship for a player who we know played horribly and yet got carried by another star to get to that title? And they didn't so how do you weigh that then?
I say because
like that.
You said what?
I said when he worded like that, it's like, come on.
You breathing too hard, man. Calm down, bro.
To me, championships matter in my criteria. They are part of my criteria. I measure championships by the numbers. How much you win and what you did. If somebody played, I don't discredit Bird's championship, the first one, even though he didn't win Finals MVP. And what was it? Two games he scored 8 points. I don't discredit Bird for that. I don't discredit Kareem in '88. I don't discredit Magic in '85. I don't discredit Shaq in '06. I don't. Huh?
Then McDuff also.
LeBron is the only one that gets discredited.
Look at Jared Thomas and his another
we
dumbass
go,
talking.
How does LeBron? Hold on, time out. How does LeBron get discredit for winning?
No, what I'm saying is, how do you give a player like LeBron credit for losing in the finals, even though he was clearly the best player on the floor for both teams?
I think when you get to the finals, that is an accomplishment in itself. I'm not going to say, put it up on the upper echelon, but 10 finals is ridiculous, bro. 8 straight finals is ridiculous.
But with super teams, though.
No, because I looked at hold on. When I looked at Magic Johnson, and he went to 9 finals in 12 seasons. I don't care that he played with 6 Hall of Famers. That's great.
You're missing the point of the argument that Lamont is making. Lamont is saying when you put a lot of weight on championships and that player didn't perform at the level that you're going to make in your argument, you don't have an argument. So just like if championships carries more weight with you, then that player has to be a freak during those championships. But if you pull that out and 2 of his 4 rings, he was so-so. Let's say LeBron was so-so in 2 of his 4 rings. Well, obviously, just saying he has a chip doesn't carry the same weight. That's what Lamont is saying.
Yeah, I get what he's saying, but like I said, I don't look at it like that. I count championships. How many you
is, right?
No,
because when you say, okay, Larry Bird got a chip, but he averaged 15 points. You totally gloss over that he stunk.
No.
I'll even go even further, Bees. I'll go even further. So keep Jared's comment up there, right? 2011. How many points did LeBron James average in 2011?
17. For the finals or the
finals? The finals.
17.
17.
LeBron lost that one, though. So LeBron doesn't get
averaged
credit
17
anyway.
points a game. What if I told you he averaged more points than Kobe did in his first finals, Jared? You see how stupid you fucking sound? As bad
but
as
I'm still, but that's my whole point. If LeBron won the finals, I'm not looking at LeBron as a failure.
Because Killer, keep in mind though, Kobe didn't miss 2 games though.
Okay, it don't matter.
In the finals.
To me, y'all not gonna make me think that
the
performance matters than getting the championship. I don't care that Kobe went 6 for 24. The nigga won. I don't care that Bird.
I'm not gonna lie. We do look back on history, and we do say that if you did have a bad performance, but you still won, most of the time we're gonna say, "Oh, you still won." A lot of times when you look back in history at the losses, you're like, "Oh, you played great, but you still lost." I don't agree with that, but that's
not true because
not in every instance.
Just as much as those performances get hidden. The great performances, no matter what, get highlighted.
Wait,
Jordan's still well now of scoring 60 points, even though he still got swept.
That's an all-time great game.
That's the point. Hold on.
That's the point.
Can you let me follow up? So I was saying was for LeBron's side, you know, we have to take in the whole account how we got to that loss. Like there was a time in 2007 and 2018 where his pieces were hurt or he didn't have the comparable team around for it to be called a championship caliber team. And he still took them to the NBA Finals. Like we still remember the runs, you know, that he went on. Even when Kyrie was hurt, when D Wade was hurt, when Kevin Love was hurt. Hell, even AD got hurt in the NBA Finals. Like we've seen him will these teams to the championship round the same way we saw with Kobe, you know, with some of those Western Conference Finals looking like the best player on the team. So I include everything in my criteria. You know, we talk about how you played in the first, second, third, all the way up to the championship and how you perform there. So I just take into account everything. And I think that's
and that's a good criteria to have, but it's unfortunately what Lamont was alluding to is when LeBron James dominate on both sides of the court and is the stats leader on both teams, he still lose. People like SFM will come up here and scream 4 and 6, but he don't put into consideration that LeBron was on a lesser team, just like when he went to the 2007 finals with Sasha Pavlovich and Ira Newell and all these dudes losing to an all-time great Spurs team. He won't put that in the context.
Bro, because listen, bro. Because you don't get it, bro. Clear. You don't get it, bro.
I'm not
Go
even
ahead,
done yet, bro.
Go ahead.
So you'll sit here and suggest all of that, but now you just sat here and said when I talked about Kobe averaging them 15 points per game, oh, it's easy for you to say, oh, he got hurt in 2 games. So you'll put full context into every bad play that Kobe had, but you won't put in no context behind what LeBron James did, even though he outplayed everybody on the court.
Can I respond?
Got hurt.
Go ahead. Listen. I didn't say I don't credit it for him for the way he played. He played in 2015. He played great. He played the way he supposed to play. But the reason why I don't give him the petty of like y'all did, because y'all never gave it to Kobe. See, when Kobe lost in 3-1, it was that Kobe just blew a 3-1. Nobody give a fuck that he played with Smush Parker.
Stop cussing, bro.
Oh my god.
Damn, oh my god.
But even with the whole
I'm finna play 2K,
he would
bro.
never blow a 3-1 lead, bro. Let's stop that nonsense.
Listen. It's a difference. It's a difference because the truth is, however you look at it, Kobe had to go through more in the media than this man ever did. Than this man ever did. And that's just the truth. That's just the truth. He had more expectations as a player. Listen. He had a higher expectation as a player, bro. Just
that's
point blank,
bro.
Okay. Before you answer your question,
I can't say that.
Yes, he did. Because what was his main expectation? What was his main expectation?
So what was
No. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. Ain't none of y'all let me finish, bro. What was the main thing they were saying that he'll never do?
Talking about Kobe.
He had to be better. He had to win a championship without Shaq.
Okay, that was the main expectation, bro. That was main expectation. He hit his expectation.
Okay, then let me finish my question. The reason, and I agree with Lamont.
LeBron never reached his expectations. That's what I'm saying.
Sometimes the performance does matter.
Really?
The reason I count championships and I don't quite look at the performance is just if you won, is because everybody who's in our top 10 has at least 2 championships, at least. But there are players like an Oscar Robertson who has numbers across the board, points, assists, rebounds, that is way better than half of the top 10. Nobody puts him in the top 10. Jerry West is 1-8 in the finals. 1-8, but that man is averaging 30.
Yeah, that's trash.
6 and 7 with great efficiency shooting.
Yeah,
and
that's
we
trash.
don't have
that's
him in our top 10. So what I'm simply saying is you can say performances matter, then those other players they got to come in. They got to be in top 10 consideration as well. Okay. Championships matter when you win, and the performance to me, I don't think is high. It gets highlighted.
Okay, I got another question.
Yeah, go ahead, B.
Starting with you, Lamont.
Yeah.
Now, Magic is looked at as the ultimate winner, right? He affects winning more than anything, right? Would you explain to me why, when you go and look at all-time win shares, Kareem is first at 273 and Magic's 25th at 155? Can you explain those numbers to me?
Hold on, what'd you say? What they were ranked in again? Say that one more time, because I was hearing some background noise.
Kareem is number 1 with 273.41 win shares.
Yeah.
Followed by LeBron, Will, Karl Malone, and Michael Jordan. Then John Stockton, Tim Duncan, Dirk, Chris Paul, Kevin Garnett. That's the top 10 win shares. Magic Johnson's 25th. 100.
And I'm gonna tell you why. I could tell you why.
Explain that to me.
The number one reason why Magic's so low, and I think this is where you have to take this in consideration, because when you look at what win shares are, win shares is based on offense and defense. And one thing we know about Magic is that one half of the court he didn't do so well, and so when you struggle there with one entire, and that almost just highlights how bad he was defensively. You know, that he couldn't rank a lot higher, especially when people are saying that he's the most impactful player of the 80s, or he's the most impactful over the course of a decade. That single number alone probably could lend credibility to the argument that he wasn't as impactful as some people are trying to lead you to believe. Hold on, we got Legend of Winning in here. I want to hear what he has to say on this, man.
This should be good.
I want you to answer that question, though.
Unfortunately, I'm on my other PC, so I can't. I don't have my.
Nah, you good. You good. You good.
Man, this is such a bad faith argument, especially the gentleman or the two gentlemen who were arguing about the performances don't matter in the finals, on the channel, or really anything. As long as you win. That's a terrible argument. To the win shares argument, I would more so say because Magic, I mean, he didn't play as many games as a lot of the other ones though as well. Like total win shares is an accumulation stat. It's not like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not what you did. It's not an averaging stat. So he only played like 800, 900 games in the regular season. So that's not it.
He's a little lower. Okay.
Below. If I just took the first 13 seasons of Kareem and put it against Magic Johnson's whole career, he still has more win shares.
Yeah, but then also like you said, win shares is, like you said, also defensive. It's a defensive oriented as well, and so yeah, that's going to impact him as well, regardless if he's winning or losing or not. He's going to just hold the brunt of a lot of win shares in contrast to everyone else, because he's the most impactful player on that team, like undeniably. But when you look at win shares per 48, which is more, it's averaging. It's an average type of Magic Johnson is top 10. It's still not a perfect. I don't think win shares is a perfect stat, but Magic Johnson is top 10 in per 48. But to the argument of like this idea that like somebody can go into the finals and put up 15 points and then somehow because they win, I'm gonna applaud that more than somebody who puts up 30, 10, and 10 in the finals and they lose in 7 games. That's such a bad way to just look at it. And the gentleman sat there and said like we don't put like Jerry West in these conversations. That's y'all. I have Jerry West right outside my top 10. So that's a y'all thing. Most people, from my understanding, also have Jerry West outside their top 10. They also have Oscar Robertson not too far outside of the top 10 as well. So
I have him at 10.
So that's but you crazy. He got Oscar Robertson should not be top.
Hold on, let him finish. Hold on,
let him finish. The last point is that like this, if that's what you abide by as winning, then John Havlicek would have to be outside of your top 10, or if not in it, then D Wade would have to be right outside of your top 10, if not in it. Like there's several other players. There's but it has to be close in there. He has 3 championships. There's so many other players. There's so many other players who played at all-time highs, who have an abundance of championships, and you don't put them anywhere near either. So if anything, it's even worse. I hear people put Scottie Pippen over John Havlicek. And if it's just about rings, why would Havlicek not be above Pippen? Why wouldn't Havlicek be above Elgin Baylor and Dr. J? Why wouldn't Havlicek be above Kevin Durant? He should be above a bunch of other small forwards.
Correct. Yep. Now, the reason I don't put the performances, I have Oscar Robertson 13. I got D Wade, I think 17, and Jerry West 18. But they're outside of my. But hold on, they're outside of my top 10 because how many? I think I got Havlicek maybe top top 25, maybe.
Okay.
Top 30. I say top 30.
Okay.
How?
I say top 30.
He's 8-0 in the finals with numbers similar to Michael Jordan's in lesser time.
Is Havlicek? All right, so I'm gonna start at what? I'll start at 20. Havlicek is better than Isaiah Thomas.
Okay, but why? But why is he so low though? If he has 8
because let's just start at 20 because I'm just gonna start at 20. I'm not gonna go the whole list.
But
no, and he played in a prehistoric era.
Hold on, bro.
This is one of the guys that said he emphasizes chips more too.
Correct. I do. That's not, and it's part of my criteria. Chips.
There should be some value in chips.
Chips, the era you played in and who you beat, the teammates you had, and stats and accolades.
Okay.
I'm putting. I would take if I would take Isaiah over Havlicek. Number one, Havlicek was coming off the bench. Isaiah Thomas was the best player on his championship teams. Name a team that John Havlicek was the best player on.
You could easily argue 74 when he won Finals MVP.
Yeah, you can argue that, but Dave Cowens was the MVP of the league. So I'm not finna sit here and say he was maybe he was the best player in the finals. Okay. I mean,
he wasn't the MVP in 74 though.
Dave Cowens, when did Dave Cowens win his 2 MVPs, sir?
Maybe 75 or 76, but it wasn't 74. I know for a fact.
I'm just saying his teammate got two league MVPs and a Finals MVP. I can debate. I'm saying I can debate. Let me finish.
Because isn't that applicable to Kobe as well, though?
All I'm saying.
Yeah, that's the same as Kobe.
Before we go on, let me finish with Havlicek and Isaiah Thomas at number 20 and why I don't have Havlicek top 20. What I just said is Havlicek with them 8 titles, never the best player on his team. That is highly debatable, and it is most likely facts. Isaiah Thomas, we know what he was on his team. We go to. Why
do you keep bringing up Isaiah Thomas?
Because he's asking me because I prioritize chips. Havlicek got 8, Isaiah got 2. Why do I have Isaiah in front of Havlicek? That's what we're debating right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay. So Havlicek wasn't the best player on none of his championship teams. We know who Isaiah was. Number 2, offensively, Isaiah Thomas is 20 and 10. 20 and 10. What is Havlicek's numbers? Isaiah Thomas has better numbers. So he's better offensively, and he's the man on his team. He has a Finals MVP. And also on my criteria is who you beat and who your teammates was. We know John Havlicek played with 10 Hall of Famers. Isaiah got Joe Dumars and Dennis Rodman. Who did he beat? He's beaten Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Dominique Drexler. So I'm taking what Isaiah did.
Did he really beat Magic Johnson? Come on now.
Yes. Hold on. To answer that question, hold on. Time out. To answer
right now.
To answer that question, yes, he beat Magic Johnson because if it wasn't for a faulty ass foul in Game 6, hold on, let me finish, bro. If it wasn't for a faulty ass foul in Game 6 on Bill Laimbeer, they win that series in 6. They got cheated out of a championship. They came back the next year and swept them. And Kareem is on that team too. So however you want to flip it, he beat Magic, he beat Jordan, and he beat Bird. I count that as greatness. That's why I have Isaiah over Havlicek. Better player, better numbers offensively, and was the best player on his championship teams, and Havlicek wasn't.
Respect that.
I don't. Because that's the whole argument.
Hold on, y'all. Let Legend of Winning rebuttal.
Y'all got it. Y'all got it.
Yeah, that's the whole argument that we were making earlier about Kobe in the first three-peat. That's literally the whole argument. So I understand where you're coming from, but everything you just said, it was applicable to Kobe. Also, Dave Cowens won 1 MVP. It wasn't in 74. And on top of that, they won another championship later on after that. And if you're talking about and if you're talking about performances, bro, you could easily argue. And multiple Hall of Famers. Even when what's his name, Bill Russell and Sam Jones and all those other players retired, they still went on to win another championship without them being on a team anymore. And even if you want to argue that Dave Cowens might have been the best player, The numbers that he was putting up aside him are just as well as anyone else. So once more, that's essentially applicable to the first three-peat with Kobe, if not greater, because there was not a series when he was on the team by himself or with a lesser version of Bill Russell, or not. Let me say, I'm sorry, not by himself with Dave Cowens, or a lesser version of Bill Russell. He was still posting up numbers all throughout the postseason and in the NBA Finals. So I get your point. I'm not discrediting it, but your argument is the exact same argument that people were using earlier for why you would put context in it with Kobe. It's literally the exact same argument.
Correct, and I agree with that. The thing, let's be honest, the thing that puts Kobe where we rank him that high is the two after he won without Shaq. He gets the full credit for that, performance wise, everything. He made history. So that's the reason we argue Kobe is because, hey, look what he did with Shaq and the numbers he put up. You can argue with Pippen. What we say is that as a number two, Kobe was probably the best number two on any championship team with the numbers he put up and what he did. That's basically the argument. Like I've always said, I'm not going to sit here and say Kobe was better than Shaq on those championship teams. He was.
For sure.
That's all we argue for. But the reason we rank Kobe high is not because of the numbers he put up with Shaq, is because what he did after Shaq.
No.
That's the main reason.
No, that's a lie. That's part of it. And that's
the main. Hold on, that is the main reason.
No,
How you gonna tell me how I rank them?
No, this is what you don't understand. No, I'm trying to explain to you. Most Kobe fans don't understand this. Y'all see Kobe success with Shaq as a detriment. In reality, it helps his legacy.
I don't see
the fact that he has a play style. The fact that he has a play style and impact that he's able to impact winning with another player that you have to that offense system have to cater to. That should tell you something. That should tell you his level of versatility.
I agree with that, but I don't look at is Kobe winning with Shaq as a detriment. I don't do that. I defend Kobe to say that, bro, he was probably the second best option on any other championship team by the numbers, offense, all defense.
And KD got something.
And that's what I kind of argue for Kobe with Shaq. But the reason Kobe, like I said, is we overrate him, I guess what people would say, is because what he did without Shaq. I mean, to say that he's not a top 5 scorer, I mean, come on, bro. Really, what he did that's ridiculous.
It's not saying it as an opinion, McDuff. Bees ran down the numbers. The numbers suggest that he was not in the top 10. That's a fact. That's not an opinion.
Correct. Hold on. For the career average, for one area of scoring, he said he wasn't top 10. I'm not going to win it efficiency.
Average,
yes, for a whole career, 12. And I'm not going to win an efficiency battle. Neither with you. But if we're going averages, let's say most points per game in a season. Kobe is number 6. He averaged 35. Right?
Okay,
he averaged 35. Only 6 play. Only other.
Hold on, McDuff.
All right, go ahead, Bruce.
If you want to make that argument, I'm fine with it. But then you have to take everyone's best season. You have to go best versus best. You can't.
Correct, and I just said Kobe is number 6.
Hold on. In what?
What I'm simply saying is this. Yes, Kobe averaged 25. He's 12. What I'm simply saying is that's not the only metric that you can use as a score. I'm not going to win an efficiency battle. I'm already giving you the efficiency.
Hold on. So
but I'm saying
here's the problem with your argument. Okay, Michael, you can make the argument that Michael Jordan or Wilt Chamberlain are the greatest 2 scorers to ever play basketball.
And I got Kobe number 3.
Hold on. But the problem is that the numbers that he put up per game don't support where he's at.
Okay, then the reason I say that is because, yes, you're right. The points per game for a career, he's not even top 10. Correct. I agree with that. Hold on. Okay. If you go to the season, the best points per game season, he's top 10. If you go total points all time, he's number 4. Total points all time in the playoffs, he's number 4. 40-point games, 50-point games, 60, 80. He's top 3.
But the problem with that is that, let's say I'm a LeBron James fan. I can now take that and make arguments that he's the best scorer of all time when I know he's not. He's got the most points.
Correct. That's the whole point.
So no, let me finish. Why do you say Michael Jordan is the greatest scorer of all time? Because he has the highest average per game. And if I'm going to do that for the number one guy, I'm going to do that for every guy.
No, that's not the only reason, though, D.
Hold up. Because if I don't,
can't be mad at the criteria though.
If I don't do that, now I'm changing my energy per man.
No,
I
I don't think you're doing that. If in your criteria, I understand. If you want to go for points per game all time in a career, that's your criteria.
Let me ask you, Legend. Did you hear Elder's new revised top 10 and how he said he gave you credit for helping him address the hypocrisy in his top 10 by saying that you taught him about Bill Russell.
Yeah, you a direct source of why
Lo, you
Kobe is
caused
number
this.
2 all time.
You caused this.
Oh yeah, Lo. We hold you 25% responsibility of his list.
Okay, I'm sorry. What happened? What did he do?
So Elder today.
Oh, you agreed to that. You agreed to those terms.
No. What happened was Elder
to the truth and the whole truth.
Okay, Elder.
Elder, he today he says that a lot of people were criticizing him for inconsistencies in his logic on his first top 10. He's kind of moved his top 10 around a lot over the last year or so. He's had LeBron at 2 at one point in time. He drops LeBron to 6. It's been all over the place, but he came out with a new top 10, and he says one of the biggest changes, he gives credit for you for helping him identify his hypocrisy about the 60s. He said you had a piece about Bill Russell and his defense that completely changed his mindset on 60s basketball. So he's elevated Wilt and Bill Russell in his list. Both of those guys are now over LeBron James. And so I think his list, I think Sturdy has his full list. If you can read his full list off, we can get a Legend Winner's thoughts on it.
He said this on Player's Choice?
This
Ask Elder.
On the Ask Elder segment.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Go ahead, Sturdy. Read up the list that Low responsible for.
Yep,
25%.
Number 1, Jordan. Number 2, Kobe. Number 3, Kareem. Number 4, Magic. Number 5, his new addition, thanks to you, Lo. At number 5, used to be outside his top 10, Bill Russell. Number 6, Wilt. Number 7, Duncan. Number 8, Steph Curry, like you.
Oh, wow.
Number 9, LeBron James. And number 10, Larry Bird. So thanks to you, Lo. Elder updated his top 10 list.
And dropped LeBron even further.
I gotta figure out what he said about the 60s defense. That list.
No. Lamont.
So how did he got Magic number 4 then? If he valued defense,
well, his criteria, he still has a winning criteria. His criteria still. So this is basically what his criteria was, Lo. His new criteria is, he's going to use your stats and your accolades and your accomplishments to put you in the room, like as he uses the room. And he says once you're in the room, he uses your NBA Finals.
That's it.
To determine where you rank based on how you do in the finals, or like your team does.
Wilt, without a doubt, shouldn't be that.
No, but he did. Exactly. He said Wilt was his one anomaly, and he said he elevated Wilt because Wilt is the greatest athlete
because he's
of all
a biased Laker fan. It's okay.
Oh, well, then that's crazy.
You can say it.
But I don't know. I thought this list has even more flaws and inconsistency than the ones in the past.
Okay, to the list, immediately if you're gonna specifically talk about what someone did in the finals, and Wilt would like objectively be the first person to like question like why would he be that high then? Because even though he has the numbers and stuff like that, like in the finals, no. And if you do even more research on Wilt, if you look at some of those closeout games against Bill Russell, it's even worse. So I have no idea why he would be that high. I don't. I'm kind of.
Well, he said he gave Wilt a pass because he says after doing research into some of the circumstances Wilt had to deal with, he said Wilt was the only player in his top 10 where his own fans would boo him. And he felt like that was such. He said he felt like that was such a. He said he felt like it was such a hard situation to play through that he makes these exceptions for Wilt, where you have to elevate him because he played through astronomical situations.
Some of that is self-afflicting, but go ahead, go.
That's what I said. But
I don't think Will Chamberlain cared. He slept
Where
with
did he have Bill
20,000
Russell at on
women.
that
He
list?
did not care.
Where was Bill Russell?
Number five.
Number five on that list.
Didn't
I got a question
Russell
for
have
you.
to go through extreme
Hey, Lamont.
measures too?
He did. I don't get that. He did.
Hey, I got a question for
Absolutely.
you, legend of winning though. So you legend of winning, and I want to talk about losing though, because Elder's list more so than highlights what guys did. I feel like penalizes losing, right? And so to put losing in context, LeBron James in the finals, when we talk about games, he's 22-33 in those games, right? But for context, right, we all know he's 4-6. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is 29-27 in games in the finals, right? That's another guy. And then there's Larry Bird, who's 16-15 record in games in the finals, right? And then there's Magic Johnson, who's 5-4, but 24-26 below 500 in the finals. So how do you contextualize losses when you measure these all-time greats and how much losses essentially in the finals?
I'm more so in line with a lot of other people in this chat, which is like, yo, it really depends on what you did in the finals. Like from an individual standpoint, I'm not going to give you that many brownie points because you showed up. Like Elder, a lot of these older heads, they'll sit there and penalize like LeBron and be like, oh, y'all just want to give him a participation trophy and da da da. The definition of a participation trophy is you showed up, you barely did what you normally did, and y'all still won. That is a participation trophy. You going out there and underperforming, and yet y'all still somehow won. You just participated. You were there. You underperformed, and y'all still won a championship. So
Larry Bird, yep.
And Larry Bird did that.
Larry Bird did that. You gotta cut that out. You gotta cut that out. You gotta cut that out, Lou.
No, that's not. It's
No,
not.
he did.
But
He
it's a
scored
fact.
8 points.
No, in those
multiple
finals,
times.
he
he
playing
did score
well.
8 points, but we keep telling Lowe what did he did in other areas of the court. Even when you watch that series, you can clearly see Bird was the best player and was deserving of that final.
Well, to be fair, I can't watch. There's one of those 8-point games I can't find. The other one, there's an 8-point game and then there's a 14 or 15-point game. One of the other 8-point games I can't find on which card. When I watch those games, he just some of it you can argue just bad shooting, like an off night, but also like he just couldn't create his own shot consistently enough against that defense, especially against the athletes that were being thrown at him. So it's like, sure, like you can definitely argue it's a bad night, and sure he was impactful in other ways, but regardless, at the end of the day, it's a bad shooting night. He had a bad shooting night. He didn't score that many points. That's a player who was in the regular season giving you 22, 23 points, and he has back-to-back 8-point games and another like 14, 15-point game. If that's anyone else, let's be honest with this. If that's anyone else, they get ultra criticized. And even when it comes to LeBron, if D Wade would have carried that team in 2011 to a championship, no one in their mind should be elevating LeBron because he just so happened to win it. LeBron had scoreless fourth quarters, was egregious in the second half in some of the games. He was not aggressive because he didn't know how to attack a zone. So you're telling me because D Wade is the one who carried them and won a championship that all of a sudden that changed things now for LeBron and his legacy? No.
Maybe.
No.
It depends who you talk to. Hold on, Mike. Hold on, Mike.
Go ahead, Sturdy.
Low, to a logical person, it doesn't. But to some people, I say maybe because just like Kobe had his fault in his first championship run, but people still have him top 3 based on what he did in those other 4 championships. So I'm just, like I said, maybe depending on who you asking.
I think Shaq. I thought Shaq got elevated because he won without Kobe and Phil Jackson. We would not hang a hat on Shaq. We be saying, well, Shaq never won without Kobe and Phil. That would be an argument. Shaq winning without Kobe, that quantify. Yeah, that ups him a little bit. It does.
Wait, so Mac,
Oscar Robertson winning Oscar Robertson. Hold on. Low. Where do you have Oscar Robertson?
I think I have him like 13 or 14.
I got him 13 or 14. If Oscar Robertson doesn't have a chip, and it just so happens that everybody in your top 10 has at least 2. If Oscar Robertson doesn't have a chip, bro, you would not put that man top
Yes,
15.
he would. He's still top.
Yes,
he's
yes,
still
he
top
would.
15.
No, top
Oh
15.
my!
That's not.
Mac.
That's not what the championship is. Is not what made Oscar.
So where's
one of the
Karl
greatest
Malone?
players. Hold on, but
Mac, do you
Oscar.
count Shaq's last championship?
No, hold on. Yeah, but Oscar did something in NBA history that was so great of an accomplishment that people thought it was the most untouchable record in the NBA until Russell Westbrook came along. And so, yeah, we can act like averaging a triple-double. At that time, that was one of the most unbelievable things that they've ever seen. That immediately elevated Oscar up, the things he was able to do. And then, you know what? They were able to recognize Oscar played with a bad team. It wasn't because of his performances they weren't making the playoffs or were losing in the first round. He was still great. He just – and even when he got to the playoffs, sometimes some of his better players were hurt if you actually go do your research on it. So it's not necessarily – so in the past, what we see with Jerry West and Oscar is that those basketball fans seemed a bit more logical because they weren't putting all this weight in the championships. They could judge and weigh and rank players based on their own performances and then put the championships into context, and they did it fairly. And it wasn't until media narratives kicked in, player and team favorites kicked in, and once all these new arguments started to get kicked in, this is when we start seeing these weird arguments, this weird logic coming into play. You have to win in the finals, but what you do in the finals don't count no more. I mean, all this weird logic that people are using just to elevate their favorite players and then also find sneaky ways to bump down other guys that they don't like. That's all it is. I
can respond. Okay, I know you're highlighting the fact that they have 2 championships, and that technically that is true. But what's way more important to me is how you performed and how you got there, because majority of the players who have 2 or more championships also just performed really well in the postseason and in the finals, because that normally is how you would end up getting the championships anyway, right? So, for example, when you say Karl Malone, for example, Karl Malone,
if he's not in your top 15,
the reason why he's not is because in the postseason, if you go look, bro, Karl Malone, for majority of his postseason career, his efficiency would plummet. He would have years in which he would go 53, 54, 55 in the regular season, and the postseason would start, and it would be like 45, 46, 47. I also put into context who you played with. Karl Malone played with a team where you can't really get that many passes for underperforming and not showing up in critical situations when you're on teams that are extremely talented. He played with John Stockton. He played with Mark.
Low. Come on.
He played with all these other. He played with great players.
Low. Stop it, bro. The fact that you already said how you feel about John Stockton. So if with Karl Malone averaging 30, his career is 25 and 10. He beat everybody in the 90s besides Jordan.
He also got beat by everybody. He also got beat by everybody too, though.
Yes,
but of course. But the numbers wise and numbers and accolades wise, he's top 50. He's top 15. Numbers and accolades wise. The only reason he's not in your top 15, if you're being honest, is because he ain't got no chip.
Because
those are facts. Those are facts.
He underperformed in the postseason, bro. He underperformed.
How you underperform? Because you're gonna downgrade Karl Malone because his efficiency went from 54 to
and that's what got held against Wilt for the longest. He underperformed in the playoffs.
The way he was playing in the regular season.
Wait, I want to be clear. I want to be clear because we do this thing where you're downplaying what I'm telling you, bro. It's not normal for somebody to drop 6% in the regular seasons of playoffs. That's not a normal thing. Do players?
LeBron did it. What are we talking about?
No.
Wait. He did it for a whole decade. Is that what he did?
LeBron from 2012 to 2016 dropped in his field goal percentage and 3-point percentage. Yes.
He dropped 6% for a whole
decade.
Did
he drop 6%?
No, he didn't drop 6%. I just said 5 years, not for a whole decade. No, but 5 years, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna fact check this. You said from between what years?
From 2012 to 2016. Field goal percentage and 3-point percentage dropped.
Again,
so that's what I'm saying. Efficiency to me don't matter. If Karl Malone averaged 22, if he was averaging 30 in the regular season, but then averaged 22 in the playoff run, getting to the finals, but he beat Shaq and Kobe, Tim Duncan and David Robinson, and Akeem Olajuwon, Barkley and Drexler. I don't care that man averaged 22 points. He walked through giants to get to the finals.
But that's what all
that matters to me. I don't care about the 22 and inefficiency. That's just me though.
I get what you're saying, but that's basically everyone though. So I see what you're saying, but what you're saying, what Karl Malone had to do, well, everybody else is also doing that as well. Like beating really good teams in the postseason, it's just something that everybody does. That's not like something I'm going to highlight Karl Malone for doing because everybody else.
No, they
do
don't.
It as well. Who
everybody don't beat great teams in the post. No, they don't.
99% of players.
What great team did Magic and Kareem got to go through in the West?
Again, 99%. Oh no, and I
you got it. Yeah, you got it.
And I do hope that against them. Don't listen.
I got you. Because people say the '90s is weak. Jordan didn't go through those. Come on, bro. Like
no. I think
that's why competition is in my criteria.
No, what we say about Jordan is we say Jordan didn't face all-time great teams in the final.
I know. The Magic Johnson Lakers and the Bad Boy Pistons weren't all-time great. I get it. I got you.
The worst. No, that Laker team was not one of the best Lakers. That's not one of the best teams of all time.
The Jazz teams were garbage. I got you.
Yes.
Shaq and Penny were garbage. I understand. You got it.
Let me address it.
MVP Barkley was garbage.
We said finals competition. Jordan didn't face the Magic.
MVP. I know MVP Barkley was garbage.
That Suns team was not all-time great.
I got you.
The Seattle Supersonics were one of the big most lopsided finals.
So only finals matters.
What we're saying
finals is not the playoffs.
No,
finals is not the playoffs.
MacDeff, what I said the one thing that they say about Jordan is that his finals competition was some of the worst of all time.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Stop it.
Hold on. Time out. No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. I can't wait to hear you.
How? So Jordan's finals first of all, the Shaq three-peat finals competition is the worst finals competition. If we're just being honest, Iverson and those New Jersey Nets teams. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but y'all.
If we're being honest,
full credit for those teams.
Okay. Hold on. And I don't like bringing up his name, but LeBron, the Miami Heat in the bubble, every single finals matchup that Jordan had is better than those Miami Heat teams.
Fair, and
that's a fact. I would take personally. I would take the Utah Jazz over OKC.
I don't know about that.
I'll take John Stockton and Karl Malone over OKC.
Don't do that, MacDeff. Don't do that.
Don't do that. The same Russell Westbrook that lost to Damian Lillard. The same Russell Westbrook that's losing to
Dallas some reach again, MacDeff. You do it.
But if
that's not a reach.
But before you go down that slippery slope, if you can say the same thing about Stockton, like Stockton was getting outplayed in a couple of series by players that we don't really.
Oh yeah, he got locked. He got clamped up.
Yeah. So, but in the answer,
the greatest team of all time, 96 Bulls. He got clamped up.
No. I'm talking about Terry Porter and Kevin Johnson, who get outplayed by them. So wait. Before I even go back to Stockton and Malone, in terms of the LeBron thing, he dropped noticeably in 2015. Which, if you talk to anybody, any sensible person, they would tell you that entire 2015 season is probably the worst version of LeBron in his relative prime. I don't think anybody would celebrate that outside of the people who wanted to lift them up because of those first 2 or 3 games in the finals. But 2015 as a whole, regular season and post, he was not that good. And the other one that he did drop was 2013. And I'm a keep it a bean. I don't care who he is for me to say it. If they did not make that, if Ray Allen did not make that shot, I think we talk about LeBron completely different in 2013 because in that, especially in the finals, he was not having that good of a series at all. And so again, this is where
the Spurs defense.
Somebody got some background over.
No, he did go on a run.
Thank you for fact checking.
But to further my point though is that I think that's actually furthering the point that I think we're all making. Bro, if you go back and rewatch LeBron in that 2013 series, bro, he started off the first 3 games in that series struggling to score 20 points. And he had a game where he shot sub 40% from the field. He was not that good at all in that series, but the last final game really weighs it out. So
lose last 2 games.
And even to me speaking, me watching that series, me knowing about it, as great as LeBron was in those last 2 games, which is fine, I would still understand like that. Those type of teams are the ones in which LeBron will forever have struggled against because of his flaws. And in terms of Karl Malone and John Stockton, it's also not just the fact, but I say that to say it's really just 2 years that is really weighing down LeBron's drops in those years. It's the other ones are fairly similar. Three, I think most 3 to 4% in the other years. But for Karl Malone, it used to be a routine thing. Like he would start the season, go into regular season, put up 27, 12, 52% from the field. He would then go into playoffs and shoot 48%. And the reason why his volume numbers are still the same, because he would go out in a regular season. Karl Malone, through the stretching years that I'm telling you, between 88 and 98, Karl Malone wouldn't even attempt 20 shots a game. He would shoot like 18, 17, 19 shots a game. He would then go into playoffs and he would be attempting 22, 23, 21 shots to make up for whatever he's lacking. So the total numbers look great. But if you look at it, bro, he's taking up more of the offensive possessions, giving you similar, if not worse, productivity. And if you go back and you watch how they close out some of those games, he was woefully underperforming. Karl Malone would have 2 or 3 games. He would open up the series just terrible, and then have another game or two in the end of the series, which would uplift his overall and even if you want to go for wins and losses, bro, Stockton and Malone together as a duo, they have more first-round exits than conference finals appearances. They have a losing record in the playoffs, and they were playing with not even competent. They were playing with some of the most talented rosters all throughout the late 80s and 90s. It was not just them two. Defensive Player of the Year recipient and candidate Mark Eaton, another 15 to 20-point scorer almost every single year alongside them, and Thurl Bailey and or Dale Griffith, and then also I can't remember the other gentleman's name. No, Jeff even Jeff Malone, then Jeff Hornacek, or they used to have like 3 15 to 20-point scores on the same roster. And I'm told that Stockton also, he's an elite 2-way player. So like, well, why are you? I don't know what that is.
Did you hear that? Yeah, I heard that too.
So even
I don't know. They still in the Smithsonian. They had the Smithsonian still in the Mona Lisa. And Mac Devin here arguing for Karl Malone.
So even when it comes to Malone, I have him high largely because of overall production and longevity. But in terms of like the postseason production, it just wasn't normal for players to just drop 6% off their field goal percentage in the regular season. That's just not normal. And he did that like pretty often actually, and that's just not normal. Everybody else ahead of him, bro, they all had 10 plus postseason runs that were extremely dominant, very similar production from regular season to postseason. And because of that production and because of that dominance that they had, they just saw more success because they performed in the postseason. That's it.
Hey, Chris, that noise is on you, man. That's why I muted you. It's like a high pitched noise coming from you, Chris.
Hey, Lo, let me ask you an interesting question.
Hey, Lo, can I ask you a question?
Real quickly.
Oh shit, Lee, what up, bro?
What's good, Blue? What's good, bro? Lo, let me ask you something. Where would you rank Jordan if career is the same, everything, but instead of being 0-6, he's instead of being 6-0, he's 0-6. Everything's the same. MVP, stats, everything except it's the same except the fact that he lost every finals. Where would he rank for you?
And he performed exactly the same in the playoffs.
Exactly the same. Every single final, Scottie Pippen got hurt. They lost.
Oh, they got hurt.
But Jordan did the same exact shit.
Yeah, I would have to like do mental gymnastics and tell myself like what would happen if Scottie Pippen was healthy or somebody else performed. He would still be top 10 for me in my opinion.
All right.
He would still be top 10.
And that's fair. That's fair.
That makes sense.
And you have to be petty with the top 5 with championships, and that's understandable.
But like for example, like Hakeem only has 2, and he's in my top. Like he's in my top 10.
Oh my god! How the hell you get?
Why is Shaq outside of your top 10?
Hey, who?
Is Shaq outside of your top 10?
No, Shaq is in my top 10.
Bro, Hakeem is so overrated, man. Why do y'all overrate Hakeem?
Stop, man.
Hey, Lo, Lamar, can I ask you a question?
Hey, Hakeem is like that.
No, he's not, bro. Bro, y'all act like the Dream Shake was the most unstoppable move ever, but he did it maybe once.
Really the defense. It's really the
he did it once or twice a week.
Oh man,
he was the greatest defender of all time.
Bugging, man.
No, he's not.
And Hakeem Olajuwon's the best skilled big man of all time.
He's not a better defender than Pippen.
Yes, he is.
You get him outside that paint, he is clueless. Hey, go
No, he's not.
No, he's not. Let's not do that. He had a face-up game off the dribble.
I got them both top 5. So whatever.
He's
arguably say Pippen is better than Hakeem. Okay, you better have Pippen 3 and Hakeem 4.
Is he more skilled than Joker?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Yes.
Y'all must be out of your mind.
Because
he's a bad player than Joker. It's really the defense, Lamar. I'm not going to
Yes.
He's a bad player than Joker.
Hold on. With the ball, the only thing that Joker does better than Hakeem Olajuwon is
do you know Rudy Gobert could be Elijah defensively if you put him in the 90s?
Lamar. Hey, look.
Bro, in the 90s with no defensive 3 seconds, they could just stand at the rim, man.
But they weren't doing that. All right, go.
With no bigs to stretch the floor. There were no bigs that could shoot threes to make them go out of the game.
Jokic being a top 5 big in the 90s.
Lee, go ahead.
Detlef Schrempf.
I'm about to expose this man Lamont because he just trolled me.
Okay, real quick. So just a reference to the top 10. Is it fair for me to say, now I've changed my stance on this a few times over the last few years, just learning about the game and the history of basketball, but is it fair for me to say, you know what, just looking at the history of basketball and having to play hypotheticals, which doesn't exist, is it fair for me to say, you know what, I don't have a top 10 anymore, I don't have a GOAT? Is that fair for me to say?
Yeah.
Live your life how you want to, man.
It's just for me, because I've talked to Lamont about this few times. For me, initially, obviously, when I was growing up, for me, MJ was the GOAT. Then LeBron was the GOAT. And then I changed my stance and Kareem was the GOAT. And then over the last year, I just analyzed it and I said, you know what? It's just too subjective. It's just too subjective for me. Like LeBron never
didn't have Bimbo Coles. That's the okay.
Anyways, back there you fake. But you stole that from me. But no, for me, it's just like, you know what? LeBron never played against Wilt. Wilt never played against Mike. Mike never played against, some of the other greats. Bill Russell. It's just too subjective. So many different eras, so many different rules. I mean, the only thing we could really do is really just simulate it on 2K like Lamont does. But for me, it's just too subjective. So that's why I really don't have the greatest player of all time.
Well, Jordan wins on that.
Well, Jordan.
Hold on, what was I about to say? I didn't hear this.
No.
Because I could tell you how.
I was gonna say. I mean, and I think that's a fair assessment. And honestly, it's very subjective. So me personally, if somebody comes in and they want to tell me that Kobe is like top 3, and they can give me a very thorough and fleshed out reason why, and as long as that is consistent amongst the rest of their lists, then I personally don't really care. As long as it's consistent. That's the reason why I guess why Elder changed his list, because he realized that it's not maybe as consistent as he thought it was. So to me personally, if you want to be heavy leaning towards skilled scores and that's how you rate things, and Duncan isn't in your top 15 because of that, as long as it's consistent, then I can't really argue with you, because that's how you want to view it. But I think what most people end up doing is they subconsciously they'll believe that they're being objective, and they believe that they have a criteria that's consistent, but then you can just start picking apart 1 and 2, and I'm pretty sure it's with me as well in some degree, and you realize like, it's not as objective. You do have some biases towards it, but as long as you're willing to admit that you have biases, or as long as you're willing to admit that you're heavy leaning in one way or another, and it's consistent, I personally don't really care. We can just argue for the sake of arguing. I don't really care.
Like
your criteria is horrible.
Like when I had a top 10 initially, I had
Moses Malone.
Lamont's probably going to go off.
You had Moses Malone?
I had Moses Malone and Oscar Robertson at 9 and 10 initially. But then
I even looked Moses Malone.
Leave him
alone, Lo. Leave him alone. Let him go ahead, Lee. Let him.
We played a video of Moses Malone highlights, bro.
I was here.
Bro, he basically is Andre Drummond.
Oh God!
Don't do that.
But even with my own top 10 initially, I even said that's
he's like an energetic Andre Drummond. That was super energetic.
That is so disrespectful on so many levels.
Hold on real quick. And then even with my top 10, I looked at it and said, you know what, that's subjective too. So I don't even have a top 10 anymore. I just let everybody else debate and I just listen.
That's it, Lamont. You
Huh?
are Fred. You are Fred.
I guess that's fine.
Hold on, what'd you say, B?
You are Fred Sanford's son, bro.
No, you was one of them. For a game.
You big dumbass.
He respects everybody.
Hold on. Look, in the 90s.
Hold on,
man. He about to say something crazy right now. This 90s talk.
No, I'm not, man.
Yes,
why
A more energetic Andre Drummond.
Ralph, why is my points per game argument bad for greatest scorer?
It's probably pace, I guess. I would assume that would probably be the reason why it's bad.
Ralph wouldn't know nothing about no pace.
Oh man.
Whatever.
So I don't think, man. I
Ralph,
don't know.
Hey, Ralph, you did a terrific job breaking down that scout report on LeBron James, by the way.
The problem is two of the guys in front of Kobe played in the same era. A big part of Kobe's reign.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't know what you're arguing. I'm just.
Oh no. I was saying that, like, basically what I was saying, Lo, is that narrative carries the day in a lot of these arguments. Whatever the official media narrative was, the numbers don't always support.
So where's Kobe as a scorer then for you?
All time, he's 12th in points per game all time. That's what I was saying.
I'm saying as a scorer though for you though.
Yes, it doesn't matter. I know. Go ahead.
Oh, he's in the top 10. I got him in the top 10.
I'm about to say.
Okay, that's cool.
Like 8 or 9, but I don't got him in the top 5.
That's crazy.
Is LeBron higher than him in points?
Yeah. So who had?
I got a question for you.
I do.
What sparked the interest in making the video you made about the Bulls versus the Seattle SuperSonics, and how Dennis Rodman had a greater impact and should have been the Finals MVP over Michael Jordan?
That wasn't me. That was somebody else. I know what video you talking about.
Was it? I thought it was you.
It's basketball. Examine. I think that's
okay. Well, I thought it was you.
No,
I thought it was you.
I think
Khalil, isn't
I think that's a terrible video anyway.
Khalil, isn't Reggie Miller in your top 5, Khalil?
Oh man, please.
Come on, you know Khalil.
The nigga that couldn't dribble.
Hold on, let me ask y'all this question. This is what I was going to say earlier. What I was going to say. Check this out. No, this is why I say, like when I did my video, the 90s big man was just overrated and most of them was out of shape. The reason why I say this is because one, it was the 90s, especially defensive, was so biased towards big men. All you had to do to be considered a great defender as a big was just be top 15 in blocks. If you was top 15 in blocks, you was a great defender. And that's how they even handed out the defensive player of the years. Like if you look throughout the 90s, right, outside of Dennis Rodman and Gary Payton, the only players that won defensive player of the year were centers that damn near led the league in blocks. David Robinson multiple years, Hakeem multiple years, Mutombo, Alonzo Mourning. It's just all I'm saying. All you had to do was lead the league in blocks, even though this is a league where Scottie Pippen existed. This is a league where Scottie Pippen existed, and also Michael Jordan. Both of them great defensive players. They act like the only thing throughout the 90s, the only thing was just great defensive bigs when you only really had a handful of bigs that actually could defend competently. And I think David Robinson, if you're talking about defensive versatility,
stop it.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. I'm saying if you're talking about
that was a guard though. Sidney Moncrief was a guard.
I'm saying if you're talking defensive,
hold on, let me hear this. I gotta hear this.
All I'm saying is if you're talking defensive versatility, as far as being able to guard more levels on the floor, I think David Robinson it's easy to say he was a better defender than Hakeem.
Oh man.
Hakeem's overrated.
Okay, you didn't say nothing outrageous. Okay.
No, you just said it. McDuff. He literally just said it. He just said
no. It's not outrageous how I thought he was going. What he thought. What I thought.
I thought it was.
But hold on. But y'all. But like, be honest. Like, put it like this. Put it like this. Mutombo is a trash defensive player if you really think about it.
Oh, now you tripping.
No. He said no.
With the rules of the 90s, he could be great defensive.
What did you mean by Hakeem's defense is overrated?
His defense is overrated because the rules of the 90s and the style of play of the 90s never forced him to actually play real defense.
That's his fault. Because he led the league in blocks. Are you saying that's why Hakeem?
I'm saying but I'm saying what about all the players? Like if it's about leading in blocks, what about all the defenders? Like remember, this is the 90s. This is an era that had Scottie Pippen. Hold on.
And all Hakeem Olajuwon did was be top 10 in steals.
What I'm saying is there was not going to be see Scottie Pippen was punished because there was really no tallying statistical category that could tally up his defense because he did so many things defensively that weren't running total stats. So people just never really put him in the defensive player of the year conversation. He might have ranked in the top 5 or something like that, but he was never going to have a realistic shot at winning the award because all centers had to do was lead the league in blocks. And Mutombo will win it. You can't tell me that Alonzo Mourning was a better defensive player than Scottie Pippen. You can't tell me. You can't tell me
what year.
Hold on. You can't tell me Mutombo was a better defensive player than Scottie Pippen in any year.
You're talking about Mutombo
any year.
Yes, in 88 when he wasn't the same. 98 he wasn't the same defender.
You would literally have to go to the tail end in the 90s when his back was all messed up. But even in 96, he was first team all defense. Should have had a case then. In 94, he should have had a case. 94, he should have had a case. 93, he should have had a case.
Over Hakeem, no.
Bro, what? You only putting Hakeem up there because he led the league in blocks? You can't even tell me what he was.
Olajuwon is top 10
outside of blocking
shots.
Okay, back this. Okay, do it like this. Outside of blocking shots, tell me what Hakeem was good at defensively.
Oh my God!
Break his defensive game down.
Oh my God!
No, Legend. I know you might be able to, Legend. I know Mac Def can. I know for a fact Mac Def can.
Low. This is a nice tactic that Lamont does. He plays with the doubles.
I understand because he knows more X's.
Mac Def, get the Googling.
No. I'll say the reason why I think Hakeem Olajuwon is better
He's
defensively.
about to make up a whole bunch of stuff.
I believe. Number one, he led the league in
running total numbers.
He was a great. I don't have the stats in front of me. You got the computer. He was the 94 Hakeem Olajuwon. The reason he won Defensive Player of the Year. I guess he led the league in blocks. He was the number one shot blocker. He had steals numbers as well, comparable to Pippen. I think Pippen averaged 3 or 2.9. Hakeem Olajuwon was like 1.8. or something like that as a center. He led the league in steals as a center. So blocks and steals as a center, he was top 2 in those categories. I don't care about defensive wishes.
Those categories did not tell you.
Let me finish. I think being a best
defender. Steph Curry led the league in steals. Iverson led the league in steals. They don't tell you if you're a good defender.
I didn't say steals or even getting Olajuwon. Can I let me finish? Why Hakeem is better than?
I said break down his game.
Olajuwon is better than Pippen.
I said break down his defensive game.
And I am. I'm saying he blocked. He's a shot blocker, and as a center, averaging that many steals is ridiculous. Now, I believe that a rim protector and a shot blocker has more impact defensively than a perimeter player. So when we talk about
nothing about his game, man.
Oh, all right. Go ahead, Lamont. You got it. Go ahead.
I know what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Can I?
Because I can name stats.
Let's hear it. No. I'm gonna put low.
But it doesn't matter.
I'm gonna put this basketball knowledge to the test.
Go ahead.
I gotta put low on the big screen for this. I want to see.
Oh my God.
Because if you make one mistake, I got synergy right here.
Go ahead.
Honestly, we have to watch more film. So in terms of what he did as an individual player, yes, great rim protector, great post defender. Also somebody who was way more agile. I think him and David Robinson really were the only two that were agile enough defensively to keep up with a lot of guards and pick and rolls and not get torched while still sending help, proper drop coverage, and still going back and protecting the rim. And also, which is the thing that we can watch film. We can watch the series that they had.
I got the numbers. I got the pick and roll efficiency numbers right here.
We can watch the game against the we can watch a series against the Utah Jazz, and this will just debunk it. Yes, technically speaking, they were not bigs at the time who could shoot the floor, shoot to get proper floor spacing that would take Hakeem out of the paint. However, especially in the mid to late 90s, what teams were doing was manipulating the illegal defensive rules and putting non-floor spacers at the top of the key to give proper spacing to whoever the isolation player was. And the Utah Jazz, what is the other team? Phoenix Suns. They were notorious for it. The Miami Heat and New York Knicks later on in the 90s were also notorious for this as well. And so what they would do is they would put a non-floor spacing big on the floor and still just set them up at the 3-point line and try to remove Hakeem as far away as they could from the play. And Hakeem would still be able to manipulate as much as he could while still being in legal positioning. David Robinson, to your credit, Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan, Dennis Rodman, there were only a handful of players who were really agile enough to actually pull that off. And that's why he was a great defender, if we're being honest with ourselves. I agree with you with a lot of those other players, though. Mutombo was just more or less just standing in the paint. But also, at that time, that was the best way to impact defense, if we're being honest with ourselves. But no, we can watch that Jazz series, and like literally the first couple possessions, they're already trying to stretch Hakeem out as far as he possibly can. We can watch it right now, but you ain't gonna put it on.
I got the number. But what I'm saying is, when I go to the numbers, because I always kill him. This is why I say his defense wouldn't translate to this here. Okay, so he ranked in the NBA. Let's go to the year he won Defensive Player of the Year.
94.
How did he rank 199th in the NBA in pick and roll efficiency? Right, teams scored on him in the pick and roll at 1.99 points per possession. That means they damn near scored on him every time in the pick and roll. Whenever you put them in the pick and roll, it's just a lot of teams didn't have the personnel to consistently put their centers in the pick and rolls. Right, not everybody had the luxury of having these Karl Malones. Most of the bigs throughout the 90s were not very skilled. You really couldn't put them in a ton of pick and rolls and run it effectively. Not everybody had that luxury. So when you tell me in his Defensive Player of the Year campaign that he was one of the worst players in the NBA in pick and roll efficiency, how you telling me this is one of the best defenders? This is how I know it was just a biased era towards center. People say it was the era of the big man, yet none of the big men could win anything over a shooting guard.
But that's what you proven the point, though, is that at the time, it's not to be able to defend pick and roll isn't that valuable because not that many teams are doing it. So it's not like you're getting
until you got to the playoffs where he struggled mightily, and this is why he had wildly inconsistent playoff outings and why his team struggled.
Wait, what?
He struggled. You mean the team success-wise struggled?
He struggled defensively in the playoffs.
Oh my God!
Everybody runs to his offensive numbers and say, "Oh, he played great." Why don't y'all go watch the video of his defensive flaws and how he get broke down defensively when teams were able to stretch him out 10 feet?
Which series are you referring to?
Just go watch video.
Bro.
Go watch video of any series where his team lost in the first round. After his NBA Finals campaign where they lost. After that year,
about 94,
just go watch the
years
where he was complaining and crying, faking injuries. Just go watch them playoff outings.
Oh no! I there is a stretch of Hakeem's career that people they definitely overlook. Without a doubt. I don't know.
94, he won it.
The man is averaging a double with 1.5
Good
assists
for him.
and 2 blocks.
Don't mean he's a great defender.
What the fuck are we talking about?
If Drummond played in the 90s, y'all would be saying Drummond be one of the greatest bigs of all time.
Maybe if he played in the 90s, but he don't.
Hypotheticals.
I don't think so.
I would say he's one of the best defensive players.
Hypotheticals.
I don't know about that because offensively Drummond wouldn't be able to even come close. I'm assuming you were talking about offensively. Stop. No, Drummond, stop.
Drummond would put up 20 a game in the 90s.
I'm done with you, bro.
What is the key putting up, nigga?
Stop.
Wait, on what efficiency though? Because it's not like Drummond is like, come on. If he had the post,
Drummond ain't scoring nothing on Patrick Ewing.
Drummond ain't what you call it. But all right, wait.
Y'all be overrating these dudes. Y'all be overrating them as defenders.
You want to look at
footage?
I would love to see Drummond shoot a fadeaway.
Do you
really
want to look
would.
at footage? We can look at the 94. I think it's 94 or 95. I think they 94 95 when they went up against the Utah Jazz, and you'll see what I'm talking about. They used to just stretch
both
out.
94.
But look, the problem with games is that for any good game that you find, I could pull up a bad game and tear it right back.
Look at his stats, and the blocks and steals. What are we doing? And rebounds.
I'm not trying to show necessarily a good game. I'm just trying to show you how they defended at that time, like how they would stretch Hakeem out of the paint with non-floor spacers, and they would manipulate illegal defense to their benefit by removing Hakeem from the paint. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, but at the end of the day, not every team had the personnel to pull that off. You're talking about like the Houston Rockets or the Bulls. You're talking about good teams. The Clippers and the Dallas Mavericks couldn't stretch Hakeem out. He could just stand around. You know, the Vancouver Grizzlies and things and teams like that, like teams. Not every team had the personnel to manipulate it.
But it's not really about personnel though, because even when the Jazz did it, they didn't have the personnel either. They were just manipulating the defense.
So what you saying, Lamont?
Wait, Lamont, I'm gonna ask you.
Hakeem was in the club holding the wall up with his arms folded.
Hold on, yeah, man. Hakeem was just.
To be fair,
no, he had the luxury of playing in an era where everything that Biggs did was over glorified, and it was to the detriment of better defensive players like Scottie Pippen. And this is why people can run around saying Pippen ain't got no defensive players of the year, which that's a shame. He should have at least 2, at a minimum 2.
Lamont, the reason
but everybody has Pippen top 5.
But all you had to do in the 90s was be top 5 in the league in blocks, and you were going to be voted ahead of Pippen
top 5, bro. I don't care.
Pippen did much more defensively than all those bigs. The things that he was asked to do defensively, guard entire sides of the court, take an entire floor away. I mean, guarding, playing in help, playing on ball, picking up guys full court. He was asked to do much more than every big of the 90s. Yet those bigs of the 90s get much more credit defensively than Pippen. And like I said, and now we have to deal. And now I have to be the one to defend Scottie Pippen from other 90s fans who try to trick y'all into believing he wasn't even a good player alongside Jordan.
Okay.
Lamont,
hold on.
No one thinks that Scottie Pippen's top 5. Only you do.
Lamont. Scottie's primary reason why he didn't get a major Defensive Player of the Year award is because he was on another team with another elite defender. Just like every major season award, if you're if you're on another team with another guy that's putting up nearly the same impact as you, you're not going to get that season award.
Almost every DPOY candidate and recipient played with another all-time. Play with another great.
I don't know how Dennis Rodman won 2 of them.
Because it's like Lamont alluded to. He finished top 5 Defensive Player of the Year votes. So if Jordan's finished is top 10 and Scottie Pippen's top 5, he's not going to get those enough votes to get number 1.
But what
but he got enough votes to make defensive first team. He always got
no. First of all, Lamont, at that time, Lamont, it's different. The people voted for defensive first team, and the defensive player of the year was different.
Bro,
different people.
But what about 94?
Just admit that it was just an era that if you could block shots, you would get over glorified.
Pippen, you can debate 94, but I mean, Hakeem Olajuwon
94, that was Pippen's best chance to win defensive player of the year. In my opinion, he should have. But but Lamont, I'm not going to punish Hakeem for taking advantage of the rules that he played in, bro.
No, you can't.
That's completely unfair.
I'm not knocking him either. But to compare Hakeem, David Robinson, Alonzo Mourning defensively to everything that Scottie Pippen was asked to do, Scottie Pippen was asked to do more things defensively, and he did them all at an elite level better than all of those other guys.
He's a perimeter player, Lamont.
No, are you saying
but yet he was asked to guard in the post sometimes. He was asked to guard on the perimeter. He was asked to pick up point guards full court. He was asked to play help defense and not get illegal defensive calls.
Then you got to have Rodman over Pippen then.
Hold on.
You got to have Rodman over Pippen if that's your logic.
What do you mean have Rodman over Pippen? No, I don't have Rodman.
Because Rodman did everything that you're saying that Pippen did.
I don't have Rodman. No, Rodman didn't do nothing better than Pippen.
No,
so
hold
on. So,
but rebounding basketball.
Rebounding. First of all, rebounding is a part of defense.
Mac, when you say rebounding
was a way better post player.
You ain't never played.
Dennis Rodman's a way better post player, post defender than Pippen.
Nobody playing basketball talk about if you grab 10 rebounds. I'm not calling
Lamont,
you a defender, bro.
Rodman was a way better post defender than Pippen.
Man, I don't care how you slice it. No, he wasn't. Not to me.
Are you serious?
Just because you saw a handful of highlights.
You see what I'm saying? Not to me. That's an emotional take.
Just because. Hold on,
not to me.
MacDev, just because
take your ball and go home. Then if you go
MacDev, hold on, MacDev. I don't need the ad libs. I'm just telling you, just because you saw a few clips of Rodman agitating Shaquille O'Neal in the game, and they tricked you into believing he was this all-time great post defender, and they lied to you because ain't no numbers supporting this post defense that you talking about with Rodman. Yes, he was a great defender, but he was much better on the perimeter, just like Pippen, than in the post. So stop lying, trying to tell us he was a great post defender when he would get cooked in the post. He just had a few halves of basketball where he gave Shaquille O'Neal a little bit of trouble, and they tricked you. That's what you.
So Karl Malone
Everybody likes to
Dennis
say
Rodman in the post.
Rodman stopped
I'll let you
Shaq.
talk.
No, he didn't. Shaq dominated that game.
Hold on. Time out. I'll let you talk. Hold on. I'll let you talk. First of all,
I'm
Shaq
just saying,
didn't
don't
average
lie.
I'm not gonna lie.
You can't
Shaq
trick
didn't average.
me.
I'm not gonna
research.
lie. I'm not finna lie. Shaq didn't
I know
average 30
you've done
versus
no
Dennis Rodman.
research.
I didn't even bring
you to
Shaq's
describe
name up.
Hakeem's
You
game,
did.
and you told me he led the league in blocks.
Hold
and
on,
steals.
you did, and I said post player. You brought up Shaq. What did Karl Malone do? I'm sorry, sir. What did Karl Malone do versus Dennis Rodman?
Score a whole bunch of points.
Okay.
Especially in '98.
What do you mean, Karl? What did Sean Kemp do to Dennis Rodman?
I ain't gonna lie. In '98,
Sean Kemp smoked his boost.
In '98, that's actually the '98 finals is actually one of Karl Malone's better postseason series. To be honest.
Okay, but I'm sitting here saying Shaq. You're sitting here saying that he didn't stop Shaq. Shaq didn't average no 30. Karl Malone ain't averaging no 30.
Oh, so you want me to pull up the game by game? You want me to pull up the game by game breakdown of Rodman on Shaq?
Hold on. When we talk about Dennis Rodman as a post defender, go look at the '89 finals. What he did versus James Worthy. Go look at that finals. James Worthy ain't no perimeter player. Like, he was in the post. James Worthy operated in the post. Am I lying?
Can I say something?
Go ahead, please.
Hey, man. This nigga in the locker room live again, and they pay my money.
Oh man,
that's Lamont's cousin, man.
Did he change his channel name? I thought his channel name was different when I saw it.
Hey, Bees, he still got subscribers only for the comment section.
Yeah, bro.
That's despicable. That's just how much he owe you, Bees?
About 150 or something.
He only owe me 50. It's principality.
You ain't gonna hit him with no interest like you hit me?
Nah, I was gonna donate it to you, but you didn't go get it, so now I keep it.
Oh, I mean, I did go over there one of them days.
Go get it then.
No, I did go over in his chat. I did say something one day. I think it was last week. I said something in his chat about it.
Did he respond?
Lamont, do you think Ben Wallace could play in this era?
In this era, yeah, he could play in this era.
Ben Wallace could play in this era, but Akeem Olajuwon would get smoked.
They both can play in this era. You didn't ask me how effective they would be.
Oh, all right, bro. You got it.
I ain't gonna lie though. Dikembe probably couldn't play in this era. I'm keeping it with you.
You got it, man.
Dikembe probably couldn't.
Dikembe's just too slow, bro.
Yeah,
so how is Rudy Gobert surviving, winning 4 All Defensive Player of the Year awards, but Mutombo will get smoked?
He's slower than him. Mutombo was slow.
Mutombo was real slow back there.
Real
he can't even hold. He can't even laugh.
And I know that from NBA Jam. His speed is on like 2.
Oh my god.
That's your direct source.
Crazy.
Mutombo
was averaging a double while winning Defensive Player of the Year. Rudy Gobert ain't doing. Y'all look.
Rudy Gobert was averaging double too. What are you
talking about? On, y'all got Rudy Gobert is better than Mutombo. Is what you're trying to tell me?
I'm not saying that. Me personally,
that's a good argument. To be honest with you.
It's not an argument.
Yes, it is. Rudy Gobert is better than Mutombo. Yes, I will say it.
Yes. What the fuck?
Rudy Gobert is better than Mutombo. What are y'all shy about?
Rudy Gobert got no comp at the center position like Mutombo did. That's a fact.
Are you saying that you can put Rudy?
That is a fact.
Hold on.
I'm saying the centers in the 90s.
Hold on, y'all. What? Remember? Hey, y'all remember the year Mutombo won Defensive Player of the Year? But you send the Defensive Player of the Year center in there to guard Shaq in the finals, and what do y'all say? Y'all say Shaq had one of the easiest matchups of all time. Defensive Player of the Year, Shaq looked at him as one of the worst, easiest matchups of all time.
Yes, the 76ers, yes.
That was one. What you mean?
So low, what's about to happen?
That was a defensive team.
Hold on. First of all, is the 90 centers better than today's centers? Yes or no?
Real quick. Low, what's about to happen? Mac Dev's about to introduce another criteria that players can't control, like competition. Go ahead, Mac Dev.
Whatever, bro. Is the 90 centers better than today's centers?
You just did it.
Thank you. So I was going to ask
nigga, that's not a criteria. I'm asking your opinion.
Let me ask Lamont. Okay, so I understand. They're definitely more versatile defenders in today's game. Yeah. And yes, Scottie Pippen was without a doubt one of the more versatile defenders at that time, if not arguably the most versatile defender. However, I think you take what they were able to do and impact at that time, because as great as a defender Draymond is, if you told Draymond to defend someone in the post in the 90s, I don't think he would be able to do it, like, at all, actually. Mm-hmm. So at the time, what's more valuable, if like 80% of the league is running offense with post players and getting post entries, and like everybody's trying to attack the basket or get as close as they can to the basket, what's more impactful and what's more valuable would be rim protection, and it would be post play. So even though, yes, Scottie Pippen is extremely versatile, it's just way more impactful for somebody to be a post player.
But you're given a presumption, and this is how 90s fans trick people. When you I believe there's a ton of centers in the 90s that Draymond could shut down, because not every center's name was Patrick Ewing. The majority of centers were people like Purvis Ellison. Draymond would lock him up. The majority of centers were people like Wayman Tisdale. Draymond Green would lock him up. The majority of centers were like Oliver Miller. Draymond Green would lock Oliver Miller up. Like, when you go to the majority of centers, not just run to the superstars, because the superstars is cooking everybody. He's locking all them centers up.
So Draymond is locking up Rick Smith.
Benjamin Lamont. What about Greg Ostertag?
What you mean? Yeah, that's
so
what
he's
I'm saying.
locking up Rick Smith.
Wait. I want to be clear. How someone favors against a lesser center would not be a way that we would determine their defensive impact anyway. So that point is semi-irrelevant.
It would count cumulatively, and the averages would show that this is one of the better defensive players in the game. Nobody looks at how you defend Shaquille O'Neal and say, are you a good defender or not? Because nobody was stopping Shaquille O'Neal, whether you were the defensive player of the year or not. They look at what you do as a consensus throughout the whole season.
You better look at Tim Duncan's highlights versus Shaq. You better look at King versus Shaq.
How did Patrick Ewing Patrick Ewing favor against Hakeem?
Not very well.
Not very well as an under.
I didn't look at Patrick Ewing as a defensive.
He got his ass.
From a scoring perspective,
a scoring perspective. How did Patrick Ewing favor against Hakeem? He favored horribly.
He only averaged 18 low.
He averaged 18, 19 points and sub 40% shooting from the field.
12 rebounds though.
Horrible.
Yeah, he was collecting his own fucking.
Hold on. You're saying the flip side. Hold on. You're saying on the flip, how did you saying Patrick Ewing struggled against Hakeem? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm talking about offensively.
Okay.
How did David Robinson, who was an MVP that season, favor against him?
He played good, but he got whooped though.
He didn't play good.
No,
he did play good.
What year are you talking about?
95.
95. He smacked the hell out of him.
He did. Hakeem Olajuwon was the better, but what David Robinson did versus that version of Hakeem Olajuwon, he played good, bro.
I personally
Mac,
don't think
do
so.
you?
I think. Let me say this real quick. I don't think he did, because he really only had two normal David Robinson games. He opened up with a 21-point game, shot sub 30% against Hakeem. He then had a game 4. We put up 20 points, sub 40% against Hakeem. He then had another game, the closeout game, a 19-point game. We was also sub 40%. He really only had.
You're talking about offensively. Okay.
Yeah. I'm talking about, because he just sat there and said, Lamont said, we don't argue how these players played against, like.
Yeah, but do you truly look at David Robinson as just this great offensive powerhouse?
Not.
I mean, he could put 71.
Yeah, what are you talking about? You putting a nail?
I don't look at David Robinson as this juggernaut offensive beast.
But those are not.
The man was averaging 25, Lamont.
But wait, even if I were to give Lamont that argument,
Ewing was probably a better scorer than David Robinson.
Okay, even as you want to downplay David Robinson, fair enough, because I don't think he was as good as offensive player as people make him out to be. But still, you shooting sub 45% in a postseason series, having 3 games in a 6-game series where you're sub 40%. That's you objectively had a bad game, even if I were to lower the bar for David Robinson entering that series, and that was against Hakeem Olajuwon. Even in the finals, in 95, Shaq also had a drop in his accuracy against David Robinson. So yes, I understand what you're saying.
Shaq dominated in the finals.
Oh, my bad. I'm thinking about someone else. I'm thinking about Moses. I think if I'm not mistaken, Moses and Kareem also struggled against Hakeem as well. If I'm not mistaken.
He did.
So
but if you run, like I said, I think the flaw in that is if you run to the finals, one of the biggest stages, you can find a segment of 4 to 5 games where these guys didn't play up to par. If you look at their head-to-head matches for their entire career, I don't think those numbers average out to be the same.
Okay, but where's Rudy Gobert in this debate?
I get what you.
Well, I'm gonna simulate on that 2K for you, MacDef. I'll simulate.
Oh my god!
No, because Rudy Gobert ain't got no stat.
No, I think I need to get back. I need to get back to doing my game simulations on here. So I'm gonna simulate
just talking about defensively, MacDef.
Yeah, I know.
Also, and David and Robert Parrish was horrible against Hakeem in that final series. So I understand what you're saying.
Robert Parrish.
But Robert Parrish almost shot 40% from the field in that series.
Yeah, but Robert Parrish just wasn't this great offensive player, though.
But for somebody to go from 55% to 40%, bro, like to act as if like that's not like a quality defensive.
No. You know what, Legend? I'll give you this because I think against other post players, I think Hakeem's was elite at post defense. Well, for me, I have a bias, and I can admit this. I have a bias towards players who are more versatile defensively. So this is why I'm always going to put a Draymond over a Ben Wallace or a Pippen over Hakeem. This is why, because I appreciate defensive versatility over just player being great defensively in one spot on the court. So other people might elevate it. I prefer defensive versatility, but that's just my preference.
So Draymond is over Tim Duncan?
Don't you dare!
Defensively, no, he's not doing that.
Don't you?
Oh my god!
You see where I put him in that straight jacket.
Hold on, but MacDef, why are we comparing? And this, I think, with Draymond, this is
they
where
played
people.
in the same.
I say with Draymond, this is where he gets a bad rep because of Draymond's position. People like to compare him to other centers as opposed to comparing him to other wing players or wing defenders. I don't really like comparing Draymond to just pure center, which Tim Duncan was more of a post rim protector, but he could go out and defend in the pick and roll a little bit better than other bigs. But they defended two completely different styles, so I don't want to take away. But in his own right, Tim Duncan had a bit more versatility defensively to his game than Hakeem did.
So go ahead. Y'all got it.
I believe he did.
I think Kawhi. I would say Kawhi to me as a versatile in the.
Kawhi Leonard was not versatile. He was horrible off ball.
You don't think
Kawhi Leonard off ball is
whatever? I think Kawhi
just like
Leonard
y'all call Chris Paul a cone on ball. Kawhi Leonard's a cone off ball. He don't know what to do.
I think Kawhi Leonard was the best defender of that 2010s. Fuck Draymond and Chris Paul. Give me Kawhi.
No, give me Draymond.
I'm taking Kawhi.
Wait. Can we please? Or can we? Because I can't find that many footage of Hakeem in the late 80s, early 90s in the playoffs. But I promise you, I
got some games. I played a few on my channel. I got some games.
Okay, I promise you, if we look at that Utah series, I promise you, especially as the series progressed, the first few possessions they were stretching out Hakeem outside the paint. Some of the other ones, maybe not as much, but again, it's kind of hard to find them on YouTube. Like I just try to find them and I can't find them.
Oh, hey, y'all have a good night, man. Salute.
All right,
salute,
Lamont ain't gonna want to do that though.
Well, yeah, hold on. We can do a whole. I can find. You tell me what game to find. I promise you, I can find the full game. We could do a reaction watching it live together.
We can if you want to, but I'm probably not gonna be able to stay. I just like go to the it's here. I can put the.
Not now. I'm saying we could do it another time. We don't have to be now. We don't have time now.
Well, to everybody, I'm gonna put in a private chat and I'm gonna put in a comment section. Go watch that game. You can just watch the first few possessions and you'll clearly see they will put non-floor spacers on the perimeter to just use illegal defense to their advantage, and they will stretch Hakeem out of the paint. That's what y'all should be talking about. That fake. That I'm gonna be honest with you. That's what you really should be talking about. Barkley and Karl Malone benefiting off of illegal defense. Oh man, it's sickening. It's sickening, dog. And it's not even real. I don't even think it's real basketball, in my opinion.
Bro, that's what I said. I don't know how you can play real defense with illegal defense in the game.
Yeah, you can't. You really can't. If you watch it, if you go and watch that game, bro. No, into the chat it's the 94. It's NBA 1994 Western Conference Finals Game 1, Jazz versus Rockets. And you can just see it, and it's terrible, bro. From top to bottom, it's like
yo, this nigga Keem cold as fuck, yo.
Do you favor man-to-man defense or zone defense?
Sturdy just likes Hakeem, man.
Man, he cold. What you talking about, man?
For what? For man, like you talking about, like as the more impactful one, or the one that's what do you mean?
Yeah, because you couldn't play zone in the 90s, and I believe that the 90s defense was handicapped.
Also to be fair, this is why I'll give Pippen his flowers, even though I think he overrated. I think Jordan and Pippen and Hakeem to an extent as well. And those Rockets teams, they got away with playing zone because how quick and versatile they were.
Mm-hmm.
So to be fair to them, they were. But for the most part, yeah, you're right. Especially the later the 90s got, the more egregious it got, bro. Those Knicks and Miami Heat series are disgusting, especially late in the game. It's disgusting, bro. They've spaced out the whole floor, have everybody on the at the top of the 3-point line. Patrick Ewing was standing at the top of the 3-point line.
Bro, it would look ridiculous, bro, how they would have it set up.
It would look ridiculous, bro. And then I would have to sit here and have older heads tell me, "Oh, that's real basketball." Like, stop,
bro. When you see the formations, it would look like football triple. What is that called?
Triple option.
Yeah, it looked like these
correct.
They would literally be bunched up at the top of the key. I'm talking about it would look weird to some of the schemes they would pull just to make teams not be able to play defense or give good help.
Correct. So when Barkley and Malone got the ball in the post, they had basically 4 out all the way on the other side, clear the side, right?
Not all the time. Barkley was way more egregious, but both of them were probably one of the first few players to really implement it in the early to mid 90s. And then,
but it was more
just watch the 98. Just watch the 98 finals with Utah versus.
I watched it. I'm saying basically what I'm saying is that they played isolation.
Have so many illegal defense calls because of that weird odd formation. I think they had 3 in like one quarter one time. That's how bad it was starting to get, man.
Okay, now in this era, with all the switching defense, with the zones and this, that, and the third, don't they play a lot of isolation ball as well?
I agree with you, but I'd much rather the floor be space because of your skill and not because of some random rule that is set in place. So you're absolutely correct. The way that the game is played now, they essentially are trying to get as close as they can back to, I'm going to give one player as much space as possible, but that's because of the skill. And if you lack that skill, your team will suffer. Yeah, your team will suffer.
Like the Lakers did earlier this year. They didn't guard any of the Lakers shooters because they couldn't shoot. So they closed the paint up and everybody just packed the paint on AD. And AD just looked like he was going up on 2 and 3 players every time he touched the ball. That's what happens when you don't have shooters. It wasn't because of the rules.
Real quick.
Yo, Lamar, hold on, real quick, McDuff. Yo, Lamar, I'm watching this game, bro. It's not looking good for you, bro. It's not looking good.
But like I said, for every game that you find that supports Hakeem, I can find 2 or 3 that don't support him.
The game don't really support. It's just showing how they would just stretch out Hakeem, though, more or less.
Now the difference where we both agree, Lo, and everybody on the panel, that some in the 90s they isolated, and in today's era they isolate. You say it's because of more of skill. When I look at the 90s defense, and this is where we kind of disagree, because of the legal defense, and because they were handcuffed, and because the scores were the way they were, and they made it a defensive error, I give credit to the coaches and the players of playing great defense. You guys would disagree and say, well, the offense was trash and the guys wasn't skilled. Am I correct?
Maybe not the skill part, but the offense was trash.
The offense was trash. I disagree. I think Shaq 1-on-1 is the best offense. Well, I think Barkley playing 4-5 out in a post is great offense.
That's one player though. You just sat there.
Jordan. I mean, it was a post game in the 90s. I just look at it different.
Okay, let me tell you this.
The 90s defense to me was great.
90s defense was
great,
bro.
You said it
great. I didn't say it was the greatest. The 2000s was the greatest.
Hold on. I think people need to stop correlating low scoring games with good defense. The 90s was not. The 2000s was low scoring because of great defense. The 90s was not low scoring because of great defense. It was low scoring because teams realized that with the illegal defense, all they had to do was slow the pace down to a bore by isolating the ball to one side of the court, just like they did with Jordan, Isaiah Thomas, and all the great individual players of the 90s. And this is why Patrick Ewing and all these players would hold the ball for like 10 seconds within the shot clock, then go shoot it at the end of the shot clock, and then the pace of play just slowed down. One of the reasons why they got rid of illegal defense was to pick the pace of play back up by allowing teams to zone up. It's going to force you to move the ball. It's going to pick the pace up.
Fact.
Okay, so the best defenses in the 2000s were better than the best defenses in the 90s.
I agree. Actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
The 04.
Yes, absolutely.
Wait.
So who was better than the Spurs defensively or the Detroit Pistons, Mac?
I'm gonna be honest with you. If that's not only the case, but like in every way possible, like statistically speaking, like that's also the case. Personnel wise, that's also the case. But most of those players in the 90s defensive, like you said, like you just sat there and said offensively, it was just really you just need to defend one or two players because that's how they would run the offense. And we gonna also keep it a beam. Bro, there was only like 7 teams that were actually running an offense. Like the triangle offense was an offense. What they were doing in Cleveland with Mark Price, high pick and roll, then occasional post-ups, that's an offense. Bro, you go back and watch the Knicks, that's not an offense, bro. They just come up, throw the ball into the post, and everybody just stands around with the occasional cuts. That's not a real offense. And so defensively, if all I need to do is just defend one or two players on the court, why? Like, how would that make my team? How, like, from a skilled and actual eye test standpoint, how does that make the whole team and the coaching a great defensive like unit? If it's just one or two players playing defense on our
that's the Knicks offense, but I'm talking about the Knicks defense and who the Knicks defense had to defend. Well. I think the Pacers had a comparable offense.
That's another team with an actual offense.
Yeah, I think that okay, but the New York Knicks had to defend them. You just said the Bulls, the Knicks had to defend them. I think the Utah Jazz ran a comparable offense with the pick and roll and posting up Karl Malone. That's a comparable offense.
So that's
I think the Knicks were a great defensive team.
Yeah, but I don't think. I think there's like
the best 5 defensive teams of the 90s don't stand a chance against the best 5 defensive teams of the 2000s.
I'm taking the 90s Bulls. The Detroit.
Don't say the Pacers.
No, the Pacers are up there.
And the 90s Bulls is the only team that could translate in the 2000s because they picked up in a full court press. Damn near. Only team that could actually.
Hold on. If we're talking 90s, and if we're talking the team in their best year, I'm just gonna start from the 90 and go up. You got to put you. Hold on. Yes, you got to put the Pistons up there. You're not gonna put the Pistons up there. You're not going to put the bad boy Pistons
early, like 1990, Lamar.
Like literally 1990. Okay,
bro, that you still tell in.
We're talking 90s. I'm not going to say the 89 Pistons. I'm saying I'm starting my way up from 90 to 99.
Go ahead.
So I would take the bad boy Pistons. I would take the first 3-peat Bulls defense. I would take the second 3-peat Bulls defense. I'm sorry, but they're two different teams. Yeah, so I'm taking both. I'm taking both of them. I'm taking the Knicks, and I'm taking. Ooh, do I want the Miami Heat or the Pacers?
Man, stop it.
Oh my God.
Stop it,
man.
Ooh, do I want the Miami Heat or the Pacers, Lo? Which one should I pick? You hate both.
He said, ooh, like he had a good variety.
Yeah, I know.
Hold on. Yeah, so let's get this straight. The 2000s, I think the Spurs, for their longevity and as great as they were, I think they're the number 1 defense in the 2000s. Anybody disagree?
Well, okay, go ahead. Yeah, fine.
Okay, so I got the Spurs.
Not. The Pistons, the 04 Pistons.
I would say Pistons, but go ahead.
The 04 Pistons, 08 Celtics.
But the 04 Pistons were the number 2 defense that year. The Spurs
I don't care how you what number.
Okay, so Spurs, Pistons, Celtics. Who else?
Oh my God! Come on, y'all.
I got the 90s. Y'all got the 2000s.
I actually think the Pacers team in the 2000s is a noticeably better.
That Pacers team with Ron Artest and them boys.
Yes.
What? Yeah, that was a good team.
That's who y'all going with?
Yes, without a doubt. The problem you're arguing is that, like, for example, you go to Miami. All right, how many defensive players are really on Miami?
In the 90s?
Yes.
I'm
Alonzo
going with
Mourning, and that's
Alonzo
it.
Mourning, Rashad Leonard, PJ
Rashawn
Brown.
Leonard wasn't that good of a defender.
Rashawn
Stop
Leonard
it.
was a defender back then.
Hold on, you said Rashawn
Yeah,
Leonard. This
Rashad
nigga-
Leonard wasn't no
He said the
offensive player.
Mac Def. Are you talking about the late 90s or the real 90s when Jordan was there? You talking about Ronnie Cycli and them boys?
No, I'm talking about Alonzo Mourning when he won Defensive Player of the Year. What are we talking
Yeah,
about?
that's like 99. That's after Jordan.
That's
like,
in the 90s.
I know, but when we talk about the 90s, I don't like talking about.
Get Michael Jordan out your head, Lamont. We're
All right, so
talking
wait,
90s defense. It's
it's
not
Alonzo-
just Jordan.
It's
The 90s was more than Jordan, bro.
It's
No, it
Alonzo,
wasn't.
It's Alonzo. Stop. Oh man, he's crazy.
So you mean to tell me Jamal Mashburn and all of them, Tim Hardaway was defensive
So
players?
hold on, name your five. I'm taking Miami defense. Okay, name your five because you just stopped at Indiana Pacers. That's number 4.
Oh,
and I'm definitely taking the Knicks over them. Go ahead.
Oh, Jesus, that's another team where
Definitely.
it's like one or two defenders on the entire Knicks team, and everybody else is like, man.
I could give
You're going by defenders. I'm going by team.
Yeah, but that's
and what they
point
did.
But that's the point where we're. Boy, I want to say this. That's the point that we're saying, though, is that like you just sat there and said, the offense was just one person and everybody else is 4 out. So it just needs to be one player defending. If I'm just standing on the 3-point line, defending a non-3-point shooter, and I have to defend him because of illegal defense, I'm not playing defense, bro. That's not defense.
You're standing there doing nothing.
But what I'm simply saying.
Hold on, I can go.
You're not
you can
giving,
easily
so
go
you
with
don't
the Bulls with
so-
Joakim Noah and them boys.
But
you can easily go.
That's not 2000. Wait,
That is
what
2010.
90 out of the 5 that I picked? Who are they better than?
That's 2010.
What about the Memphis Grizzlies?
The Spurs, the
You guys are
Grizzlies,
losing this
the
battle. I
Pacers,
hope you guys know
the
this.
Spurs,
right?
Grizzlies, Pacers. You can go with all those.
Are better than who
like
out
you
of the
said,
5
and
I
hold on,
picked in
and
my
like you said,
90s?
MacDef, we could use multiple Spurs teams. We could use multiple Pistons teams. You still
In
got
which
the Celtics.
which Spurs teams is better than the Bulls?
The Bruce Bowen
Boy,
Spurs.
the Bulls
Y'all
are the
lost.
only.
Y'all
the Bulls are the
losing. You know
only-
that, right?
Wait, the Bulls are the only team though. And
Bro, the
realistically-
04,
No, they're
03
not.
Yes,
hold on,
they are.
03-04 Pistons
not
was
wrong.
better than the Bulls.
And also, like you just sat there and say, realistically speaking, you only gave 4 because you gave us 2 iterations of the Bulls. That's basically what you did.
Right.
We're gonna keep it.
You said, first of all, we said the 2000s. That's a decade, and we said the 90s. That's a decade. So what are we
but
doing?
I'm saying in the 90s, you gave us just 2 iterations of the Bulls. That's what you did. You didn't really give us 2 different teams.
You could pick any Spurs team that you want. Y'all
like
y'all
Lamont
pick
just said,
y'all
like Lamont-
5 in the
That's how you
2000s.
know it's
I
all
pick
talking like
5 in the and they're
Hold on, what
different
about?
teams.
I can give you the 03-04 Spurs.
Which
Okay.
is I think is by far.
I can give you
And
the.
they're
I
better.
can give you
And
the
they're
O-
better than
I can
they're
give you
better
the
than the
04
'96
Pistons.
Bulls.
I can give you the 08. I can give you the 08 Celtics. No, I think the
And they're better than the.
Pistons.
Oh my,
I think the Pistons of 04 and the Spurs of 04
they're not better than the
defensively
96
were better
Bulls.
than the Bulls.
They're not better than the. They're not better than the
Especially
Knicks.
that Detroit Pistons team.
And at the end of the day, there's really no metric or no way you can tell us that Bulls team will be better defensively when they were that handicapped with the illegal defense. So it's going to be hard to say, okay, what could they actually do if they were able to zone up? We don't know. And they played against other teams with severe
go ahead.
limitations.
Keep going.
No,
Are you done? So this is the reason. This is the reason I would say that the Bulls and everybody in the '90s defense can translate to 2000s. First of all, the best defensive
They didn't have the
team
personnel. One.
the best defensive team that y'all think the 04 Pistons, right? They played man-to-man defense. Period. They played man-to-man defense. That is a Larry Brown staple. So you're finna sit here and tell me that Rodman, Pippen, Jordan, and Ron Harper could not lock down man-to-man, and that they were still handicapped with the illegal defense. And they still put up allowed 91, 92 points per game
That's
in the 90s, that the 96, 97 Bulls, that's on par with the 08 Celtics.
And
So
that's-
you're
and
finna sit. What are we doing?
No, that's fair. The point. I think the point that at least I'm gonna make is like, for example, when it comes to those Pistons team, bro, they had like 3 different players on the teams that were like all league defenders, and then 2 other competent defenders in the starting lineup as well. Like all 5 of them were like at
Their
worst.
5 is not better than the Bulls.
I'm not
Their
saying
5 is not better than the Pistons.
Yes, they is.
I'm not saying that they are, but when you say the Knicks, for example, or you say those Pacers teams, for example, on the Pacers, name me those defenders.
The Davis boys, Rick Smith.
Rick Smith.
Rick Smith.
Yes, hold on, Khalil.
Oh my God.
What's my boy Aaron McKee?
No, you don't need to say nothing.
What's his name? McKee number 9.
Aaron McKee? Oh my goodness.
No, not Aaron McKee. I think it's Derek McKee. Number 9. I forget.
Small forward.
Who?
Yeah, number 9. I forget his name. It's not Aaron McKee because he played for the Sixers. But yeah, him. So first of all, I got the Davis boys, Rick Smith, and him. I'm the number 1 rebounding. Yeah, I'm out rebounding you. So the Pacers in the 2000s is out rebounding the Davis boys and Rick Smiths. Jermaine O'Neal is getting ready to score 25 on the Davis boys.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm not fine, but you just named what 2-3 players.
I named 4 people on the Pacers.
How many of them? You just named like 3 big men and 1 perimeter player. No,
I named 3 big men and 1 perimeter. Yes. I'm not going to put Reggie Miller up there.
Okay,
or Mark Jackson.
Hold on. Now, MacDuff. Hold on, MacDuff. Now I just pulled up Larry Brown's defensive playbook. You said his staple was man-to-man
defense. Yes.
Okay.
That's what I said. He hates the zone, Lamont.
That's not true. Why did you make this stuff up, man?
You could go play the video right now.
Bro, I'm looking at his defensive playbook right now. I'll put it on the screen. I'm up here. I'm gonna put it on the screen. Defensive playbook.
Bro, a defensive playbook?
Don't misread it like you misread that shot chart.
Okay, bro.
We know how you misread shot chart.
Nah, Khalil, I could pull up a Bill Belichick playbook. He
defensive
runs a 3-4,
playbook.
but he blitzes.
Okay, so defensive playbook. What is his? Just like I told y'all before, his number 1 go-to defense, which is what made that 04 Pistons team so deadly.
What
was the 1-3-1 matchup zone? What does a 1-3-1 matchup zone do? It looks like a man-to-man defense, but all you're doing is all 5 players are guarding the ball. It's pressure defense on ball, so that's why I can trick people like you into believing it's man-to-man, but it's not. Hold on, I got it right here. So, and then he also employed the 3-2 zone, which that's very rare to do in the NBA. All right, we can go to something that he called. We got something that
he put it up on the screen, Lamont.
Yeah, I'm about to do it right now.
Because MacDuff says you lying. MacDuff, don't misread this.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying he's lying about what he's looking at. I'm saying Larry Brown out of his mouth, and there's a YouTube video that you can look to check my source.
What are you doing watching Larry Brown videos?
You said what?
You watching Larry Brown videos in your free time?
I watched the 04 Pistons defense, and what Larry Brown said was that he favors man-to-man defense because the reason he doesn't like the zone is because he believes it takes away from defensive rebound.
I'm gonna find
that's the reason. You can say that. I said check my source, nigga. Before you said that.
Don't have any sources.
Look at the damn video.
I gotta bounce real quick. All I'm saying is, bro, the Bulls are really the only team, if we're being honest with ourselves, that had consistent defensive awareness, pressure, and impact at like 3, 4, 5 different positions, because they would pressure with the guards. They would also be very versatile with the help and doing illegal in positioning with their wings. And then they had solid post play, post defense, and rebounding, and a little bit of rim protection with their bigs between Rodman and Grant. Those are really Pistons were also very versatile. I'll give you that as well. But that was leading the charge really with Rodman and Dumars. But fair enough, they gave a lot of effort. A lot of these other teams, though, it's really just and even when it comes to the Pistons, you literally talking about just 1 year. A lot of these other teams, though, man, it's literally just, man, it's like it's not them. It's like 1 or 2 players, and the rest of them can just really just stand around and not really do much because they don't really have to defend. and they didn't even know how to properly send help and fill gaps and mask the zone as still playing as a man because of their length and athleticism.
I
A
think
lot
Derek
of the
Harper
teams
was a
really
comparable defender as a guard.
I agree. Ron Harper was also he played for the Bulls.
No, I said Derek Harper. Derek Harper for the Knicks.
Derek Harper.
With his hand checking, he was vicious at it.
Yeah, but
he was
then,
a hacker.
But then after they moved the ball.
What is Draymond? Draymond Green's a hacker too.
Wait. You said Derek Harper. Fair enough. Derek Harper. Okay. Then after they after the guard brought the ball up and then initiated the post play, what is Derek Harper doing after that?
I don't know basketball 1-on-1. Derek Harper's a great.
Hold on, MacDev, you are right.
No.
Hold on, Larry Brown did say that. I'm looking at it right here. You are right.
Well, yeah, you got
appreciate it.
Yeah, which
I agree that the 2000s is the best era of defense. My thing is that those defenses, if you look at the coaches, they were pillars in the 90s. Greg Popovich for the Spurs. He coached in the 90s. Once they got rid of that defensive, let me finish.
He wasn't a pillar.
Let me. You act okay. So Greg Popovich coached 1 year in the 90s, but you act like he was an assistant for 15 years before that. So shut up.
He wasn't a pillar.
Like you act like he just was born in 1999 or something.
I didn't know assistants could be pillars.
What I'm simply saying is Greg Popovich is a 90s coach. Once you got rid of those rules, you see what the Spurs did. Larry Brown coached in the 90s. Once you got rid of those defensive rules, you saw what he did. All I'm saying is the best coaches that were in the 90s that made it a defensive era, I'm giving credit to them in their defensive prowess to do what they did in the 90s because they were handcuffed. Then when you remove those rules, you've seen what they did in the 2000s. I'm going to give the same credit. The 2000s is better, but the 90s was handcuffed.
And then
That's
you had
all
the
I'm saying.
personnel back then, bro.
Also, I want to be clear. What I'm not. I just want to. Popovich wasn't. He wasn't a. What am I trying to say? He wasn't assistant for them those years. He was assisting the Warriors, and then he was with the Spurs before that. But before any of that happening, bro, most of the time he basically assisted 3 really good Spurs teams and then went to go assist the Warriors. And those are some of the worst defensive units in the NBA those years. So the pillar is dragging it. Fair enough. He was a really good defensive mind. I think a lot of his defensive greatness came more so in the 2000s, not in the 90s. But I understand I understand what you're saying. All I'm saying is that, again, going back to the Derek Harper thing, bro, once the ball was brought up and they dumped it in, as great as agitative that he would have been to the ball handler, if we're not running pick and roll sets and ISOs with perimeter players, and if he's not guarding Michael Jordan, bro, he ain't guarding nobody. Everybody else just bring the ball up and throw the ball to the post player, and then that's it, bro. They're not doing nothing. That's it.
Hey, Legend, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Hey, what is the legal defense?
What is illegal defense?
Yeah, what was the legal defense that you're talking about in the 90s? Can you explain it?
All right. After this, because I do have to go, but we can go back and forth a little bit after this. Illegal defense is just a set of rules that restricted where and on the floor players could defend based off of their matchup and not their ability. So if I'm defending somebody on the perimeter that is from the free throw line extended and up, I can't then drop below the free throw line to come send help. Or if I do, I have to double. I can't stay. I can't play gap and play in between the help and also my man. I have to actually come defend. If I was too slow to determining if I wanted to go double or not, they would call it illegal defense, and they would actually give the opposing team technical fouls, technical free throws, if I'm not mistaken. And if I roam too much, they would also still give technical free throws. But you had to basically stay relatively close to your man, depending on the location of where he was at on the floor, whoever your assignment was.
Let me ask you a question. Was illegal defense, did you have to stay within 6 feet of your man, or you had to double?
6 feet.
I don't know at 6 feet, but it all depended on where your man was. So, for example, if your man was on the right corner, you couldn't cross over the key, or you couldn't. You had to basically stay on the right side of the floor, more or less.
They still allowed spacing in the 90s.
So you couldn't just go and double someone?
You could double,
defense?
but
you had to choose. You couldn't be in help.
Hold on. I know what it is. I already know what it is. I'm just asking him.
Yeah, you can. You could send help, but it had to be in the form of a double. You can't just like gap it and then just stand in the middle between you and the player that you're trying to come help on. You have to like determine which one you want to do. Again, all respect.
Which made it significantly harder to go help.
Yes.
Now, could you help?
Couldn't be in help position.
Could you help if you were 6 feet away from your man?
It depends on where you're helping at.
Bro, if you're standing in the paint, hold on. Let's give them an example. I'm gonna give you an example visually because I can't draw it on the court. No, I'm gonna give you an example because what you're trying to do is paint a picture that you could help when you couldn't. This is what you couldn't do.
Let's say your man. No.
I know. Hold on, Wes. Hold on, Wes. I'm gonna explain it to people. Let's say your man is standing in the deep corner, all right, and that's your man. Okay, and the ball's on the opposite side of the floor. Well, if you're 6 feet away from your man, you would be close to standing in the paint, right? You would be too far away from your man, right? You would be considered as a help defender. You cannot be a help defender, right? That is too far away from your man. And if you stayed out of position too long and the refs called it like that, you would get called for illegal defense. You have to like right now, coaches teach playing your help line. The help line is basically an invisible line that you can draw right down the middle of the free throw line. And so if you play your help line, that means you'll be standing on that line if the ball's on the weak side of the floor. You're already in help position. If any player makes a drive, you go help. If they skip it, other guys are going to rotate to help you out. But other than that, you couldn't help early like that. So imagine having to scramble across the entire lane just to go help when you have an athlete like a Michael Jordan or a guy like Tim Hardaway or Isaiah Thomas driving at the rim. You would essentially be late every time unless you absolutely just completely left your assignment, went to go double early, and then you would pay the price because obviously it'll take 1 or 2 skip passes and you're going to get bombarded and you're going to have a hard time successfully defending, especially teams like the Rockets or the Utah Jazz or the Phoenix Suns that could actually shoot threes. That's the teams that got in trouble. But some teams didn't get punished because they didn't have enough three-point shooters. But that's what the illegal defense impacted. You could not successfully help, especially on individually great scores. This is why the individual great scores of the 90s, they all excelled and scored well. And it was just too hard to stop them. This is not me talking. Jerry Shalom did a whole 18-page thesis on this. Just read what he wrote. He was one of the coaches that compelled and asked the league, get rid of this bullshit. Allow us to play zone. It's players like Jordan we can't defend.
So what's the example you about to give?
I don't know, bro.
I don't mind answering his. What are you about to say?
I just want to. He's still right there.
Can I speak now or are you done?
All right, go ahead.
My question was this. So if, say, for example, since we were talking about the Knicks and we were talking about 90s defense, say John Starks feeds Patrick Ewing in the post and he's on the wing. Can that defender double down on Patrick Ewing in the post?
Does John Starks
the strong side? Are you talking about the strong side defender?
Yeah, does he stay? Does he stay on the strong side
or the weak side defender?
No, I'm talking about the defender who is defending the ball handler.
Well, that's the strong side defender.
Example, yes. Let me give you an example. Say Vernon Maxwell is guarding John Starks. Hakeem Olajuwon and Patrick Ewing is right there in the post.
Okay.
Starks feeds Patrick Ewing in the post. Can Vernon Maxwell double down on Patrick?
Yes, that's the strong side.
But does John Starks stay on the strong side? Because if John Starks moves to the weak side, he no longer does.
Yes,
okay.
But
on a quick post entry, he's not going to have time to move. So the strong side, that means John Starks would be strong side. That means he's ball side. He throws the entry into Olajuwon. Yes, Vernon Maxwell John Starks can go help off. Whoever the post guy is, he can go help off and defend immediately because he's the closest help guy. Now, the bad part of that is this. The flip side of that is this. There's no coach in basketball right now. There's no coach right now in basketball that tells strong side defenders to help off because you will get burned. And it's the easiest way for teams to start knocking down threes on you by having your strong side defender go help off in double teams. Most good defensive teams are going to have the weak side defender. This is what you couldn't do in the 90s. He's going to help off and go double on the paint so you can keep the strong side three well guarded, so the guy that throws the entry pass is the most lethal on the three-point line in today's game, so you can't help off strong side. As opposed to the 90s, the only guy that could help in like a realistic time frame would be strong side. And if it's a guy like Vernon Maxwell, like you're talking about, he's going to have to be more hesitant to help because Vernon Maxwell was a very good three-point shooter. So it'd be much harder. So even if he helped,
let me just correct you on something, Lamont, when you get a chance.
Let's hear it.
Okay. So weak side could double, but when the weak side, I'm trying to explain it to you. If you
it's too late. It's not gonna be enough time.
All right. So are you gonna let me talk? Or are you gonna interrupt? The weak side could double if the weak side defender just went and doubled. Like, say, for example, the example that we sticking with the Houston Rockets and the Knicks. Starks feeds Patrick Ewing in the post. On the weak side, say Robert Horry, who was playing for the Rockets at that time, he comes to double. He has to come immediately when the ball goes into the post, and he can't stop in the lane. He has to commit all the way to the double team. And that would have not been a legal defense. Where illegal defense
that's what Legend just said.
Yes. When the legal defense would be called is when they would come and then they would stop and try to go back. And then they would just be stuck.
That's not true.
That is true. That's 100% true.
Legal defense would get called most of the time before the post entry pass happened, because a lot of teams understood that these teams were going to go to the post, like with Elijah or the Karl Malones. So
and they would fake the pass.
They would send guys over in to help early, so when the pass happened, he would already be in good help position to go double team. Unfortunately, if you get caught doing that, only the teams with quick guards could get away with it. Utah Jazz, Houston Rockets, Rudy Tomjanovich always talked about it. This is why he talked about why he got small, fast guards. He can run some semblances of what we would call a zone and get away with it because he had the guards to do it. Other than that, it would be a struggle. I mean, imagine telling Anthony Mason to go cover that much ground quickly to go help Ewing. All right, imagine these guys. It's just too hard to do. If you cannot sit in help position, it's going to be hard to stop elite level scorers like Hakeem Olajuwon. You wonder why they dominated individual matchups, because it was hard to help. And I keep telling y'all this all the time. Great players, as soon as they get a touch in the paint, you're already cooked. If you let Olajuwon catch it in the post, as soon as he makes one move, you're cooked if the help isn't already there. Jordan, as soon as he drives past his man and gets into the paint, I don't care if you put a center under the rim, which is usually where they were at. You would be cooked. He's too elite at the rim. I don't care if you have a 7-footer. Mutombo couldn't stop him if he's already in the paint. This is why the Detroit Pistons said if Jordan gets in the lane, that's when we foul him, because it's too late. There's no help defense that can protect the defense if you're allowing great players to get into the lane consistently. That's where you get burned. The Pistons' great defense was all predicated on keeping great players out of the paint, right? And it was hard to do, but they had a ton of great defensive players that could execute it. They just had trouble containing Jordan. So again, I don't know why y'all act like illegal defense just did not hamper and handicap these teams. It made it extremely difficult to play high-level defense on great players. You're not stopping the team with illegal defense. You're just not.
Is that his point? What is the point that you're trying to make?
I don't know. He's just I don't know. He's just saying you can still do all this helping with illegal defense.
No, I'm not. Quit putting words in my mouth, bro.
Okay. Do you tell us why you're the big defender of the illegal defense then?
I'm not a defender of the illegal defense. Then you're again putting words in my mouth. Okay, I just asked him to. I asked him to explain the illegal defense. I just asked him to explain it. I'm not defending the illegal defense.
Okay, what are your thoughts on the illegal defense? What are your thoughts on 90? What are your thoughts on it? Is it good for the game or bad for the game?
See, I've seen illegal defense in the 80s and 90s. So for me, I don't think it was bad for the game. I don't think it was bad for the game at all because the way the game was played then, it was a different type of a game. There was a lot of motion offenses. There was a lot of post play. They ran a lot more. When you seen the 90s game, they weren't running as much as they were in the 80s. In the 80s, they were running. They still had great defenders, but they were great man-to-man defenders. And then in the 90s, in the late 80s and in the 90s, they started using more rotation defense. As opposed to like in the 80s, it was just like you guard your man, you stay with your man, whoever your man is. If your man kill you, then you got killed by your man that night, or you get in foul trouble or whatever. But in the 90s, they started doing more rotations, and when they started doing more rotations, they started getting more physical. The Pistons implemented a lot of more physicality in the way that they played defense, and a lot of teams started using that as well because it was successful.
But you would agree.
Let me read to you one of the greatest coaches of the 70s, 80s, and 90s. He was on a part of an 11 coach committee that voted to get rid of the illegal defense. I'm going to tell you what he said because he coached throughout these areas. He said basketball is supposed to be a 5-man game. Isolations make for an inactive and unattractive game that doesn't involve all 5 players, allowing defensive freedom will take away the standstill part of the game that we are seeing throughout the 90s. He says, in addition, there have always been a cloud of uncertainty among players, coaches, and officials about rules regarding illegal defense. And again, when that committee of actual coaches said this illegal defense is not good for the game, he basically said it fostered too many isolations. This is exactly what we saw in the 90s. He said it was too much inactivity, which is exactly why the pace of the 90s was so slow. And he said it was unattractive, which is, again, for Jordan, it was great because he had all the ISOs that he wanted. This is why Jordan said, keep the illegal defense. Otherwise, my individual stats will get affected. Why would Jordan say that if zones weren't a good style of defense to slow Jordan down, then why was he so opposed to having him in the NBA?
Well, two things. A, Lamar, I think your camera's frozen.
Yeah, no, it is. I gotta fix it.
And B, and also,
I don't know. Before you go winning, Lamont, if you mute me again, I'm coming to Arizona and I'm gonna mess up your other hand. Go ahead, bro.
Oh my goodness. I don't because I'm trying to figure out where you're getting at before I bounce. I don't think are you saying one way or another, because in the 80s, yeah, they ran more, but by the time we got into later into the 90s, yeah, they just slowed down, and it was irrefutably bad for the game. Like, that's why they made that committee. That's why they changed the rules. I don't know if you're saying that or not. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what you're getting at before I bounce, because if we just agree, we just agree. I just think that, like, it was irrefutable.
Yeah. As sometimes we can agree, bro. We can agree.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. I just want to make sure before, I don't want to say something and we just end up agreeing with everything. Sometimes, though, in general, and for, I guess, everybody else in the chat, the game of basketball itself is just, people are just trying to figure out the best and most effective ways to score and exploit their matchups. And if that means that we have to ISO out on one side, then that's what we're going to do because the rules allow it. So whatever we need to do, that's what we need to do. That's what happened in the 90s. They just did what they needed to do, and that was really it. But it was definitely a problem. Also, I think Jordan would have favored fine in the end zone. Tracy McGrady complained about it, and then he was fine. He was averaging 32 a couple years later. I think people just overreacted with that. But I do have to go. I gotta go.
All right, man. Hey, Legend, appreciate you pulling up, man.
For sure.
All right, Legend. Nice talking to you, bro. Yeah, Jordan didn't struggle against zone in college. He wouldn't have no problem.
He didn't.
Jordan would have struggled with zone.
No,
hold on.
he didn't.
You don't think hold on. What did he average against zones in college?
Probably like 18, 17.
No. That was his per game average. That was his per game average. What did he average against teams that play zone?
All right, bro. If you're gonna let me speak, I'm gonna speak. But as far as Jordan,
he didn't average 18 a game against zones.
Are you okay? I said probably, bro. What I'm saying is this: and when he played at North Carolina, the offense wasn't built around him the way it was when he played with the Bulls. He had Perkins there with he had Perkins there. No,
what year are you talking about? The year he won National Player of the Year? What year are you talking about?
Hold on. I'm trying to explain it to you. His freshman year, he had Perkins and he had James Worthy, and that team was more focused on James Worthy offensive. And then is you disagree?
Robert?
Do you disagree?
I'm just waiting on you to continue.
Okay. So in his junior year, he had Kenny Smith there. He had Steve Hale there. He also had Sam Perkins. So when he played in North Carolina, that was more of a motion offense, and it wasn't Jordan's offense the way it was with the Bulls. They weren't running a lot of isolations for Jordan in North Carolina. It was a motion offense. He would dip into the post. They would find him in the post. He in the transition, get on the wing. They would move him around, and they would move the ball a lot more than the triangle offense. Whereas they would isolate Jordan on the wing, and everybody would just run motion everywhere else and let him do his thing with the Bulls. It's not the same offense.
Bro, Jordan averaged 20 points per game his last year in college, bro. That's a ton for college basketball. 20 points per game in college basketball. 30 in the NBA. It was the teams that it was the teams at NC State that just ran full out zone that would hold them to like 12 points per game. Then that the teams that tried to play man or iterations of man would get blitzed first. They're acting like he was just all this. No, Coach Dean Smith. Coach Dean Smith was not. He put the ball in Jordan's hands. His junior year, he was putting up 20 a game. He's National Player of the Year. Hold on, what? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right.
Nah, but are you really surprised that Jordan was able to do that during his college years?
Bro, Jordan was a great player.
Not at all.
Somebody has some background.
Not really.
Yeah,
We're not saying Jordan's not a great player. I'm just saying Jordan, like, I didn't say he would struggle with zones. Jordan said it. I'm only just taking his words at face value. What do you want me to do when he tells David Stern? Do you want me to pull the statement up? The Chicago Tribune reported he told David Stern the zones would impact my individual statistical accomplishment and my individual numbers.
I honestly don't
Tracy
know.
McGrady said the same thing. All of the ISO, Grant Hill said the same thing. Why did all the great ISO players of that time make the same plea to David Stern? It wasn't even just Jordan. It was a lot of the great individually ISO players. Huh?
My question for you is this, Lamont. So
it's not me.
In the 80s,
they said it.
No, I'm asking a question. My question for you is this. They had the same illegal defense in the 80s that they did in the 90s, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So they ran a lot of isolation in the 80s, correct?
No.
Oh, okay.
In the 80s, the 80s had the one of the highest paces of play in NBA history for any other era. It literally looked like a track meet. They would be going up and down at bullet speed, and this was all teams. They played at a lightning pace. And when you're playing that fast and most of your possessions are in transition, you can't call illegal defense. They were playing. This Showtime Lakers. Everybody picked up the pace. Hold on. There was not, bro. The pace of play in the 80s, this is why scores would be ridiculous. The pace of play was ridiculous. All players' score numbers were up.
I agree with you. It was extremely high, but for the 80s, it was still high as shit. Like, there's no question, but it wasn't quite like how you were describing it, though. Like, yes.
Yeah,
why is it not like how I'm saying?
I was watching it in the 80s, so I know what it was like. But as far as isolation, I can give you isolation players that were in the 80s. They were running isolation plays. The Sixers ran a lot of isolation basketball with Andrew Toney.
Yeah, so did the Pistons. They ran a lot of ISO. They ran a lot of ISO for Isaiah Thomas. I wonder why they were able to run and get off a ton of ISO plays.
I'm talking about at the beginning. I'm talking about at the early 80s. They ran a lot of isolation plays for Andrew Toney. They ran isolation plays for Dr. J. The Lakers half-court offense in the early 80s was majority feed Kareem in the post. when they would be half court. The Celtics ran isolation plays for Bird. They also ran isolation plays for McHale. So it was a lot of teams that ran isolation plays. The Spurs ran isolation plays for George Gervin all the time.
But we know that every team ran ISO plays at some point in time in the game. We're just talking about the overall pace of play.
So what I'm explaining
was not
to you
conducive
is
to
this,
teams
what the
getting a
difference
ton of
was.
illegal defensive calls or illegal defense having a big impact on the overall game. The pace of play,
This
like
is
if you go to
why-
the early 80s, the pace of play in 1980 was 103. That's similar to what we see today, if not faster. Right? Pace of play this year right now is just at 100.87. You're talking about in the 80s, it was at 103. So, and that's not even points per game. They were just playing a higher pace. Like they sped the game up. It was a funner game to watch. What happened in the 90s with the illegal defense, and coaches started to see, well, we can exploit this illegal defense rule to our advantage by slowing the game down, and that's what we saw.
Do you think that the game was more physical in the 90s than it was in the 80s?
No.
It was.
No.
They both had the same.
Yeah, it was. It was 100% more physical.
No, I don't know. But
yes, it was.
what you consider
because I was watching.
What you consider physical to me isn't physical. So
what do you know what I consider physical?
But what I'm saying, so what do you consider physical defense?
So you can disagree with it? You tell me what I consider physical.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you what I consider physical defense is. That way you don't feel railroaded. Right. For me,
I won't. Go ahead.
For me, physical defense is so let's say a guy passes it to the wing and then he UCLA cuts right after the pass. Physical defense is get in front of that man, aggressively holding him up so he don't get a free cut to the basket. Another thing is, and this is what a ton of college coaches teach. When guys are cutting through the lane on like pin downs or inside split cuts or anything like that, they teach big men or forwards or anybody that's around these guys that are cutting either behind the basket or through the lane. They teach everybody chuck the cutter. That means while he's cutting through the lane, you need to bump him off his route, chuck him in his chest, do whatever you got to do so he's not getting free cuts, that he's not be able to run clean split sets, anything like that. And these are the things that you can do within the scope of the game without getting fouls. So chucking cutters, holding up cutters, defensively. When you stay in front of, when you hard hedging screens. So when you teach centers how to hard hedge, that means you're aggressively getting up on the point guard, coming off of the screen, forcing them to go back the other way. You have to be a physical player to do things like that. Another thing that's taught today, which is physical defense, right? When you're denying the passing lane, keeping that inside hand on the player's hip so he can't cut back door on you while one hand is in the passing lane. That's another way you can defend legally and it's still physical defense. Those are the things that make the game physical. When you are able to physically impose your will on the other team, stop them from running their offense successfully, that's good physical defense. Now, I would like to hear what do you consider physical defense?
Okay, so in the 80s, there were two teams that played physical defense that come to mind. It was the Pistons and the Celtics in the late 80s. Those were the teams who played physical defense. In the 90s,
what is examples of physical defense?
I'm trying to give it to you, brother. You can't tell me how to paint my narrative. Let me give you my narrative. So in the 90s,
you're just telling me teams. We know those teams were physical.
Hold on, bro. The 90s, the Heat played physical defense. The Knicks played physical defense. The Spurs played physical defense.
But what did they do that you would describe as physical defense?
I'm trying to explain it to you, brother. Now, when damn, you don't let nobody talk, man. So
I'm not saying it, but you keep telling me teams that we all know are physical. But I know that those were physical teams. I'm saying, what did you see them do with your eyes that you would consider great physical defense that we don't already see today?
Now, those things that you mentioned, chucking and also holding up people going through the lane, what you were talking about, they were all doing that. The Heat were doing that.
Okay.
The Knicks were doing that. They were all doing that. But the difference between that, like I said in my original statement, is they weren't playing like that. All teams weren't playing like that in the 80s. Certain teams would only play like that in the playoffs. And the Western Conference, those teams didn't play physical defense. The Lakers would only play real in the 80s. Yes, sir. The Lakers would only play real physical defense when teams were playing physical with them. And only teams that would play physical with the Lakers were the teams that came out of the Eastern Conference. Those were the only teams that would play physical.
So you're saying teams weren't as physical as what we see today?
Not in the 80s, no. Not in the 80s at all.
And what about the 90s?
The 90s were physical, extremely physical.
But what teams were doing those things? Because I can tell you a ton of poor defensive teams in the 90s that didn't do any of those things.
But can you tell me one team that was physical in the 80s besides the Pistons and besides the Celtics?
No, but I don't look at the 80s as a defensive era.
I didn't say it was, but I said it would. My whole thing was the 80s weren't as physical as the 90s. And that's where you disagreed with. I asked
what I'm saying is,
do you think that 80s were as physical as the 90s? That's what I asked.
I'm saying it was the same. I'm saying it was the same.
No, it wasn't the same. It wasn't the same.
I'm saying it was the same.
It wasn't.
And I think people conflate. I think people still conflate hard fouls with physical defense.
That's where no, it's not hard fouls.
Fouls is not defense.
They slowed the game down in the 90s, and they ran a lot more sets. They did a lot more holding.
No, they didn't.
They did a lot more.
Legend of Winning just explained to you how most teams in the 90s didn't even have an offense.
Legend of Winning didn't explain nothing to me, bro.
Okay, so outside, let's use the 1993 Boston Celtics or the 1993 Clippers or the 1992 Dallas Mavericks. Let's use.
You can't explain that, Lamont. Who was physical in the 80s?
Explain what?
Who played physical defense in the 80s besides the Pistons and the Celtics?
I don't consider that a physical era.
No, I'm asking you who did.
Name some
examples.
I don't consider the 90s a physical era.
Come on, answer the question, Lamont. Who played physical defense in the 80s besides the Pistons and the Celtics?
The Pistons, the Philadelphia 76ers, the Milwaukee Bucks.
The Milwaukee Bucks played physical defense in the 80s?
The Golden State Warriors did.
No, they didn't. What are you talking about?
They had one of the most physical. All right. Well, like I said, you telling me it didn't happen. I'm saying it depends on what you consider physical defense to be. If you consider physical defense hard fouling, then you're going to say the Pistons.
No, it ain't hard fouling. I mean, the Milwaukee Bucks had Marcus Johnson. They had Sidney Moncrief. They had Paul Pressey. They had
Marcus was one of the best defensive players of all time.
Yeah, but he wasn't playing physical defense.
Bro, but because you said good defense is usually physical in some degree. You can't be a great defender without being physical. Tell me one great defender, especially on the perimeter, that isn't physical.
Bobby Jones.
In any era.
Bobby Jones. I'm giving them to you. Bobby Jones, Maurice Cheeks.
Great defenders are physical players.
Bobby Jones and Maurice Cheeks.
It is literally impossible because defensive players are usually your most hard-nosed, toughest player. Defensive players cannot.
Maurice Cheeks was not a physical defender, bro.
Yes, he was a physical defender. He was just smart and didn't back and foul a lot. What are y'all talking? I've never heard of a finesse defender. Have y'all ever heard of a finesse defensive player who's great defensively in a finesse manner?
If you find somebody to say that Maurice Cheeks was a
what are
physical
you talking
defender,
about, bro? Bro, hold on. First of all, that's why I asked you, what do you consider physical? Because being to be a great defender, one, you have to be a physical player. There's no such thing as a great defender that's not physical to a certain degree. Maybe they didn't. Okay. You don't have to foul out or give hard fouls to be considered a physical player.
Nobody's talking about hard fouls. I'm talking about Maurice
makes you
Cheeks.
a bad defender.
Nobody said
was Rasheed Wallace a bad defender?
No, I wouldn't say it was a bad defender.
Rasheed Wallace was a good defender.
I wouldn't say it was a bad defender.
Especially when he was with the Blazers. Especially when he was with the Blazers.
Yeah, I think he was a great defender, but in terms of him, fouling out because of.
But what do y'all? This what kills me. Like, look at the best defenders of today's game. Tell me which one of them ain't physical. Because remember, y'all say nobody. Which one?
We're talking about the 80s.
Physical aspect.
Okay, even if you go to the 80s, you're trying to tell me that Sidney Moncrief wasn't a physical player, but at the same time, he was one of the best defenders ever?
No,
you're trying to tell me Maurice Cheeks, one of the best
I'm not
on-ball
trying to tell you.
defenders
I'm
ever?
telling you that. I'm not trying to tell you that. I'm
If
telling
he
you
wasn't
that.
physical, then he wasn't a good defender. There is absolutely no such thing. There is no such thing as a great defensive player that's not physical.
I watch hundreds of their games, Lamont.
Bro, that is
it's
literally
impossible.
I
watch hundreds of their games.
Not gonna lie.
I should call a coach right now. Hold on, let me call a coach.
No, you should call a coach.
I'm
you
gonna
should call a coach.
Hold on.
Do you want me to give you a coach's number?
No, bro. No. Bro, there's no such thing. No coach in the world is gonna be like, I have a great defense, but we not physical.
Exactly.
Who the fuck does that? Who? How?
He wasn't. He wasn't.
Just because you say so? Because he didn't.
No,
because he wasn't
if you
physical in
watch
the way
his
that
games, he didn't play physical
like I said.
defense.
But remember what I started this
Do
off
you
by
know?
saying?
Do you know what type of defense that
Wild
Maurice
West?
played?
Remember what I started this off by saying? I said, tell me what you consider physical defense to be, because you might look at Mo
because you don't know 80s defense.
No, hold on. Hold on. 80s defense. Being a great defender is.
I told
being
you,
being a great defender. Nah, I'm gonna kick you myself because you just lying to the people. He is just lying. That is a lie. How can you be a great defender? And this man, and this is what I mean. These idiots be trying to say that I tear down these old eras. But these idiots will have the nerve to come in here and say Sidney Moncrief was not a physical defender. He says Mo Cheeks, one of the best on-ball defenders ever in NBA history, was not a physical defender. What type of stupidity is that? The mentality of a defensive player has to be tough. Everything a defensive player, and this is across any era of basketball. The one thing that's been consistent is that the best defenders are the most physical players. Yet he wants to tell me that defenders of the 80s weren't physical. How can you be a great defender and not be physical? The two don't go together. It's impossible.
The hand check thing alone. Yeah, you had to be physical.
But he is stupidly in his mind. That's why I said, tell me what physical defense is to you. And he couldn't tell me. He just kept telling me good teams that he thought were physical, but he couldn't tell me any aspect of defense that they were doing. When you look at Mo Cheeks' game, when you cut an offensive player off using your body, using your inside hand, you using anything that you can, that's all physical defense. Right? When you chucking guys through the lane, right? When you hitting guys in the back on box outs and things like that, when you digging bigs out the paint, when you're doing all that stuff, that's all physical defense. You telling me Mo Cheeks wasn't doing none of this? Mo Cheeks was just out there prancing around, not touching nobody, just being a good defender, just not being physical. He just got rainbows all over him or something, just not touching nobody, just not doing none of that.
That's what
come on, man. The two don't go together, man. That was one of the most dumbest basketball takes of all time. That's close.
No, I'm not gonna lie.
That's stupid. Wild West, you just made one of the dumbest takes ever. You just said Mo Cheeks and Sidney Moncrief were not physical defenders, and I don't know how that's possible.
It's unethical.
It's impossible to be a good defender without being a physical player. You don't have to foul out and hack and do all this dumb stuff to be a good defender. Joe Dumars proved that. Joe Dumars was one of the best defenders on that Pistons team. He wasn't out there just running around hacking, beating guys up, but he's still a physical player. Gerald Wilkins, one of the best defenders of the 90s, wasn't running around hacking, beating guys up.
I guess he considers knocking down people as good defense.
Bro, that's what he considered. That's what he considers good defense, but that's why he also couldn't explain to you what good defense was, what good physical defense is. I asked him, I said, explain to me what good physical defense is. The Miami Heat was a good defensive team. Well, we know that. What did they do that amazed you physically? Like, what were they doing defensively that made you say this is a great defensive team, like the 04 Pistons? Right, whose on-ball defense, right, a super aggressive on-ball defense to the point they're towing the line, forcing refs to either call a foul or let the game be extremely physical. Right, man, you got to get out of here, man, with that. I've never heard, that's offensive to coaches. There's no coach in America. There's not one coach in America that would agree with that statement.
Man, that was crazy.
None. There's not one. I don't know where he got that talking about he just watched the 80s. I don't know what you were watching there. Oh man, that's wild right there to say. Oh man. He says, Wild Wild West says Lamont gets in his feelings every time I educate him. But Wild Wild West, you just say some of the dumbest stuff. As a coach, especially as a coach still today, I think you just get upset that all of the defensive principles that made great defensive teams in the 80s and the 90s great, these are still the same defensive principles getting taught today. And when you hear that these principles are still getting taught today, you now surprised? Is it surprising to you that players today still chuck cutters? Is it surprising today that guards still dig bigs out the lane? Is it surprising to you that on ball denials they got a hand on hip preventing guys to cut to the basket? Is it that surprising that their defense is still being played in a physical manner because people love to say this game is soft?
I think he watched too much of the
see that look. You see now he's saying JV. I mean, if you think it's JV, like I said, if you think it's JV, then bring 5 guys out here and come find out. I'll put everything up on the screen. I'm at a college.
Wait, Lamont. So I want to ask you a question, if you wouldn't mind. So whose NBA Finals performance essentially was, I want to say better, but I want to say meant more to their legacy? When Kobe won his 5th ring in 2010, or LeBron winning his 3rd ring for Cleveland in 2016?
You said, I mean, I don't have what they did as far as performance ingrained in my mind, so I can't compare their performances. I would have to look them up and try to compare them, but I don't know. So I couldn't honestly answer that question because I don't have those performances just embedded in my memory. I would have to literally compare them and probably even watch some video to put the numbers into context.
Well, one thing I will say is this, right? LeBron's 2016 ring, I kind of ranked that as his highest one, just because not only did he come back down from 3-1, but he won on the team he was supposed to win on. There's a reason why.
This is a lie. Yeah. This is a lie. This man just said, I learned from Jerry Tarkanian, John Thompson, and Paul Westhead. So you learn from them that a great defensive player he can get away with not being physical. That's a lie. John Thompson had some of them, and Jerry Tarkanian, especially with that UNLV defense, one of the absolute most physical defensive teams that I've ever seen. And physical in a good way, not out there hacking and fouling. The Running Rebels, one of the best defensive college basketball teams ever. Yet you gonna lie and say you learned from Jerry Tarkanian? Well, you should have learned something. You would have easily learned, especially from Jerry Tarkanian, that there's absolutely no way you can be great at defense and not be tough-minded and or physical. That's the only way you can be a great defender. Again, you're lying. There's no way. I think you don't Google names and try to act like I don't know. I know all about Jerry Tarkanian. I know about John Thompson, right? And then now you got Paul Westhead. Man, come on, you got to stop, bro. Stop. It's easy just to throw things out there, but you put no context to what great defense is. You still have yet to say one thing that makes a great defender. Everything that I said requires physicality. All the players in today's game that are great defenders, the Jimmy Butler, physical player, right? All the great defenders are physical. Patrick Beverly, as pesky as he is, he's a physical defender. Always getting up into guys, always keeping a hand on guys. Always, you see him bumping guys that are cutting through the lane to the point where he forces refs to either call the foul or not call the foul because of his level of physicality. What, how? Where are you getting this stuff from? Come on, man. People try to do these things to elevate these other eras, and you try to put the 90s over the 80s defensively. No. It's not happening. There's a difference between being a hack and being a good defender. Wild Wild West, you're going to have to bring your facts on another show. You had plenty of time up here to bring facts. I said, tell me what made these teams great defensively, and you wasted time. You filibustered and just start running off teams that you thought were physical, but you gave no attributes that defined them as a physical team. So don't try to jump now and say you got facts when you have plenty of time on the panel to drop facts.
Bro,
Lamont,
right.
I ain't gonna lie, Leo. Lamont,
I got to shut it down too soon.
Yeah, I'm about to tell you. Yeah, I'm about to close it down. But my IG and my
hey, put it in the backstage. Put it in the private chat so I can copy and paste it after the stream.
Yeah, I just did, and that's also my PSN username.
Okay, what you be playing? What you be playing? Just 2K or you got other games?
2K, Madden, Tekken.
I need to find some people that play the Division,
Yo, you
man.
got a PS5?
I don't know too many people that play Division too.
A PS5. A PS5.
Shit, I got PS4.
Oh, damn. Current gen.
I'm on PS5, but I can still play some PS4 games.
Okay, but
me personally, you're only gonna catch me on 2K next gen. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Phil.
Yeah.
But
2K is just got so repetitive, man. Hey, salute Chris D, man, and Pootie. I gotta go ahead and let you go as well. We're gonna be shutting this down. Appreciate y'all pulling up.
Mookie doing.
So it is what it is. But hey, salute Pootie, man. We're gonna catch you on the next one. But look, man. Look, man. Wild Wild West. I understand that you think you understand what good defense is, man. I'm sorry, man. Kobe Jordan says I'm lying. I know. See, the one thing I can do is I can pull up, like if I pull up my team's points for and points against, see, I could pull up the fact that I teach my team good defense because we actually do it. Like if I pull it up, I don't have the link right here. I wish I had it on this computer. He says, do I follow Rated R? You talking about Mookie? I think I'm subscribed to his channel still. I mean, I don't remember ever unsubscribing. Yeah, I know Mookie. Hold on. He said we talking about other people's careers to boost up LeBron. When are we boosting up LeBron? Huh? When are we boosting up LeBron? I don't think anybody tried to boost up LeBron. I think the only thing people did today, David, was people just simply talked about the inconsistencies in the logic. If people have inconsistent logic, that's all it takes. If you have inconsistent logic, that's going to make people look at your list. Anything that you say with regards to your list is not going to be credible. That's the problem right there. Oh, my bad, David. You said you talk about the chat. Oh, okay. I'm about to say, I'm like, man. But I don't think people in the chat were doing that. I don't believe people in the chat were sitting there boosting LeBron, not from what I saw. And I know I can't see all the messages because the messages be going by so fast. But hey, y'all, salute to everybody watching from FYF Sports Debates Live. I see y'all over there. Salute to everybody watching from Twitch. Hey, Twitch. And everybody watching on Twitch, I'm going to make sure that on the next stream, I'm going to prioritize y'all chat because I know sometimes I'll be missing a ton of y'all messages. I see y'all over there right now. So I appreciate y'all over there watching from Twitch. Let me look right now real quick. So yeah, I definitely appreciate y'all watching from Twitch. We trying really hard to grow up our Twitch following because we're going to start more gaming streams and things like that over there. Over there, we can kind of expand the content because we got to find more ways to monetize this content outside of just YouTube. Over on FYF Sports Debates Live, I see it's still some of you guys over there watching. Appreciate everybody watching from FYF Sports Debates Live. Don't forget, and I'll drop it in the chat before we go. Don't forget to, here it is right here. Here it is right here. Don't forget to sign up for your channel memberships, man. We got Wild Wild West still over here on YouTube. He says, I got you again, man. Salute, Wild Wild West. I don't know how. I just know, like, I can tell. The one thing I can tell when people are faking basketball talk. I can tell when people are just trying to talk basketball to sound right and they don't really know what they talking about. That's all. There's a certain lingo that people use. There's certain things that they say, right? Like when I say right here, if I'm talking basketball talk, when I say strong side never helps, that's consistent among most basketball coaches. It's extremely rare you're going to find a basketball coach that's going to tell their strong side defense to go help in today's game. That's consistent. right? The help is always supposed to come from the weak side. That's consistent. That's something. And it also depends on the coach's philosophies. Most coaches go with a no middle strategy. It means you're forcing everything away from the middle. If you do things like that, then you can't help strong side. Your help always has to come from the weak side. You always have to apply on-ball pressure for the entire duration of the possession. These are the things that I know I preach, and it's had us a ton of success. It's just certain things that are consistent. And you can't be a great defensive team without being physical. You can't be a great defensive player without being physical. It's absolutely impossible. It's usually the least physical defenders are the worst defenders. The Tyler Heroes, the JJ Redicks, the Kyle Korvers. Right? Guys that don't want to engage and be physical cannot be very good defensively. Just absolutely impossible. It's just no such thing. That was just a bad take right there, Wild Wild West. Sorry. I know. Salute to you, man. If you do, salute, man. I appreciate it. You very well just might. If you say Jerry Tarkanian taught you, you might wait. You said there's multiple ways to play defense. That is true. There are multiple ways to play defense. It's not going to be effective if you're not a physical defender. There's absolutely no defense that's effective in the NBA or on any level of basketball. There's no defense that's effective if you're not a physical, if there's no physical presence with it. Playing great defense is hard because of the physicality. This is why so many players shy away from defending at a high level, because it takes a level of physicality that a lot of guys ain't really ready to engage with. That's all it is. And like I said, when I look at defense throughout the 90s, I've watched a ton of 90s games. When I look at defense throughout the 90s, I don't see a level of physicality that just wows me. And I'm saying, oh, this is some of the greatest defense I've ever seen. That's not the type of defense that I see. Like, there's only a handful of teams where I can see certain principles displayed consistently. Like from the Houston Rockets, like from the Chicago Bulls. But outside of that, it's not consistent. And we know the Knicks were a very physical team, but they also had a whole bunch of guys that were lazy defensively and didn't want to engage and didn't want to be physical. Players like the Anthony Masons, who y'all claim are physical. Players like the Charles Oakleys, who y'all claim were physical because they're willing to hard foul, but were they willing to do the things defensively that actually won you games? As you can clearly see, based on their careers and some of the teams that they were on, they weren't. Kobe Jordan says, I'm 5'11", I'll lock you up. I'm an elite defender. You probably could. I doubt it. Right? I mean, I would have to be shooting with this cast on my hand. That's about the only way. And I'm left-handed, so I can't shoot right now. So you could probably get me right now. That's about the only way, Kobe. All right. He says, don't say I'm lying. Facts, 1990. I was at UNLV basketball camp. I mean, salute. Salute, man. I'm glad you was at that camp, man. Hopefully they taught you how to be a physical defender, man. Kobe Jordan said, but I'm Ben Simmons on offense, so I couldn't make the league, man. Stop it, bro. Stop it. Ben Simmons on offense. If you was Ben Simmons on offense, you would have made the league. You said a heavyweight boxer beating up on a little kid. What's that? All right, but look, y'all, man, let's go ahead and shut it down, man. I got to get to some stuff before midnight hits. I appreciate y'all pulling up to the stream, man. 2 streams for the day, man. Hey, look at Wild Wild West. He says, I am a physical defender, but Mo Cheeks not at all. Okay. All right. I guess Mo Cheeks wasn't a physical defender. He was just out there sliding around, not touching nobody, not being physical at all. Mo Cheeks was just out there, y'all. That's what Wild Wild West wants us to believe. You know, that's all it was, y'all. Ghost 2000 says, hey, Lamont, another fun fact. Jordan averaged over 11 free throws a game, but these act like he playing with the big boys in the 90s. I mean, like I said, people try to glorify and say things about the 90s that we know are false. They act like we don't do real research. You got Wild Wild West trying to tell us that Mo Cheeks, who wasn't physical, he telling us that I don't know who's physical. If Mo Cheeks wasn't physical, then I don't know who was physical. I don't know. There's just so much hate, people, and it what he was saying was ultimately building up towards some type of hate for today's era, some way to shape out and say that players today don't defend. That's all it was doing. But hey, y'all, FYF Sports, man, another great podcast episode, man. Appreciate you guys watching. Salute to everybody that hit the Cash App. Salute to everybody that hit the Zelle, man. If I missed your name, I'll be sure to call it out on the next stream, man. But I don't think I did. I think I got everybody. I think I got everybody today. But again, I appreciate everybody pulling up to the stream. Great conversation. Over 6 hours, probably a little longer than I wanted it to be. But we got everything accomplished. Make sure you check me out. I'm going to be over on Player's Choice tomorrow. Hopefully it's a good stream. That'll be 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm glad that they have me over there. I'll be over there cooking for a couple hours. So I'm sure it'll be a good build, great build, as I would expect. But hey, it's FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode. We will be back with more sports news. Until then, it's FYF Sports. And we out.